At the board meeting, I had decided to sell all my shares. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Zhengwo, one of the shareholders, immediately spoke up. Sushian, are you crazy? The shares your parents left you were not for you to sell, but for you to inherit the business. Zhao Zhengwo's words made me smile. Together with my parents, he had worked hard to develop Beichen Group from a small company into the world-class enterprise it is today. However, as fate would have it, my parents died in a plane crash, leaving me and this inheritance. You shouldn't do this. Zhao Zhengwo continued to persuade. The future of the group is so bright. Aren't you being too impulsive? I looked at them calmly, having already made up my mind. The market value of Beichen Group is close to 1 trillion, and the 39% of shares I hold are worth up to 60 billion. This amount of money is an unimaginable astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for me, it is far from enough. In the conference room, the shareholders stared at me, sitting in the main seat, their expressions full of shock and disbelief. The business tycoons around me, each with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, have seen a lot of ups and downs, but they were stunned by my words. Shareholders were discussing the matter, and I could sense their doubts and confusion. But I knew that the 60 billion in cash was just a transition for me. In 5 years, Beichen's stock price may very well double, but to me, money will be worthless in the future world. I am a reborn person, and I know that the future will usher in a world of change. In 2024, the spirit will revive and all things will be reborn. By then, money will lose its meaning. Only by planning ahead can we stand at the top of the new era. Luo Sun, I heard that you have always been interested in acquiring shares. How about I sell my shares to you? I suddenly spoke and made a surprising proposal. Luo Sun was stunned for a moment, then showed interest. Do you really want to sell it? Give me an offer. 39%, 80 billion. I responded without hesitation. Luo Sun was obviously a little surprised, but he quickly adjusted his attitude. 40 billion in cash. I can use real estate as collateral for the rest. I knew he would respond like this. And this deal was exactly what I expected. In just a few dozen minutes, we reached a verbal agreement, and a deal worth 80 billion was successfully finalized. I'll have my lawyer contact your legal team and sign the contract tomorrow. How about that? Sushian shook hands with Luo Sun. Signing the contract in 1 day? So fast. Luo Sun had no objection. He had wanted to control the Beichen Group for many years. He never thought that what he had been working hard for so many years and had used so many methods to accomplish was accomplished in just 1 day. Sushian, you prodigal son, I am so lucky to have you. Luo Sun laughed and nodded repeatedly, fearing that Sushian would regret it. On the other hand, I appeared calm on the surface, but I was actually very happy. Luo Sun thought he had made a fortune, but he didn't know that he had lost everything. Using useless shares to exchange for an S-level secret realm was something he couldn't even imagine after the revival of spiritual energy. Seeing the two of them reach a verbal agreement, the shareholders around them looked at each other, probably thinking about how to please the new major shareholder Luo Sun. After getting all the shares from Sushian, Luo Sun became the largest shareholder of the group. Me, Zhao Jingwo sighed again and said quietly, Xiao Xian, you will regret this. If your parents knew about this, they would die with regrets. I faced Uncle Zhao and said calmly, if mother and father knew about this, they would only be glad that they gave birth to a son like me. You forget it, just do whatever you want. I don't care. Zhao Zhengwo was very angry with Sushian. He slammed the table, turned around, and left. On February 28th, 2124, my cell phone suddenly rang with a notification. Ding, 5 billion yuan has been deposited into your ICBC card with the last number 9527, and the current balance is 41 billion yuan. I glanced at the screen, nodded, and raised the corners of my mouth slightly. 5 days ago, I signed a contract with Luo Sun to transfer 39% of the shares of Beichen Group. This transaction allowed me to obtain almost all of Luo Sun's cash flow and real estate, even including a piece of land that will become an S-level secret place in the future, the land at the south peak of the Hengduan Mountains. This amount of money was so huge that it had to be transferred in batches, 5 billion each time. After several days of transfers, it was finally all in hand. My bank card is a Supreme Black Card, and there are special management personnel responsible for approval, which is very efficient. Today, I was no longer idle and immediately instructed the butler to prepare a private plane to fly to Great Britain. This trip took 16 hours. I took a short nap on the plane. When I woke up, There were only 5 hours left to our destination. I picked up the satellite phone from the bedside and dialed a number. A few seconds later, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dear Mr. Su, your hotel is ready. Mr. Johnson has accepted your invitation and is waiting for you." I yawned, nodded, and said, "Very good. Cancel the hotel reservation. I will go back to China directly after the discussion." After hanging up the phone, I began to prepare for the meeting with Johnson. This trip to Great Britain was not for sightseeing, but to discuss 3 antiques with Collector Johnson. These antiquities were looted from China during the invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance. Particularly precious are 3 ancient bronze swords from the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. I held the 3 heavy bronze swords, and I felt relieved. It can be considered as taking back something from our ancestors. Johnson smiled and personally escorted me out of the manor. He bent down and said, "Mr. Su, according to what you Chinese say, this is considered a complete return of the jade to Zhao. Thank you for your generosity. Please feel free to contact my assistant if you need anything in the future." I just smiled and shook his hand. "I will." But I sneered in my heart. Back then, the Eight-Nation Alliance looted China's treasures and even displayed them openly in British museums. When I rebuild the country, I will definitely return these national treasures. I remember that in my previous life, after the spiritual energy was revived, these Britons actually colluded with ancient foreign tribes and eventually betrayed all of humanity, triggering a huge bloody conflict that almost plunged Europe into chaos. I suddenly felt a chill in my heart, but soon calmed down. But Johnson, for some reason, felt an inexplicable chill and even trembled slightly. 5 days later, on March 5th, I returned to my villa in Tianjin. The luxurious manor in front of me was located on the hillside, covering an area of 2,000 square meters, and was magnificent. Under the soft neon lights, I held a wine glass and leisurely sipped the seal's red wine that was worth $100,000 a bottle. My eyes were cast towards the 3 bronze swords on the table, but my mind was a little heavy. I reached out and gently stroked one of them. There was no obvious rust on the sword, which perfectly demonstrated the ancient Chinese people's exquisite forging skills and surface treatment technology. These 3 bronze swords should be the 3 of the 6 swords of King Yu. They have a long history and have been tested by the years, as if they are telling a 1,000-year story. I took a sip of wine, and countless memories came to my mind. The things in my past life came flooding back like a tide. According to legend, the King of Yu ordered the strongest swordsmith to forge 6 bronze swords and 3,000 Yu soldiers, and finally defeated the Spring and Autumn Overlord King Fuchai of Wu, and it has been passed down to this day. However, with the changes of the times, 3 of these bronze swords were discovered in the Ming and Qing dynasties, but were later taken away by the Eight-Nation Alliance. Now they are collected by Johnson and finally come into my hands. I took a big gulp of wine, and a little anger surged in my heart. The remaining 3 bronze swords have not appeared until the spiritual energy was revived. A major force took them out from the tomb of King Yu and combined them into a sword formation, and finally resisted the invasion of the ancient clan. However, the advent of the ancient true king caused those forces to eventually betray humanity, causing China to fall into chaos and turmoil, with life and death hanging in the balance. I carefully put away the bronze sword, placed it in an alloy safe, and locked it with 8 layers of password protection. Walking to the balcony, the bright moon and the cool breeze, and the lights of thousands of houses below the mountain made me feel peaceful. I raised my glass and whispered to myself, "This glass is for the whole of China, and I wish the mountains and rivers are safe, and the country is peaceful, and the people are safe." After I drank the red wine, I felt relieved. The next day, in the living room on the 2nd floor of the manor, there was a knock on the door, and the assistant Xia Wenxi's voice came. "Mr. Su, they are here. Come in." I responded softly, extinguished the cigar in my hand, and sat back on the sofa, looking calm. The door was pushed open, and Xia Wenxi came in with 3 people in strange clothes. A man with braids and an eye mask, a bald fat man with a gentle smile, and a young woman in a sexy leather skirt. "Mr. Su, these 3 are the people you are looking for," Xia Wenxi introduced respectfully. I nodded and motioned for them to sit down. The woman saw the cigar in the ashtray and said in surprise, "Gurkha Royal Courtesan Cigar. He is worthy of being the chairman of Bachin Group and a billionaire." I smiled and looked at her. "Ma'am, what's your name?" She sat down without any hesitation and said, "My name is Xueli." The guy who looks like the Pirates of the Caribbean is my senior brother Zhang Sanlian, and the bald guy is my junior brother Shirtu. She continued, the tomb of the king of you are looking for is an extremely dangerous place. We have made full preparations, and the success rate is not low. I pondered for a moment, and I understood a little, so I held out my hand to signal the assistant to hand over 3 cigars. Miss Shirley, I'm a straightforward person, and I won't let you down with the price. As long as you can get the job done, I'll raise the price. But before that, can you let me see your skills? I don't mean anything else. It's just that I've been very interested in your industry since I was a child, and I even often read Nampai Sanchu's books. Shueli chuckled, stretched out her green right hand, placed the cigar in her palm, then gently held it, and then opened her hand. The cigarette suddenly disappeared. Mr. Su, this is not magic. At the same time, he flashed and took back the cigar from above Zhang Sanlian's head, and the cigar in Zhang Sanlian's hand had just been lit. I nodded and clapped my hands. Good trick. In that case, I won't say any more. Just listen carefully to what I'm looking for. Finally, I negotiated a price of 5 million with them and set a mission. The 3 tomb robbers would go to find the remaining 3 of the 6 swords of King Yu. A deposit of 30% will be paid, and the remaining 20% will be paid after the news is confirmed. After the bronze sword is returned, the final payment of 50% will be paid. After sending the tomb robbers away, Assistant Xie Wenxi stood aside, his eyes full of doubts. Mr. Su, can these people complete the task? I leaned back on the sofa, smoking a cigar, and pondered for a moment. If Master Partridge and Master Bai were here, there should be no problem. They are the top in the industry. As for these few people, it may not be that easy, I continued. Wouldn't the money we invested be wasted? Xie Wenxi's worries became more and more obvious. I stood up slowly, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, don't worry. Even if they can't do it, they will eventually go to Master Partridge and Master Bai. The assistant's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and he turned around and said, so, sir, you didn't care whether they could find the tomb of the king of you at first, but wanted to use this to find Master Keiqiao and Master Bai? Xie Wenxi was shocked and realized that the gentleman had a foresight that even I could not see through. I just smiled calmly, as if I had thought of something, and asked, how are the arrangements for going to the northeast? It's all arranged. The helicopter will pick you up at 2:30 p.m. You'll have a meeting with Uncle Gue at 5 p.m. Then you'll meet with the leaders of various departments and the foreman at the Jojo banquet at 8 p.m. I nodded. It's well arranged. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the roar of a helicopter was heard outside the manor, and an oversized helicopter landed steadily on the platform. The hatch opened and 2 figures walked out. The leader was a burly middle-aged man wearing green light armor. He looked energetic and respectfully called out, Mr. Su. I nodded and smiled. Ahu, thank you for your hard work. Ahu shook his head. Working for the Sir is not that hard. He handed me a bulletproof vest. Please put it on, Mr. Su. Ahu was my parents' confidant. After I left Beichin Group, he stayed by my side until he died, protecting me during the spiritual energy revival. I didn't refuse. I took off my suit, put on my vest, put on my suit, and after I got ready, I said, let's go. My assistant Xie Wenxi quickly followed with the suitcase. Soon after, the cabin door closed, the helicopter took off, and flew quickly to the northeast. The distance between Tianjin and the northeast is not far, and the helicopter flies very fast. It arrived at the destination in less than 2.5 hours. At the airport, several people were already waiting. The leader was an old man in a Zhongshan suit. When he saw me get off the plane, he immediately ran up to me and said, Mr. Su, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I nodded and said sincerely, Uncle Gue, thank you for your hard work. Uncle Gue is my father's confidant. He is in charge of the Beichin branch in the northeast and has extensive connections with the local government and Grey forces. After his spiritual energy was revived, he fought bravely against the aliens until he was finally torn apart by the beast. 10 minutes later, we arrived at a secret meeting room in a hotel. I sat in the main seat, surrounded by more than 10 people, including Uncle Gue, Ahu, Xie Wenxi, and some veterans of Beichin Group. These people followed me and my parents through the founding and expansion of Beichin Group, and later, everyone resolutely followed me to leave Beichin. Glancing around, I said, you should all know why I asked you to come here. Seeing someone puzzled, I nodded. You are right. Selling Beichin Group shares was not a rash decision on my part. Uncles, you should understand that I, Sushian, am not the only one with courage. Uncle Gue nodded quickly. We understand that the North Star Group has grown so rapidly that it has overwhelmed Sony, Samsung, and Microsoft and has become a global powerhouse. But we don't understand why, at the critical moment, you decided to sell your shares, benefiting people like Luo Sun who colluded with both insiders and outsiders. Others also echoed, Bachin Group has grown so big, and now is the right time. Why do you want to sell your shares, Mr. Su? Wouldn't it make others laugh at you? I glanced around and found that Zhao Jiangwo, whom my parents trusted the most, was not there. I felt a little disappointed, but I didn't say anything. After a few seconds of silence, I pressed my hands lightly, and the room immediately became quiet. I slowly said, I will not explain the issue of shares for now. You will know it later, so I will not mention it today. My tone was calm, but it had a power that could not be refuted. Everyone immediately shut up and looked at me. The purpose of my coming to the Northeast today, and what I'm going to say next, no one can leak a single word. Everyone nodded. These people were trustworthy. After the spiritual energy was revived, they held on to the end. Our goal is to find a 1,000-year-old Thunderwood tree deep in the Dan Mountains. This tree has withstood thousands of thunderstorms and has survived thousands of years of wind and rain. However, our external reason is to inspect the Dayangling scenic area, and if necessary, we will send a large number of people to conduct surveys. I have communicated with the relevant departments to ensure that it will not attract too much attention. But what I am most worried about is that Luo Sun might become suspicious. If the news leaks out, we will be in huge trouble. At this time, Assistant Xia Wenxi began to project the PPT on the screen and explain the specific situation of the Lei Mu tree. Everyone concentrated on watching the screen. What was displayed on the big screen was a huge tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Its bark was charred, but it still stood tall. The surrounding area was barren, as if it had monopolized all resources. Everyone knows that there is a tradition in the Northeast to use lightning-struck wood to ward off evil spirits. But this lightning-struck wood is different from ordinary lightning-struck wood. Although it has been struck by lightning many times, it has never fallen down. The assistant stood up and switched to the next screen. According to speculation, this tree grows in the deepest primeval forest of Dayangling. That place has not been fully explored yet, so the mission must be carried out with caution. After the instructions were given, the meeting quickly dispersed, and the elders immediately began to prepare. The Dayangling area is vast, and thousands of people are needed, so keeping information confidential is a huge challenge. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the atmosphere in the luxurious private room of the Jojo banquet was lively. The director of the Tourism Bureau raised his glass with a smile and said, Mr. Su, thank you for investing a huge amount of money in the scenic area. The return in the future will definitely be generous. I smiled and raised my glass, slightly lower than the director's rim. Thank you for your hard work, Director. For the construction of the Tourism Bureau, I will provide $10 million in funding free of charge after this is over. The director's expression was moved, and he immediately lowered the rim of his glass and said seriously, Don't worry, Mr. Su. This project will definitely be built into a scenic spot. I then provided startup funds to the Cultural Bureau and the Construction Bureau to ensure that the project could start quickly. The foreman also said that a team of 1,000 people had been found, and they would start exploring Dayangling tomorrow. The three directors raised their glasses frequently during the banquet, their smiles becoming wider and wider. You are worthy of being the former chairman of Bachin Group and the youngest business genius in China. They admired me sincerely, but avoided mentioning the sale of shares. After 3 rounds of drinks, the time was right, so I asked my assistant to send the 3 directors away and leave the foreman behind. Mr. Su, do you have anything to say? The foreman smiled slightly, his eyes full of doubt. I got straight to the point. This time we are not only surveying the terrain of Dayangling, I also want your people to go deep into the primeval forest. The foreman frowned. The depths of the forest are extremely dangerous, Mr. Su. Go deep into the forest, 500 per person per day. I proposed the conditions. The foreman said in embarrassment. No one has dared to go deep into Dayangling for so many years. 800 a day. He was silent for a moment, then whispered, 1,000 a day. If you don't accept it, forget it. The foreman's face was moved, and he finally decided, Okay, for Mr. Su's sake, I'll take it. I smiled and said, After the task is completed, the person who finds what I want will receive a reward of 500,000. And you, my friend, will get 5 million. He took a breath and said, Mr. Su is really generous. Don't worry, we will find them as soon as possible. The next morning, in Tianjin, Luo Sun's villa. He woke up to find two young women snuggling beside him. Suddenly, the assistant knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Luo, there is news." Luo Sun woke up immediately, patted the women's faces, and motioned them to go to another room to rest. Sushian went to the northeast and met with the directors of the Tourism Bureau, the Cultural Bureau, and the Construction Bureau. It seems that he is developing a scenic spot for Danling. The assistant reported. Luo Sun frowned. He sold his shares for this? Danling is underdeveloped. I had a plan at the time, but later gave up. He began to pace, and suddenly stopped. Send someone to the northeast to find out what he is planning to do. Yes, Mr. Su. I will arrange it right away. Luo Sun dialed the phone and fell into deep thought. He had already decided not to let Su Xian make a comeback. That day, Su Xian stood on the edge of Danling, with mixed feelings in his heart. After the revival of spiritual energy, many strange creatures emerged in this forest. A great monk once went deep into the forest, found the wood struck by lightning, and forged a divine bow into it with infinite power. Unfortunately, he eventually betrayed mankind. Mr. Su, we are ready to set off. These people are local experts and are absolutely trustworthy. The foreman stood in front of me respectfully and pointed to the team behind him. I nodded and prepared to start the mission. The foreman gave the order. Go! The team neatly carried their equipment and stepped into the depths of the jungle. Sir, there is news from the Tianjin auction. Xia Wensi whispered. Auction? I was moved and felt a little happy. Antiques often appear at auctions, and after the spiritual energy is revived, these antiques may become extremely valuable. Return to Tianjin. I ordered decisively. Forget about this lightning-struck wood for now, and see if there are any suitable items at the auction. On March 7th, 2124, 2 hours before the auction started, my assistant Xia Wensi and I arrived at the Emperor Building. It is rumored that the items in this auction are quite precious, and the antiques are worth a lot of money, which has attracted many industry leaders, wealthy people, and collectors. Before we even reached the elevator, a middle-aged man in a suit with gloomy eyes and small eyes said sarcastically, Hey, Mr. Su, the outstanding entrepreneur of China. Why are you here to attend the auction? He is Xia Jianren, the vice president of operations of Beichin Group. He used to be very obedient to me when I was in Beichin, but now that I have left, he has revealed his true colors. Sushian was too lazy to pay attention to him. This kind of lackey eventually got bored and turned away. As time went on, more and more bigwigs entered the building, handed in the black gold invitation cards, and took the elevator to the auction site. What a coincidence, Mr. Su. I turned around and found that they were some shareholders and directors of the top 10 groups in Tianjin. I nodded slightly as a greeting. In the previous life, after the spiritual energy was revived, these people only cared about their own interests, betrayed China, colluded with the ancient tribes, and brought great disasters to the human race. Assistant Xia Wensi was obviously unhappy, but he knew my character and would never take the initiative without my consent. As more big guys came in, I was too lazy to pay attention to them, so I closed my eyes and stayed out of it. These people who were respectful to me when I was at the helm of Beichin now saw me leave, and their true colors were revealed. Although they stood at the top of the business pyramid, they lacked the vision to plan and strategize, and ultimately failed to break through, and their cultivation stagnated. An hour later, the auction site was already filled with bigwigs and wealthy people from all walks of life. The sound of their whispered conversations came one after another, occasionally reaching my ears. I heard there will be a vase at this auction. It's worth a lot of money. You can pay attention to it. I'm more interested in those strange-shaped jades, which are said to be natural objects from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. There are antiques from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. I also heard that there is a meteorite that is 5,000 years old and extremely rare. My heart couldn't help but move. If these jades absorb spiritual energy, they will turn into spiritual stones for cultivators to use. They are rare treasures. As for the meteorite, I am even more interested in it. In his previous life, Luo Sun collected several meteorites and cast them into treasures, which greatly enhanced the family's strength. Finally, an hour later, the auction officially began. The auctioneer, wearing a tuxedo, walked up to the auction table and began a lengthy introduction. He bowed and said calmly and forcefully, Welcome everyone to participate in this auction. The theme is to explore ancient Chinese culture. The items auctioned this time are all Chinese antiques. They are very old and have extremely high collection value. After the introduction, The Cheongsam girl put forward the first auction item, Tang Sankai low-temperature glazed pottery. The auctioneer began to introduce the first auction item. The starting price is 5 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 500,000. As soon as the auction started, the scene immediately became agitated. Tang Sankai vases have always been the favorite of collectors and are of great value. However, for me, vases have no practical significance. After the resurrection of spiritual energy, such items are only beautiful and have not changed. After several rounds of fierce bidding, a big boss finally won it at a high price of 12 million. Congratulations! Applause broke out at the scene. Then, the auctioneer announced the second auction item, a pair of ancient jade stones of mother and child from the Hwong and Zhou dynasties. He smiled and introduced, the starting price is 1 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. I thought people would bid, but surprisingly, almost no one bid. People thought that the Hwong and Zhou jade might be man-made and did not pay much attention to it. The auctioneer was embarrassed and was about to let the item go, but suddenly I said, 1 million, I want it. Everyone turned to look at me and laughed. Why would he bid that much? The jade from the Hwong and Zhou dynasties is only a few hundred years old. How can it be natural? They continued to laugh at me. Isn't this the #1 prodigal son in Tianjin? I heard that he sold his shares in Beichin, and Luo Sun is now the largest shareholder. Their ridicule of me is not worth mentioning. I know in my heart that this ancient jade stone from the Hwong and Zhou dynasties will become extremely important in the future. These people will regret their ridicule today soon. Chapter 7. Buying a meteorite for 3 billion. The next few items for auction were mostly antiques and calligraphy and paintings. Based on my experience in my previous life, I judged that they had almost no actual value. Although some antiques will absorb the spiritual energy and turn into magic weapons after the spiritual energy is revived, many items remain unchanged. For example, the original painting 100 Ghosts Parade at Night by Wu Daozi has exquisite painting skills and clear lines, but it has not changed at all after the spiritual energy is revived. 7 or 8 auction items were successfully sold at good prices. Ma Dumo was smiling from ear to ear and expected the commission to be at least 1 million, which was almost equivalent to his annual salary. The atmosphere at the auction gradually became more and more heated, especially when it came to some key items. The bidders gradually became like gamblers and the atmosphere was tense. About 40 minutes later, the auction was drawing to a close, and everyone knew that the finale item had not yet appeared. 5 minutes later, all the items were sold, and Ma Dumo smiled mysteriously. Everyone, I believe you all know that the finale item of this auction is inestimable in value. This item goes beyond the scope of antiques and even reveals a civilization unknown to us. Ma Dumo's speaking skills are admirable. He is indeed a high-level auctioneer. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly heated, and everyone began to urge him to reveal the answer quickly. Lao Ma, don't keep us in suspense. Just show us the answer. Yeah, stop playing tricks and let us see it quickly. Everyone started to make a fuss and laugh, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Ma Dumo's smile widened. He looked at everyone and felt that the atmosphere was about right, so he clapped his hands. Then, 2 young ladies wearing slit cheongsams came over, pushing a shelf with sweet smiles. There was an ordinary bronze box on the shelf. It looked inconspicuous, but the bosses present knew that the more ordinary it was, the higher its value. Ma Dumo put on dust-free gloves, gently stroked the bronze box and smiled. This is not ordinary bronze. It is a fusion of 18 rare metals. It is invulnerable to swords and guns and has strong antioxidation properties. I frowned. He just called it a treasure instead of an antique, which means that the thing in the box must be worth a lot of money. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ma Dumo slowly opened the bronze box, revealing the item inside. It was a reddish-brown stone, irregular in shape, the size of a basketball, emitting an unsettling burning breath that made everyone hold their breath. When I saw this stone, I was shocked. It was exactly the same as the meteorite from outer space that Luo Sun had acquired in his previous life. After the spiritual energy was revived, the meteorite was thrown into the secret realm of Hungduan Valley and eventually forged into a powerful, immortal object. Some bigwigs at the scene were disappointed with the stone, thinking it was some precious item, but it turned out to be just an ordinary stone. They started to laugh, but I knew they were deliberately devaluing the stone and suppressing the price to get a low price for themselves. Ma Dumo continued to smile mysteriously. This is not an ordinary stone. After identification, it was found to be a meteorite from outer space 5,000 years ago, containing 80 unknown mineral elements. He paused and continued. These elements have not yet been discovered on the blue planet, and we may need to rewrite the periodic table in the future. A meteorite from outer space, starting price 20 million. Each bid must not be less than 2 million. The auction begins. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense, and all the bigwigs began to pay attention to this stone. I did not hesitate and raised the sign to bid. 30 million. Everyone was shocked, and someone immediately became unhappy. 30 million? I'll offer 32 million. I didn't pause and continued to bid. 50 million. The man was furious. I'm the young chairman of Huaxin Group. Give me some face. 52 million. Huaxin Group is the second largest enterprise in Tianjin after Beichin Group. The young chairman obviously didn't want to offend me for this stone, but there was still a bidder who was not convinced. I will offer 54 million. I directly countered. 80 million. Are you sick? 10 million plus, 20 million plus, and now 30 million directly? The young chairman was furious, but finally swallowed his anger and said, 90 million. I still didn't stop. 150 million. The whole audience was in an uproar, and the bidders on the scene were all shocked. No one dared to bid again. Chairman Xiao turned pale and sat on the chair. In anger, not daring to move, the sexy girl next to him whispered, Xiao Yu, forget it. Xiao Yu was furious and pushed her away fiercely. Shut up. If you say anything more, I will send you to my uncle. The girl was frightened and speechless. Xiao Yu sneered at the last moment. 300 million? I didn't hesitate. 800 million? The whole audience was shocked again. Even the auctioneer Ma Domo was stunned. He really couldn't understand why the auction of a meteorite could reach such an astronomical figure. 1 billion, Xiao Yu shouted angrily. I smiled slightly. 2 billion. The whole place was silent, and everyone was looking at me, unable to believe this auction. Xiao Yu slumped down in his chair, his expression dull, but he was unwilling to give up. 2.5 billion, Xiao Yu shouted angrily. I smiled. 3 billion. I looked at him with satisfaction, knowing that I had completely crushed his self-esteem. The auction finally ended, and I bought the meteorite at a high price, feeling secretly happy. This stone will be very important to me in the future, and it is worth spending any money on it now. Just as I was about to leave, Ma Domo suddenly stopped me and said, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. Our president wants to see you. Chapter 8, Buying Pillstones in Bulk and Going to Hungwan Mountain. Mr. Su, please take a seat. When I walked into the luxurious office on the top floor of the Emperor Building, Sheng Qingping stood up with a smile and welcomed me to sit down. I sat casually on the sofa, and Ma Domo handed me a cigar and lit it himself. Mr. Su has strong financial resources and a unique vision. I admire him very much, Sheng Qingping said. I nodded and looked at him slightly. Sheng Qingping is a Chinese business legend, the founder of the Emperor Group, and almost monopolized the Chinese antique market. After the spiritual energy was revived, he was one of the first merchants to discover this phenomenon and hoard antiques, becoming the person with the most treasures in China. I heard from Du Mo that you are very interested in antiques. I happen to have some items that you may be interested in. Sheng Qingping personally poured tea for me and handed me a cup of golden melon tribute tea. I took a sip, and the tea soup was rich and fragrant. It was obviously a top-grade tea and worth a lot of money. The tea is good. I put down the teacup and said calmly, Can I take out the good stuff that President Xing mentioned? Of course. He clapped his hands, and 2 Cheongsam girls walked into the room, carrying 2 exquisite wooden boxes, placed them on the table, and left. Sheng Qingping opened the wooden box, and inside were a dozen dark red wooden beads, which looked like the elixir in the novels of cultivating immortals. My pupil shrank slightly, and I was excited. Although these pills look ordinary, they're actually pills for exhausted spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy is revived, it can quickly improve the cultivation level. The quality is just average. I calmed down my excitement and looked calm, with a hint of disappointment. Sheng Qingping noticed my emotions and quickly smiled and said, Brother Su, these pills are not simple. They haven't changed color or faded for many years. How about this, 50,000 for one? I was happy in my heart, but I still pretended to be reluctant. That's it, I will buy as many as the president of the event has. Besides these pill stones, do you have anything else? I continued to ask. In the end, I bought a full 100 pills for 5 million. According to my experience in my previous life, after these pills absorb spiritual energy, they will become high-level pills, which are enough for me to break through to the Shinzong realm. Brother Su, there are some things I need to make clear between friends. Sheng Qingping looked solemn and said, You offended Huaxin Group and the 9 groups at the auction this time. Xiaoyu will definitely cause trouble for you. I nodded and said calmly, Thank you for the reminder. Although these groups can be a threat for a while, everything will change when the spiritual energy recovers. Returning to the manor, I began to take stock of the current assets and the time for the spiritual energy to recover. The spiritual energy will be revived on October 20th, 2124. The anomaly has already appeared 3 months ago. All arrangements must be completed within these 3 months to seize the initiative. Currently, 3 bronze swords have been collected, which are enough to activate the sword formation, but the Tomb of the King of You is hidden deep, and the other 3 may take some time to collect. Millennium lightning wood and meteorites from outer space will become powerful resources in the future. I have purchased 100 pill stones, but it is still far from enough. Fortunately, Sheng Qingping has a wide network of contacts and can secretly help me continue to purchase. At present, the assets are still more than 30 billion, which is enough to continue the layout. Next, I am going to the next important place. March 8th, 2124, Hengduan Mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, I looked up at the peaks and was shocked. The Hengduan Mountains are located in the northwest, 7,000 meters above sea level, with clouds and mist shrouding the peaks, winding mountains and magnificent scenery. This mountain was also where Luo Sun planned to build a scenic spot, but it failed to materialize due to the difficult environment and huge engineering. I spent tens of billions to buy this mountain with the intention of using this area as a key point in the future. Standing in the valley, I felt a sense of tranquility. Here, the conditions needed for the revival of spiritual energy were present. Ahu, get ready and go to Yunbei. Okay, Mr. Su. I looked at the mountains in the distance, and I had a clear direction in my mind, ready to embark on a new journey. Chapter 9, Crazy Old Man, Acquiring Immortal Level Kung Fu. On the afternoon of March 14th, 2124, Sushian waited in a street noodle shop in Yunbei ancient town for 4 days, ordering a bowl of noodles every day and waiting quietly. Sir, will he show up? The assistant was obviously impatient, with doubts in his eyes. I don't know. I shook my head with a firm look, but we have to keep waiting. According to my memories of my previous life, after the revival of spiritual energy, many precious martial arts secrets appeared in the ancient town of Yunbei, and the most mysterious one was Lujia village. Rumor has it that there is a crazy old man here whose books are considered to be magical secrets, but the locals regard him as a liar. At this time, an old man with unkempt hair and unshaven beard came over, leaning on a cane, and walked slowly to the opposite side of the noodle shop. After he sat down, he opened the cloth bag, and the books were scattered all over the floor. Then he began to shout loudly, Come and take a look, the secret book of divine skills. Don't miss it. The people around laughed and said, The old man is out to cheat again. But the old man didn't care at all, and snorted coldly. How can you ordinary people understand the magic skills? Suddenly, he saw me, and his smile became brighter in an instant. Sir, the book is 50 yuan. Buy more and get a discount. If you are lucky, I will sell it to you today. I glanced at the books on the ground. Although they were crudely made, the illustrations of the moves inside made me sure that these books contained the cultivation methods after the revival of spiritual energy. This copy of Tathagatapam is extremely powerful. Buy one, get one free, he said, handing me a book. I opened the book Tathagatapam and saw some of the annotations. The handwriting was different, and they were actually curses against the old man. The old man smiled awkwardly and said, Actually, I wrote these words myself. Do you believe it? I smiled and said, Pack it up. The old man happily packed up the books and handed them to me. Sir, the total is 3,500 yuan, and I'll give you 10 extra books. The assistant quickly took out cash to pay. I secretly calculated in my mind that most of these skills are low level and suitable for initial practice. But it is obviously not enough for the later stage. Fortunately, Sheng Qingping has already started to collect some more advanced techniques. After selling the books, the old man immediately ran to the noodle shop to eat crazily, looking very satisfied. However, I felt something was wrong, and suddenly remembered that after the spiritual energy was revived, a fragment of a heavenly technique appeared in the ancient town of Yunbei. This technique can greatly improve the strength of the cultivator and can almost compete with the true king of the ancient clan. I stood up, walked to the noodle shop, sat opposite the old man, and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any real magical skill?" The old man's eyelids twitched, and although it was hard to detect, I caught it. He replied vaguely, "These are all magical skills. How could they be fake?" I watched him quietly, waiting for him to let down his guard. Finally, he glanced around and whispered, "Can you afford it?" I smiled, tapped my fingers gently in the teacup, and wrote down 6 numbers, 6 nines. The old man saw this and quickly reacted, whispering, "Okay, come find me in the evening." That night, I went to the dilapidated temple in Lujia village as agreed. The dilapidated temple gave people a sense of extraordinariness, and I thought to myself, could there be another mystery here? I sent a short text message to my assistant and arranged to buy the dilapidated temple in the northeast of Lujia village. I pushed open the wooden door and saw the old man waiting for me. He smiled and handed me a parchment book. I opened the book and saw the dense text inside, which seemed to be Tibetan, Mongolian, or Sanskrit, and was completely unrecognizable. This book exudes an ancient atmosphere and gives people a profound feeling. I instantly recognized that this book is the legendary, ancient heavenly book, Heavenly Scroll. After the spiritual energy was revived, the monks used it to reach the top. I looked at the old man and asked, "Name your price." The old man smiled and held up 5 fingers. 50 million. I agreed. Deal, 50 million. The old man was obviously surprised. This amount is a bit large, so we may need to pay it in batches. Give me your bank card number. I casually took out the card number, and a few minutes later, I received a transfer of 10 million. You should move to another place. If you have similar skills, remember to contact me. I left this sentence when I left and started planning the future in my heart. Chapter 10. Layout: Luo Sun's son falls into the trap. On March 20th, 2124, after Sushian returned to the manor, he properly stored all the purchased items and then began to plan the next layout. During these 6 days, Shueli's feedback was that although the tomb of the King of Yu had not yet been completely found, there were some clues, and it was expected to be found soon. However, Sushian was not impatient. Based on his experience in his previous life, the revival of spiritual energy would only attract the attention of major forces 1 month before, so he still had 5 months to make arrangements. The progress at Danling is also good. Although the 1,000-year-old lightning struck wood has not been found yet, a lot of lightning struck wood has been discovered. Although the quality is not ideal, the foreman guarantees that the target wood can be found. Sushian did not rush to act. He sat quietly in the bedroom, sipping red wine and staring out the window. He was waiting for news that would make him happy. "Come in." Assistant Xia Wensi walked in, holding a tablet in his hand, with a happy expression. "Sir, Luo Tian has joined the game." Su Xian's eyes flashed a gleam, and he smiled. "Notify them they can start now." Xia Wensi nodded respectfully. "Yes." The scene then switches to Tianjing's largest nightclub, Paradise on Earth. In a luxurious box, Luo Tian was with several young girls. His face was unhappy, and he was obviously in a bad mood. Luo Tian was dissatisfied with being excluded from Beichin Group, especially when he saw his half-brother Luo Xiong was promoted to vice president of finance, which made him even more angry. Today he came to the nightclub for fun, but accidentally got into trouble. "Why are you crying? Do you know who I am? I'm the young chairman of Beichin Group." He took out a black and gold card, threw it to a crying woman, and shouted angrily, "Take it, it's enough for you to spend." Just when the atmosphere was tense, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and several young men with colorful hair and fashionable clothes walked in. Shui Yi, the leader, walked towards Luo Tian with a smile, obviously an old acquaintance. "Mr. Luo, why are you so angry?" Shui Yi asked. Luo Tian blew out a smoke ring and said in an unhappy tone, "You know, I hate women crying the most. Deal with it quickly and don't affect our relationship." Shui put away his smile and walked to the side of the girl who was left behind. The moment he saw her, his face changed and he whispered, "Mr. Luo, I'm afraid something is wrong." Luo Tian was stunned and stood up. "What do you mean?" Shui whispered. "Do you know who this girl is? She is the school beauty of Tianjin University's music department, Ding Lingling. She is the only daughter of Ding Yishan, the director of Tianjin Finance Bureau, and the lily of Tianjin's socialite circle." Hearing this, Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, and then he cursed. What are you doing? Are you trying to trick me? Shui took a deep breath and said slowly. We ran into her by chance, but she disappeared last night. Today we found out that she was the girl you were with last night. Luo Tian looked at the missing person notice on his phone and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. He was in a panic and didn't know what to do. He could only call his brother Luo Sun in a hurry. Quick, let me help you settle it. However, Shui stopped him. No, you can't let him know. If he knows, he might tell father, and then you won't be able to bear the consequences. Luo Tian eagerly grabbed Shui's arm, like grabbing a life-saving straw. Boss Shui, help me. Shui showed a hint of irony in his smile and said slowly, if you could take out a few antiques, maybe you can let her keep this secret. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment and immediately agreed. No problem. Go and communicate. Shui nodded. Just pretend you know nothing now and wait for my news. Luo Tian nodded quickly. Okay, I'll listen to you, please. Chapter 11. Purchasing Bodi seeds at a high price. Is Luo Tian in trouble? On March 21st, 2124, in Luo Tian's room, Ding Lingling looked at Luo Tian with a smile, her tone carrying an obvious threat. You don't want your father and elder brother to know, right? Luo Tian's body trembled slightly, and when he heard his elder brother's name, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He knew that if his elder brother caught this handle, his disadvantage in the family inheritance would be irreversible. Miss Ding, please tell me what you need. I will do my best to satisfy you. He respectfully poured a cup of tea with a flattering smile. Ding Lingling raised her chin slightly, her eyes calm. I heard that Mr. Luo is very interested in antiques. Does he have a lot of good stuff? Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he nodded reluctantly. There are indeed some, but most of them are not rare items. If Miss Ding is interested, you can go to my collection room to take a look. Ding Lingling thought for a moment, nodded, and followed Luo Tian to the collection room. Pushing open the door, a collection room of more than 600 square meters appeared inside, surrounded by calligraphy and paintings, ancient swords displayed in glass cabinets, and blue and white porcelain vases placed on the table. Luo Tian proudly began to explain. I bought this sword from a Venetian merchant. It is said to be a Han sword from the Sui and Tang dynasties. I bought this painting in Jiangnan 3 years ago. It is said to be an authentic work of the painting saint. And this night shining pearl is from the East China Sea. Ding Lingling was so absorbed in the collection that she showed surprise and admiration. Luo Tian was very proud and satisfied with her praise. After the introduction, Ding Lingling suddenly shook her head and said with a smile, Mr. Luo, although these collections are precious, they are not old enough. To me, they are not rare. Luo Tian's heart tightened, cold sweat gradually appeared, and he asked nervously, Then what else do you need? Ding Lingling said calmly, If there is nothing more valuable, then you know the consequences. Luo Tian said hurriedly, I do have a treasure that I bought from a Tibetan temple, but I never dared to take it out. Ding Lingling's eyes flashed with curiosity. Oh, this is interesting. Why didn't Luo Xiao tell you earlier? Luo Tian immediately walked to the deepest corner, opened a white safe, and took out a box. After the box was opened, there was a pitch-black Bodi seed inside. It was irregular in shape and looked inconspicuous. This Bodi seed was given to me by a great monk. Tell me it will shine in the future. Ding Lingling glanced at it, frowned slightly, and smiled contemptuously. This Bodi seed is just an ordinary dried object. How can it be worth showing off? Luo Tian hurriedly retorted, Miss Ding, you misunderstood. Although it looks insignificant now, I believe it has great potential. Ding Lingling smiled and said, In that case, please sell the Bodi seed to me. I promise not to pass it on to others. Luo Tian hesitated for a moment and finally agreed, I spent a lot of money on this Bodi seed, and I am really reluctant to part with it. Ding Lingling's eyes turned cold. Luo Tian nodded hurriedly. Okay, as long as Miss Ding doesn't leak what happened last night, I will sell it to you. Ding Lingling smiled. That's right. How about 50 million? Luo Tian's eyes widened, and he was excited. He only spent a little over 10 million yuan, and such a premium made him happy. No, 50 million is 50 million. That's enough for last night. Ding Lingling smiled, took the Bodi seed, and left without looking back. Luo Tian looked at his phone and saw a text message that the account had reached 10 million. He smiled triumphantly. In the evening, at Sushian's manor, Xiao Wensi handed the Bodi seed to Sushian. who smiled with satisfaction. This Bodi seed may seem ordinary, but after its spiritual energy is revived, it will become a treasure and the key to improving cultivation. Xia Wenxi continued, "It is said that when Luo Tian bought it in Tibet, a high monk told him about the uniqueness of this item." Sushian. Chapter 12. Tibetan monk presents dragon-shaped stone. March 22nd, 2124, 11 a.m., Longhu Monastery, Tibet. According to the information he collected, Sushian found the origin of the Luo Tian Bodhi tree. When he saw the plaque at the entrance of the temple, his heart moved slightly. Longhu Temple, this place seems inexplicably familiar. Suddenly, some bizarre memories flooded into my mind like a tide, intermittently, as if being cut. It's actually here? Based on these memories and fragmented images, Sushian suddenly remembered that in his previous life, the Dragon and Tiger Temple was located in the northwestern border of China and was the first to be attacked by ancient tribes and ferocious beasts. At the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy, the land of China was in chaos, with ferocious beasts everywhere, ancient tribes invading, and countless casualties. The Tibetan monks of the Longhu Temple, relying on the long-standing heritage and abundant spiritual power of this place, as well as the ancient formations, resisted the ancient tribe and the ferocious beasts for 3 whole years. In the end, they were not defeated until a strong man of the true king level arrived. Since then, the entire northwest territory was lost, and the true king of the ancient clan led a 1,000,000-strong army and marched straight in, engaging in an endless battle with the Chinese warriors. The Longhu Temple was also the backbone of the resistance against foreign invaders. All the people in the temple fought to the death, and no one was spared. After calming down his thoughts and emotions, Sushian straightened his clothes and walked through the door. Clang! The melodious bells rang out, and the square in front of the temple was empty. Sushian was a little confused and continued to walk inside. At this time, the gate of the inner courtyard slowly opened, and a young monk in a monk's robe walked out, clasping his hands together. "This donor, would you like to burn incense and pray or listen to Buddha's teachings?" Sushian nodded slightly. "Since you have come to listen to the Buddha's teachings and burn incense to pray, please guide me, master." Sushian had great respect for the monks of Longhu Temple because of various things that happened in his past life. After all, in this materialistic and impetuous age, it was so precious to have such a passionate group of Buddhist disciples who were dedicated to fighting demons and defending the way. "This way, please." The young monk led Sushian into the inner courtyard and came to the main hall. The main hall, the entrance to the Mahavira Hall. He lowered his voice and said, "You have come at the right time. The host is giving a lecture on Buddhist scriptures. If you are interested, you can enter through the side door. Please keep quiet." Sushian raised his head slightly and looked at the dozens of steps in front of him. He heard a vigorous and powerful voice coming from inside, which made him feel as if he had been enlightened. He nodded and entered through the side door under the guidance of the young monk. The entire hall is about several hundred square meters. On the main seat, a monk wearing a bright red cassock with kind eyes and white eyebrows and beard is lecturing on Buddhist scriptures. He holds a Buddhist rosary in his left hand and clasps his right hand together. His expression is pious and his tone is natural. The appearance of the eminent monk is deeply rooted in people's hearts. There were more than 30 monks kneeling on cushions in the main hall, their eyes staring straight ahead with a pious look, sometimes with sudden enlightenment in their eyes, sometimes with confusion. Sushian's arrival didn't even attract anyone's attention, so he just sat down quietly and listened. The host smiled and spoke slowly, but he was clearly telling a story. It was raining heavily that day, and the roads were muddy. Monk Tanshan was traveling with his fellow Taoists. On the way, they met a beautiful woman who was unable to walk through the muddy path because she was wearing a silk dress. The monk Tanshan then picked up the girl, walked across the muddy path, and then put her down. All the way, the Taoist friend was unhappy and silent. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked Tanshan, "Monks don't like women, especially beautiful women. So why did you hug her?" Guess how Tanshan responded? The abbot smiled and glanced at the monks around him. The monks were thinking hard and shook their heads to indicate that they did not know. At this time, Sushian suddenly said, "I think Tanshan must have answered like this. Is that a woman? I put her down long ago. Are you still holding her?" As soon as these words came out, the whole hall fell silent. The host nodded slightly and said, "Just as the donor said, if you can take it and put it down, All beings are equal, so why are there men and women? The monks in the hall were all shocked. They looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and were amazed at his wisdom and understanding. Afterwards, the host told some Buddhist stories in a humorous and instructive way, which made the monks in the hall laugh, understand, and think from time to time. 40 minutes later, as the bell rang, the Buddhist teaching ended and the monks left on their own in an orderly manner. Only the abbot and Sushian were left in the entire hall. Sushian did not hide anything and stated his intention directly, saying, "Hello, Master. I came to Longhu Temple this time to ask you something. I hope you can tell me." The host raised his hand and smiled gently. "Donor, please feel free to speak. The Buddha, do not tell lies. 3 years ago, the Master gave a young man a dried Bodi seed. Now it has come into my hands by chance. I would like to ask the Master, where did this Bodi seed come from?" Sushian did not hide it and asked directly. "This Bodi seed will become a rare treasure after the spiritual energy is revived. If you can know its origin in advance, you can purchase it in advance, and then the treasure will be in endless supply." The host clasped his hands together, as if nothing had happened. "It seems that the donor has a connection with him. I found this Bodi seed by chance in the mountains. That day, I saw that the man and this Bodi seed seemed to have a causal relationship, so I gave it to him as a gift. Unexpectedly, this person insisted on buying it, thus cutting off the chance of getting this Bodi seed. Now it is in the hands of the donor. It seems that this item has a cause and effect with the donor." Sushian was slightly disappointed. If that was the case, the Bodi seeds could not be mass-produced, so he nodded and said, "Thank you, Master. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Sushian slowly stood up, bowed with both hands, and prepared to leave. "Please stay, benefactor." The host suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Today, the donor came to Longhu Temple. Maybe this is the opportunity. Now that you have obtained the Bodi seed, if my guess is correct, the Dragon Tiger Temple may need your help in the future." Sushian was horrified, and his pupils shrank. This host seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Could it be that he also knew that the spiritual energy would revive and the catastrophe would come in a few months? Don't be surprised. I am just guessing. But since you are here, I have something to give you. The host smiled. "May I ask what it is?" "Just follow me." Half an hour later, at the back mountain of Longhu Temple, Sushian followed the host and quickly reached the halfway point of the mountain. The host suddenly turned around and asked, "Donor, what do you think of the topography of this mountain?" Sushian stood on the mountainside, looking down. The mountains were stacked one on top of another, undulating and winding, connected together, and surprisingly, it looks like a giant beast lying prone. Judging from its head, tail, and body, it looks like a tiger or leopard. The host nodded slightly, smiled without saying anything, and then pointed to the mountains above his head. Sushian raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and was startled. He said in a lost voice, "Surrounded by mountains above my head. It's like a flying dragon in the sky." The host smiled and said nothing. After a moment, he said, "I once found something on this mountainside by chance. I couldn't figure out the mystery behind it, so I kept it." As he spoke, he bent down, pulled aside the dry grass, and took out a dragon-shaped stone, which was pitch black and of unknown type. He handed it over. "This item is destined to be with you. I will give it to you today. I also hope that you can come to your aid when the time comes, and don't let the Dragon Tiger Temple disappear. Even if I only have a trace of Buddhist seed, a disciple, I hope the donor can help me for today's sake." Sushian was more and more frightened. He felt that the host was an unfathomable and high-ranking monk. Although he was not very specific, he seemed to have vaguely known about the revival of spiritual energy. So he nodded and said, "Please rest assured if that day comes, I, Sushian, will definitely come to your aid." "In that case, please," Sushian suddenly said. "To be honest, I came here this time with something else I want to take away." Chapter 13. Zulong Tendons and Veins. The monk passed away. If it were an ordinary person, Sushian's behavior would be considered as pushing the limit and being a little ignorant. However, the abbot of Longhu Temple did not feel angry, nor did he think that he was greedy. Instead, he smiled and said, "What? It is a beast tendon that cannot be penetrated by water or fire, cannot be cut by swords or knives, and cannot be broken by great force. It is extremely resilient." Sushian naturally couldn't describe it directly. The ancestral dragon's tendons only began to show their functions and effects after the revival of spiritual energy. They were also the key items for making fairy-level weapons together with the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. The mountain breeze blew, and the abbot of Longhu Temple suddenly put away his smile, letting his robes flutter. The Buddhist beads on his neck were blown by the wind, and they collided with each other, making a dull sound. Have you thought it through, benefactor? The host suddenly looked solemn and serious, as if he was asking about a major matter that concerned everyone in the world. Sushian looked determined, nodded, his eyes full of piety, without any hesitation. The host nodded slightly and looked up at the dragon-shaped mountain, which was rolling and undulating. Under the sunlight, it looked like a prehistoric beast about to awaken, and a murderous aura rose to the sky. He then chanted a Buddhist name, as if he had made up his mind, and said slowly, "Since the donor has already considered it, I will not say anything more. I just want to tell you that this animal tendon is a rare item. Once you decide to use it, you will have to bear the consequences. If you are able to fully use it one day, don't forget your original intention." Sushian nodded and said, "I will definitely live up to your trust." According to memories and speculations from previous lives, this dragon and tiger temple is located at the foot of the Himalayas and has an extraordinary origin. It is said that it has been built for thousands of years and has undergone countless repairs, but it still stands. After the revival of spiritual energy, great changes took place. At the top of the mountain, the ancestor dragon awakens, and eternity continues. At the foot of the mountain, tigers roar in the forest, and a great formation is formed by nature. The dragon and tiger temple also relies on these ancient formations to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resist the countless attacks of ferocious beasts and ancient tribes, and protect the dragon and tiger temple for many years. At noon, Sushian stayed in the temple, with green lamps, ancient Buddhas, vegetarian meals, and scriptures. He was completely away from worldly troubles, which made him feel unprecedented tranquility and emptiness. Those monks also became monastics and had no interest in the outside world or fame and fortune. They didn't even ask him about worldly matters. They just ate vegetarian meals, listened to Buddhist scriptures, chopped wood, and fetched water in obscurity. After dinner, Sushian followed the abbot to the Zen room. In the center, there was a large regular script character written in thick brushstrokes. Quiet. There was a worn-out cushion below, covered with a layer of hair, obviously showing its age. The host took out a 2-meter-long animal tendon from the corner. It was brown, plain, and very soft. He handed it over. "This should be the animal tendon you want." Sushian took it, touched, and observed it carefully, and found that the surface of the animal tendon was rough, and there was nothing special about it. He pulled it with a little force and found that it had amazing elasticity. At the same time, there were waves of obscure, murderous aura coming from the beast tendons, which seemed to be there and not there. Sushian felt relieved. This beast tendon was exactly the same as the ancestral dragon tendons from his previous life. Both in appearance and touch, they were exactly the same. Especially this kind of indescribable aura, it can be confirmed. "Thank you, Master. If there is any trouble in the dragon and tiger temple in the future, I will protect you." Sushian clasped his hands together and saluted with a firm expression. The trip was fruitful. In addition to finding the ancestral dragon's tendons, we also obtained a dragon-shaped stone. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing treasures these two things could create in the future. The host closed his eyes, sat on the cushion, and said no more. Sushian slowly stood up and left the meditation room. After walking out of Longhu Temple, he looked back at the plaque and set out on the journey home with his assistant. What Sushian didn't know was that as they were leaving, a monk walked into the meditation room and found that the abbot had passed away. In Longhu Temple, all the monks came to the meditation room and saw the old abbot sitting on the cushion, already dead. They put their palms together and chanted the Buddha's name in unison. Amitabha. On this day, the abbot of Longhu Temple, Venerable Fong, passed away. Temples across the country were shaken, and countless monks observed a moment of silence. When Sushian returned to Tianjin, he also learned the news. He was shocked and understood that Elder Fong had let go of his worries and had no more concerns. He passed away and ascended into the sky, truly entering the Buddhist world, breaking off his past and settling the 6 causes and effects. March 22nd, 2124, evening, Sushian Manor. There are less than 7 months left before the official arrival of spiritual energy revival. According to the trajectory and experience of the previous life, About 3 months before the revival of spiritual energy, some prophets had already begun to predict it and started to prepare. These people formed a large force, collecting antiques everywhere, and seemed to know some secrets. After 2 months, more and more people had sensed the trend and started to pay attention to antiques, but there were still many wealthy people who did not take any action. By the time there was only 1 month left, the group of people who first got involved in collecting already had many treasures in their hands, which also made them pioneers after the revival of spiritual energy. However, those wealthy people still did not take any action and were reluctant to spend the money they had. It wasn't until the spiritual energy revived, various animals mutated, ancient ferocious beasts suddenly appeared, and the ancient tribe came to the earth in depression that things began to get really chaotic. Time is running out. I wonder what's going on at Danling and the tomb of the king of Yu. Sushian was shaking the red wine glass, half lying on the sofa, his thoughts drifting. At present, he has collected many treasures that he knows about, and there are still some that need to be found. He even has 30 billion left to spend. It seems that we must speed up the process. Otherwise, we will not be able to keep up with the pace of the invasion of ferocious beasts. 3 days later, in the Far East on a small island, there is a Taoist temple called Baiyun Temple. An old Taoist priest with silver hair, tied up and wearing a green lotus crown on his head and a Tai Chi Yin-Yang Taoist robe in clear black and white, stands at the gate of the Taoist temple, gazing at the boundless sea. There was a whisk inserted diagonally behind his back, his hands were behind his back, and a hint of surprise appeared on his weathered face. Beside him were two young Taoists, one tall and one short, one big and one small. The older one was about 20 years old, and the younger one looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Elder Fong has passed away. The old Taoist priest spoke slowly, with emotion and sigh. Master, are you familiar with him? The old Taoist priest did not answer immediately, but stared at the sunset glow on the sea level, lost in thought, and after a while he slowly spoke. Yes, he is an old friend of Master. Then he turned around, a kind smile appeared on his face, and he stroked the little Taoist's head. He is one of the few people that Master respects in his life. Then he added, he was an extraordinary monk and a true Buddha. Chapter 14. Overwhelming Public Opinion. China's #1 prodigal son. Time passed quickly like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period of time, Sushian relied on his memories of his previous life to spend billions of Chinese yuan to buy antiques to fill his house. There is a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum taken from Kunlun Mountain, which is a dark mass. There is the Polygonum multiflorum vine dug from the southern forests, which is said to cure all diseases and prolong life. There are rare fruits picked from the deep mountains and old forests in the extreme northern plateau, which will not rot even when they are dry. At the same time, the news that he spent money like water and squandered tens of billions of cash spread throughout Tianjin. It only took 2 months for him to go from being the genius of the group and China's top young entrepreneur to being the laughingstock he is today. This was naturally fueled by Luo Sun and the 9 major groups. In the face of public opinion, it is not difficult for elites to become clowns. The power of the media is very strong, and the transmission speed of the internet is also very fast. Keyboard warriors and internet trolls have joined the vortex of hotspot makers and started to show their skills. Those clickbait headlines follow the hot topics closely and write one article after another with sharp wording and incisive tone. All social media platforms were constantly reporting these shocking things, and some even began to reveal that all of Sushian's past achievements in Beichen were due to the collective efforts of his think tank, and that he, Sushian, was just reaping the fruits of the team's victory. Some people even went so far as to claim that Sushian took advantage of his position to sexually assault women in the company. Everything swept in like a storm, instantly becoming a hot topic and staying at the top of the list for a week. Even the hot topic of a well-known singer's album release could not make it to the top of the list. Sushian Manor. See how Wensi took the tablet and started muttering. The chairman of the Tianjin First Group, Beichen Group, was found incompetent by the group and was forced to withdraw from the group and sell his shares. He then used this huge amount of cash to continuously purchase those bizarre and useless antiques. This is really incomprehensible. Sushian held his chin with 2 fingers and shook his head. It's not eye-catching enough. No wonder he has so few likes. Xia Wensi smiled bitterly, looked up at his boss, and then continued to read the next article. Beichen elders, current chairman Luo Sun and vice chairman Zhao Zhengwo, tried hard to persuade him to stay, but to no avail. Sushian was young and arrogant, and looked down on everyone. He resolutely gave up Beichen Group and his parents' decades of hard work. He's worth tens of billions. He's only in his 20s and running a business. He's actually spending a ton of money on a lot of worthless antiques. Beichen Group Chairman Luo Sun held a press conference and revealed that the 8th generation of drone products will be unparalleled in the world. Beichen's stock price once again hit the daily limit. Faced with overwhelming public opinion and reports with ulterior motives, Sushian knew clearly in his heart that these were either operated by Luo Sun and the 9 major groups, or some editors and reporters wanted to get some traffic. It seems that Luo Sun has run out of tricks to increase Beichen's stock price by this means. Sushian played with a red wine glass in his hand, his heart calm. He was naturally very clear about Luo Sun's strength. He is not good at exploring, nor at maintaining the status quo. His strategic vision is not as good as the top executives of the 9 major groups. He is quite opportunistic. Letting him be the chairman of the group will only lead Beichen to decline. But it doesn't matter anymore. Today is April 20th, 2124. There are only 6 months left until the official arrival of spiritual energy revival. By then, the money of these groups will be no different from waste paper. Their assets will be the same as scrap. Only antiques that are very old and have special properties may be able to play a role. By that time, the monetary system had undergone a major change. People no longer used money to communicate, but instead exchanged everything for spirit stones. Mr. Su, do we need to attack? Attack. Sushian turned his head and smiled mysteriously. Of course we have to attack, but not fight back. Vinci, I want you to use all the media power, unite various social media platforms, spend a lot of money, add fuel to the flames, and make this fire burn even more fiercely. Xia Wenci looked at the boss with some surprise, his face full of confusion. Do as I say. Yes. Then the assistant left the room, leaving Sushian alone. In fact, Sushian's idea is very simple. His prodigal behavior of selling shares and purchasing antiques with cash has attracted widespread attention, but most people still reserve their opinions, and the situation has not yet become an established fact. As a result, his behavior will attract special attention, which will be very unfavorable to his subsequent arrangements, especially the Millennium Lightning-struck wood and the 6 swords of the King of Yu, which are of great importance. Instead of doing this, it would be better to add fuel to the fire and completely solidify your image as a prodigal son. Then no matter how much you do, it won't cause much of a stir and will instead be gradually forgotten. And when it came to that critical moment, they started to purchase antiques on a large scale and made large-scale layouts. According to memories from previous lives, about 3 months after the spiritual energy revived, a mysterious force intervened and began collecting it in advance. Sure enough, under Xia Wenxi's arrangement, the top 10 live broadcast platforms and 8 major social platforms began to release news and short videos related to Sushian, and various up-hosts began to explain. The most common thing is that Sushian sold his shares, squandered his family fortune, and spent money extravagantly, and he went from being China's #1 business genius and the youngest chairman to the #1 prodigal son, which makes people feel infinitely regretful and sigh. Dianling is a place with few people and poor transportation. Building a scenic spot here is like opening a supermarket on the moon. It is simply a pipe dream. Spending $1 billion to auction a so-called meteorite from outer space is really crazy. With this money, if you just invest in any project, wouldn't you make a lot of money? At the same time, Luo Sun invited the chairman of the 9 major groups to dinner, during which they also discussed Sushian. I tried to persuade him with Mr. Zhao that day, but he refused to listen and insisted on doing so. I had no choice but to agree. However, if he wants to come back in the future, I will let him buy shares at any time and hand over the position of chairman to him. Luo Sun raised his head and drank the top-quality Feiqian liquor in the cup, his eyes filled with sadness. Boss Luo is a man of deep friendship and loyalty. We all admire him. Sushian doesn't know what's good for him and has ended up like a lost dog. It's all his own fault. He's too young after all. Yes, Mr. Luo has done his best. Even if the Su couple knew about this, they would definitely be grateful. The chairman of other groups offered words of comfort. Luo Sun's eyes were red, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He seemed very sad. Sushian was at home watching the overwhelming ridicule and abuse, and even a few theoretical experts analyzing the situation in detail, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. His goal has been achieved. From now on, when Sushian is mentioned, he will definitely be associated with the prodigal son. Over time, no matter what bizarre things he does, it will not cause any huge waves. The character setting has been achieved, and the next step is to consider the issue of spirit stones in the future. Sushian stood in the room, clicked on the touch screen on the wall, and spoke directly. Student Xiao AI, open the map of Lunting. Chapter 15, Abandoned Mining Area, taking over at a sky-high price. April 25th, 2124, Lunting, suburbs. At the gate of the abandoned mining area, a mobile house stood there alone. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with disheveled hair and unshaven beard, wearing a dirty gray coat, was sleeping soundly against the door. In his right hand, he held a bottle of Nulinshin Erguotu, half of which was left in it. His nose was red, his eyes were slightly closed, and he was snoring loudly. The board house is surrounded by a 3-meter-high courtyard wall. Much of the lime on it has fallen off, revealing the bricks inside, which look very mottled. Third uncle, a loud voice sounded, and in front of the board house, a big high school student in school uniform came over. He had a chubby face and a silly look. Seeing that the drunkard had not woken up yet, the big student broke off a piece of dogtail grass from somewhere and stuffed it into the drunkard's nostrils. Achia! The drunk couldn't help sneezing, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the silly big round face close to him, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. Dachuan, why the hell are you here when you're not studying hard for the college entrance exam? Uncle Sam was woken up and was very dissatisfied. He sat up shakily, turned his head to look at the small half bottle of wine in his hand, and without saying a word, he drank it madly with mutterings, his eyes full of bloodshot. After hearing this, Dachuan patted his chest, with a bit of pride on his face. My mom said I don't need to take the college entrance exam. Uncle Sam was a little suspicious. He put down the bottle and glanced at him. Why? Dachuan became even more proud after hearing this. He even straightened his chest and said loudly, my mom said that even if I take the exam, it won't change anything. My total score won't exceed 20 points, so I won't be able to go to university. The corner of Uncle Sam's mouth twitched. What the hell is there to be proud of? Then he continued to drink, his face full of decadence, as if he thought of something, and suddenly he was startled. Your mother isn't asking you to work for me, is she? Dachuan touched his head and said seriously. That's right. Then he moved his body to reveal an oversized suitcase, a backpack, and 3 large bags of clothes, all tied to a shoulder pole. Uncle Sam took a deep breath and tried to calm his complicated feelings. Put it in first. I'll turn around, you stay here. Okay, Uncle Sam. The roar was like muffled thunder, which frightened Uncle Sam so much that he staggered and half of the drunkenness in his body disappeared. Walking into the mining area, Uncle Sam stood there in a daze, looking at the deserted ruins and scattered ores, sighing. Once upon a time, this was the largest mining area in Lunting. After I contracted it, it became very prosperous. I made a lot of money every year, drove luxury cars in and out, and all the people I knew were well-known figures in Lunting. However, after that strange incident, the special rocks that were constantly present in the mining area could no longer be mined. From then on, everything went downhill, and the entire mining area had no source of income, but the annual contract fees that needed to be paid remained unchanged. Not only did he lose all the money he had earned in previous years, he also mortgaged his car and house, his wife divorced him, and all his friends left him one by one. The entire mining area was completely abandoned, but no one was willing to take it over. Of course, Uncle Sam still had some feelings for the ore and did not give up. He always believed that this mining area would be revitalized and become as prosperous and bustling as before. However, no matter how others disliked him, this silly Dachuan never did. Maybe this kid is more innocent, but this kid has been very strong since he was young, and he has a big appetite. Now I sent him to my place. I don't know if he can handle it. Uncle Sam rubbed his temples and felt a severe headache. During his daily inspection, he checked every corner of the mine, but found no changes. It was still lifeless, and he couldn't help but sigh. Now we basically rely on loans to maintain the abandoned ore, and we don't know if we can survive this winter. Uncle Sam muttered to himself, his eyes filled with grayness and despair. If by then there is still no one to take over, then I will have no choice but to leave. After completing the inspection, Uncle Sam walked out of the mining area and came to the simple wooden house where he lived, only to find a young man with extraordinary demeanor looking at him with a smile. Hello, Mr. Hwong. Sushian stood up, stretched out his right hand, gentle, calm, humble and polite. Uncle San looked puzzled, but he still stretched out his hand. He found it was a little dirty, so he wiped it casually on his clothes, then stretched out his hand and gently shook it. Hello. Please take a seat. It's a bit narrow here. Please don't mind. Uncle San smiled awkwardly, then shouted, Dachu and make tea. Upon hearing this, the big guy inside sat up from the bed, put down his phone, and started to boil water. Sushian glanced at the young man. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this young man named Dachuan should be born with a diamond body and infinite strength. After his spiritual energy was revived, he relied on his horizontal training to defend Wunsheng. My nephew had no chance to study, so his family arranged for him to have this experience. Uncle San smiled and handed over a cheap double happiness cigarette, then lit one himself and began to puff away smoke. Looking at your temperament, you must be a boss, right? Come to my shabby place. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Sushian showed no disdain, lit up a cheap cigarette, and blew out smoke rings in a familiar manner, and said slowly, Wang Shi, the former Wunsheng or business tycoon and the industry leader, has become a ruin due to a bizarre incident. The mine no longer produces ore, because I couldn't bear to give up the foundation I had built with my own hands, and also because I held out hope for a glimmer of possibility. I spent all my family wealth and waited for 10 years, and I am still in poverty today. Wang Shi frowned. A cold light flashed across his face, and his tone was icy. If you are here to laugh at me, there is no need to do so. I've been listening to this for 10 years. Please go back. Sushian said seriously. Mr. Wang misunderstood. Su really admires Mr. Wang's perseverance. If we continue like this, there will be no one to take over this mine. I'm afraid Mr. Wang will be very sad, right? What is your purpose? Mr. Wang, I will buy your mining area for 1 billion, but you still have the right to operate it independently. All activities will be carried out by you. In addition, I will prepare an additional 2 billion in cash for you to use. Sushian pressed the cigarette, but into the ashtray and rubbed it gently until it was extinguished. Wang Shi was shocked, with a complex expression of confusion and shock on his face. He couldn't help but ask, why should I trust you? In his opinion, even if this young man was a senior executive of a certain group, it was nothing short of a fantasy for him to directly take out 3 billion in cash. My name is Sushian. Sushian didn't care. He straightened his collar and smiled slightly. You are Sushian, the number one in China. Yes, the number one loser. Sushian shrugged, not caring about the comments of the outsiders, and continued to speak. My request is very simple. 1 billion as the acquisition right. The mine will belong to me, but you can get 10% of the operating dividends. The other 2 billion is at your disposal as operating funds. I hope you can complete the construction of the mine within 3 months. Within 5 months, I want to see a brand new mining area, no matter what method you use. After 5 months, the operation rights of the mine will be handed over to me, and you can still get the dividends. Also, I suggest that Dachun stay and help. I can offer him a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Wang Shi opened his mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. After a while, he sighed and said, It seems that what is reported in the media is true. Sushian remained silent, but he was ecstatic in his heart. After the spiritual energy of this abandoned mining area was revived, it continuously produced spiritual stones, which became one of the most precious wealth. By then, with the Hengduan Valley as his base camp, and this place as the source of spiritual energy, and with all kinds of magical weapons added to his body, Sushian is confident that he can far surpass his previous life. Chapter 16. 9 major groups work together to harm Sushian. April 30th, 2124. The most luxurious restaurant in Tianjin. Food comes first in the VIP room. A group of people were having a heated discussion around a round table. They were the leaders of the 9 major groups in Tianjin, including Luo Sun, chairman of Beichen Group. Xiao Jingtian, chairman of Huaxing Group, looked a little unhappy and snorted coldly. This Sushian made my kid lose all face at the auction. If I can't make him pay 10 times the price, I won't be able to swallow this anger. The others echoed. Boss Xiao, this Sushian is really outrageous. Xiaoyu has already set his eyes on the meteorite, but he still won't give in. He even piled up a few hundred million on something that is worth less than tens of millions, and finally spent a full billion to buy it. This behavior is really despicable. Mr. Luo, Sushian should have had a very difficult life when he left Beichen Group. How come he is so prosperous now? Even though we have fanned the flames in the media and made it known to everyone, and his image as a prodigal son has been established, he himself does not seem to have suffered any losses. Yes, Mr. Luo, you are already in charge of Beichin, and that old man Zhao Jingwo listens to you. But can you tolerate Sushian being so comfortable now? Luo Sun glanced at everyone silently, sneering in his heart. These bastards want to deal with Sushian, but don't want to take action, so they use me as a gun. He was sure that if Beichin Group encountered a crisis one day, these bastards would attack all of Beichin's business operations without hesitation and devour them until they became bigger. And when Beichin falls, this group of people will kill and attack each other. He remained calm and raised his glass. Everyone, let's have a drink first. The wine glasses clinked, and more than a dozen people drank them all. They all looked at Luo Sun, as if waiting for his statement and speech. After a while, Luo Sun chuckled and said, "Everyone, I think that Sushian can no longer make any waves." According to the latest news, guess what Sushian did? After saying this, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face and looked very happy. The other chairmen looked at each other, and one asked in confusion, could it be that he is buying some so-called junk antiques at a high price? Luo Sun couldn't hold it back any longer and suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? He went to Lunting in person a few days ago and actually bought the mining area that Wang Shi had abandoned for 10 years and offered a whopping price of 1 billion. Hiss. What? After hearing the news, all the bigwigs in the room were stunned, and then burst into loud laughter. Talent, what a talent. The Lunting mining area suddenly stopped producing more than 10 years ago, and the mining area of more than 300,000 square meters became a ruin. Wang Shi sold everything he had, mortgaged his car and house, and his wife and children left him. He struggled to support the business, but no one was interested. I didn't expect Sushian to take over. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Haha. That's right. After the mine was abandoned, the business plummeted and its value became worthless. If Sushian bought antiques, they still have collection value and may be able to be sold in the future. However, the abandoned mine is really worthless. Is Sushian crazy? Just when everyone was mocking Sushian, Luo Sun suddenly released another message. In addition, Sushian also took out 2 billion in cash as operating funds for the mining area. Can you believe it? What? The dozen or so people who were already dumbfounded burst into exaggerated laughter and fell forward and backward after hearing the news. Is it possible that Sushian is planning to build a scenic spot or invest in other construction? Impossible. Lunting is a poor area in China, and the mining area is even more remote. Due to underdeveloped transportation and low popularity, no one has been interested in it for many years. Moreover, there are no mountains and rivers here, so the success rate of building a scenic spot is too low. That doesn't make sense. Does Sushian really think that this money is just useless waste paper? Is he squandering it at will? Just when everyone was mocking and wondering, the chairman of the smallest group among the 9 groups, Tianyu Group, was a young man named Cui Chung. He adjusted his glasses, a few gleams of light appeared in his eyes, and he slowly spoke. Everyone, I have a different opinion. Chairman Cui, why don't you tell us about it? If Sushian is not the idiot that everyone says he is, nor the prodigal son, but the former chairman who led the Beichin Group to rapid development, the business genius who planned and won the world, then his actions are worthy of everyone's attention. As soon as these words came out, Luo Sun's face suddenly became unhappy. He put away his smile and said nothing. Xiao Jingtian snorted coldly. Chairman Cui, in terms of group size, you are the youngest. In terms of age, you are the youngest. In terms of financial resources, you are the youngest. In terms of seniority, you are the youngest. But in terms of tone, you are the oldest. Beichin Group has been able to grow in size because of Chairman Luo's good leadership. What does it have to do with Sushian? Does Chairman Cui think that the Daanling area can be turned into a 5A scenic area? Or that the Lunting mining area can be revived and become the top mining area again? The sharp and incisive words came straight at him like a spear or dagger. Facing Xiao Jingtian's aggressiveness, Cui Chung was powerless to refute and could only shake his head and say, I'm just worrying too much, please forgive me. That's true. These places are simply not likely to bring any profits to Sushian, but why does he insist on doing so? Ahem. Luo Sun coughed twice, and everyone immediately quieted down. He then glanced at everyone and stayed on Cui Cheng's face for a few seconds. The displeasure on his face flashed away, and then he spoke. I agree with everyone's proposal. Since Sushian doesn't know what's good for him, we don't have to be polite. According to my calculations, he still has at least 30 billion in cash, and this rate of consumption is far from enough. I'm sure you all remember clearly how the Su couple suppressed you in the past, right? In that case, I suggest that we work together immediately to take out all the antiques in our homes, especially those that are very old, and even put some land in remote areas up for auction. With Su Xian's crazy behavior now, he will definitely take the bait. At that time, we will all temporarily raise the price and squeeze out all the 30 billion cash in his hands. From then on, he will no longer be able to make any waves. Everyone, what do you think? Xiao Tianjing was the first to nod. I agree. I second that. I agree. I agree. Cui Cheng was the last one to express his opinion. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart, as if Su Xian was not as stupid and simple as he seemed. What exactly does he want to do? Chapter 17 News about the tomb of the King of Yu, Xueli's arrival. It took 3 full days for Su Xian to finally help Wang Shi regain his confidence and start operating the mining area again. But the key problem is that this place has been abandoned and or cannot be mined 10 years ago, so it has no value. Wang Shi questioned this. If there were no or what else could be done in this mining area? You couldn't develop an amusement park here. This place is far away from the city center of Vancouver, with poor transportation and no one interested in it. Even if 2 billion is invested, it is unlikely to change anything. In response to this, Sushian gave him the answer. To gather a large number of trustworthy people, build high walls here, clean up the waste, and build a cement road connecting to the urban area to ensure that cars can pass smoothly. Wang Shi's time was 5 months. 5 months later, the mining area was handed over to Su Xian, who began to take over the management. As for the workers, Su Xian was also very generous. He offered each of them a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan and gathered 500 people to work together. After 5 months, when his requirements were met, he would withdraw. Can you tell me why you have to invest so much money in this mining area that can no longer be revived? Before leaving, Wang Shi was still confused. Su Xian wrapped himself tightly in his windbreaker, holding a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke, and gazing into the distance with deep eyes, leaving only one sentence. You will know when the time comes. I will only give you 5 months. Regardless of whether you can complete the task or not, I will leave the 2 billion yuan to you to manage. But please make sure you get what I want. After saying this, Su Xian decisively left Wencheng. During this period, I chatted with Dachuan and found out that this kid was born with great strength but had a simple heart. After his spiritual energy was revived, he directly transformed into a Vajra body, and his physical body was extremely strong. It would be nice if you could win him over in advance, and he could become a great help to you later. After taking care of the mining area, Su Xian entrusted his assistant to contact some collectors in China. He spent more than 2 billion yuan to purchase a large number of ancient weapons, filling up the utility room in the manor. Time passed slowly. During this time, Su Xian contacted the foreman of Dianling, who found some lightning struck with their one after another. Through video identification, he found that it was not the unique 1,000-year-old lightning struck wood in his previous life. However, Su Xian still paid those people tens of thousands of yuan for their hard work. On May 20th, 2124, Su Xian looked at the calendar on his mobile phone. It had been exactly 3 months since his rebirth, and there were still 5 months left before the official arrival of the spiritual energy revival. As expected, 2 months later, some mysterious forces began to take action slowly, collecting antiques everywhere and searching for secret places. According to the memories of the previous life, there are many human traders hidden in this group of forces. They communicated with the ancient tribes and foreign lands in advance through secret means, learned the secret of the revival of spiritual energy, and began to seduce those wealthy people to occupy the secret realm of the future and acquire the magic weapons of the future. But when the ancient clan arrived, they turned against them and handed over these secret realms and magic weapons, bringing great disaster to the entire human race. In this life, we must not let these people succeed. Sir, there is news over there. Xia Wenxi's voice was heard outside the door. Su Xian moved his body, drank the red wine in the glass, lit a cigarette, and felt refreshed. After waiting for so many days, there was finally news. At Su Xian's signal, Xia Wenxi slowly spoke. Miss Xueli sent me news that the tomb of the King of Yu has been found. But it seems that some unexpected accidents have occurred this time. The tomb of the King of Yu is extremely dangerous. They lost a lot of people in the process of moving mountains and removing hills. Miss Shuili may come to talk to you in person tomorrow. Sushian nodded, his expression unchanged. The 6 swords of the King of Yu are extremely powerful, and the tomb where they are stored is naturally not easy to find, so it is normal that there will be losses. Also, according to the feedback from the crazy old man in Yunbei, he seems to have found a mysterious technique, but he won't tell us. I need you to go there in person. Okay, I get it. Let's surely come find me. Yes, sir. Xia Wenxi nodded and left. Sushian sat on the sofa and began to think. After the spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, the most powerful sword formation was the Kaitian formed by the 6 swords of King Yu. At that time, he had only witnessed the 3 swords of Britain and the 3 swords of China facing off. The sword energy was soaring into the sky, and those below the realm of true king could not get close at all. If the 6 swords were gathered together and combined into a complete version of the Kaitian sword formation according to the method engraved in a Taoist temple in memory, the power would be unimaginable. Among the martial arts from Yunbei, the most famous one is the ancient Heavenly Book. In the previous life, someone gathered 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book and was almost able to compete with the level of the ancient True King. Sushian had no idea how terrifying it would be if the complete Heavenly Book was gathered. The next morning, Shuili came to Sushian Manor. Good morning, Mr. Su. Very different from the first time they met, this sexy, lively, and cheerful young mixed-race girl looked a little lonely and tired this time. Her pretty face was full of dejection, and her drooped eyes no longer had the confidence of last time. What surprised Sushian slightly was that his right arm was wrapped in bandages. Miss Shirley, please take a seat. Sushian stretched out his hand, his expression gentle. It looks like you're not in a good condition. Shuili smiled bitterly, picked up the green tea, drank it all, then raised her head and stared at Sushian deeply. Mr. Su, I want to ask you a question. Please go ahead. Why are you looking for the 6 swords of King Yu? Shirley spoke each word with a hint of doubt in her tone. Sushian put out the cigarette in his hand, smiled faintly, and said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, Miss Shirley, I don't think I have the obligation to tell you the specific reason. Besides, I've always liked collecting antiques. Is that a problem? Shuli did not look away. After more than 10 seconds, she did not see anything unusual on Sushian's face. Then she looked away and let out a breath. Okay, I'll just assume you like collecting antiques. I came here this time to talk to you. The tomb of the King of Yu is much more dangerous than we imagined. And when we went to the cemetery this time, we lost more than a dozen good fighters before we found the ancient sword. So, Sushian nodded and interrupted her. So, you're here to raise the price? Shuili was slightly stunned and smiled. That's right. After we went back to review and summarize, we unanimously agreed that the current 2 factions of moving mountains and removing mountains are unable to complete the commission, so we want to ask 2 experts to come out, and their price is much higher. What do you think, Mr. Su? Of course, if Mr. Su is not willing, we will end the deal here, and we will return the 1.5 million deposit you paid intact. Sushian did not answer immediately. After a few seconds of hesitation, he took a sip of the warm coffee in the cup and said with a smile, I agree, but I hope this is your last price increase. The 5 million we agreed on before will remain unchanged. On this basis, an additional 100 million will be added. The condition is that you invite Master Keiqiao and Master Bai and send the ancient sword to me within 3 months. Miss Shirley, I don't think this is difficult. Shirley was also a little confused. She obviously didn't expect Sushian to be so straightforward. She originally thought that she would need to bargain for a while, but he directly offered 100 million. This was far beyond her psychological expectations. She nodded and said, Mr. Su, please rest assured. I have already written to the 2 seniors. After they finish dealing with the affairs in the United States, they will rush back immediately. They will arrive in 2 months at the latest. By then, I will definitely bring the ancient sword to Mr. Su. Then I will wait for good news. Sushian stood up and personally escorted Shuili out of the manor. After Shuili left, Xia Wenxi came over and whispered, Mr. Su, the construction of Hengduan Valley has started as you instructed. It is estimated that all the projects will be completed in 4 months. I have reviewed all the construction drawings, and they're completely consistent with your requirements. Sushian nodded, entered the gate, suddenly turned around, and said with a smile, I guess Luo Sun and the others can't wait any longer, right? Xia Wenxi was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, The 9 groups have sent more than a dozen invitations in the past half-month, and I rejected them all according to Mr. S instructions. Sushian remained expressionless as he took off his cloak, and his assistant immediately took it over. Get ready, we're going to meet these 9 groups. Chapter 18. Only 20 billion, pack them all up for me. May 22nd, 2124, in the living room of Luo Sun's villa. The heads of the 9 major groups and some senior executives all gathered together, totaling more than 20 people. On the square table made of fine wood, fruits, snacks, cigarettes, drinks, etc. are placed in a rich and colorful manner. Do you think Sushian will come? Someone asked the question that everyone is most concerned about. Since more than half a month ago, I have sent Sushian countless invitations and even visited him at his home, but I was stopped at the door by his assistant and told that Sushian was not there. As for phone calls and emails, they fell into the sea and no one answered. Everyone was already full of confidence and ready to give Sushian a hard time, but they found out that he ignored them. It was like a powerful punch hitting cotton, very uncomfortable. As time went by, these people's enthusiasm gradually dissipated, and they even gave up their previous ideas. Whatever, I'm tired. At this moment, Sushian suddenly agreed to the appointment, and Luo Sun had to gather these people together again and wait for Sushian to arrive. It should come. Luo Sun put out the cigar in his hand and took another sip of vodka. Based on my experience working with him over the years, Sushian is a self-proclaimed expert who likes taking risks and taking advantage of opportunities. He ignored the shareholders' advice and entered the film industry, burning money to compete with Wanda, and ultimately destroyed Wanda, which Hwong had painstakingly managed for decades. This is proof enough. So, I dare to conclude that he will definitely keep the appointment this time. With Luo Sun's assurance, everyone felt relieved and started drinking, smoking, and chatting. An hour later, Sushian still hadn't arrived, and the group was beginning to get tired of it. Xiao Jingtian, chairman of Huaxing Group, looked at his watch, frowned, and said, "It's already past 10 o'clock. Is Sushian going to stand me up?" Luo Sun was getting a little impatient and felt anxious inside, but he still looked confident on the surface. "Mr. Xiao, please be patient. We're going to have lunch, but it's not time yet." Another hour later, facing everyone's questions, Luo Sun's face became a little embarrassed, so he urged his assistant to find out the situation. As soon as the assistant walked out of the room, the butler's voice came from outside. "Boss, Mr. Su is here." Everyone was delighted and looked at the door in unison. Suddenly, a tall young figure slowly walked into the room. The gray high-end suit was very straight, with a $2 million windbreaker on the outside. Shiny crocodile leather shoes were very eye-catching. His hair was slightly combed back, and the burgundy tie was particularly eye-catching. Sushian put the hat in his hand, his face gentle, glanced at everyone, and smiled. "Everyone, sorry for the wait." Then he looked at Luo Sun meaningfully without saying anything. The butler respectfully took the windbreaker and hat and hung them on the shelf in the next room. "Sushian, come and sit down." Luo Sun's face was full of smiles, and his eyes showed the love and care of an elder for the younger generation. "Sushian, we meet again." A young voice came. Sushian turned his head and glanced, and found that it was Xiao Yu, the young chairman of Huaxing Group, who was also the opponent who lost to him in the competition for meteorite at the auction that day. Sushian lit a cigar, put his legs on the table, squinted his eyes, and looked at him sideways. "Why? Are you still not convinced by the last auction?" Xiao Yu's face changed slightly, as if he had swallowed a fly alive. He felt very uncomfortable inside, but he resisted the urge to rush over and hit him, and smiled awkwardly. "No way. Boss Su is extremely wealthy and spends a lot of money lavishly. He is now a household name in Tianjin and even in China. Is this the defense that's broken? Is the yin and yang beginning?" Sushian felt amused, but was extremely rude to people like Xiao Yu. "Since you don't have the ability, then shut up. We are talking to several chairmen. What qualifications do you have to interrupt?" Xiao Yu's mouth twitched and his body trembled with anger, but he did not dare to lose his temper. His father had long told him not to conflict with Sushian, so he should endure it if he could. "Sushian, to be honest, as your uncle, I worked with your father to build the world and achieve Beichen's current success. I don't want to see you become like this. I don't know what your reasons are, but I don't want to see you continue to spend money like this." Luo Sun put out the cigarette in his hand and said with great sorrow, "I dreamt about Brother Su a few days ago. He asked me if I had taken good care of Beichen and taken care of you. I felt so ashamed that I burst into tears when I woke up. Sushian, if you need your shares, you can buy them back at any time. After he finished speaking, Luo Sun even had tears in his eyes. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and covered his face with his hands while crying. Mr. Luo, you have done your best. There is no need to blame yourself. Yes, Mr. Luo, under your leadership, Beichin Group is thriving, and we can all see it. Luo Sun covered his face with one hand and cried, and stretched out his other hand to signal everyone to stop. Stop talking. Today's situation is all my fault. I feel so sorry for Brother Su. I remember that we had a long talk all night long, from Wall Street business to the economic crisis, from the steam age of the Industrial Revolution to the rise of the industrial internet. Sushian watched this scene quietly. If he didn't know what kind of person Luo Sun was, he would probably have been fooled by his superb acting skills. Uncle Luo, needless to say, I know your dedication and pursuit for Beichin Group. Now that the shares have been sold, there is no way they can be taken back. I'm fine the way I am now. I can just wander around and enjoy the scenery. It's very relaxing. Luo Sun was overjoyed. Sushian publicly stated that he would not take back the shares, so he was completely relieved. After decades, he finally achieved the situation of controlling Beichin. If Su Jin knew that there was such a prodigal son, he would probably die with regret. Everyone, let's not talk about irrelevant things and get straight to the point. Sushian lit another cigarette with a very arrogant attitude. He didn't even look at these people. He looked very vividly like a young, arrogant, and conceited person. This made everyone more convinced that Sushian was really, as reported by the media, ignorant, arrogant, and spendthrift. I heard recently that you were looking for antiques everywhere. We uncles happen to have some. Do you think we can find any useful antiques? We are old now, and even when we pass away 100 years later, we won't be able to take anything with us into the earth. Of course, you don't have to worry about the price. We will sell it to you at the original purchase price. It's just that this batch of antiques plus a few pieces of land may be a bit high in value. Luo Sun showed his concern, and even had a hint of provocation in his tone. Su Xian waved his hand, flicked the unextinguished cigarette in his hand casually, and dropped it into the fruit plate. His tone was very arrogant. Look at the items first, then talk about the price, and don't talk about other nonsense. I sneered in my heart. This group of people wanted my cash, and I wanted antiques. They thought they made money, but in fact they suffered a huge loss. 5 months later, the monetary system collapses and cash will be like waste paper. No matter how much cash you have, it will be useless. Instead, these antiques may become valuable treasures. The faces of several chairmen turned unnatural. If they had not had to endure it in order to squeeze the funds from this kid, they would have exploded long ago. So under Luo Sun's arrangement, the chairman of the 9 major groups took out all the antiques they had acquired and showed them to Sushian. When Sushian saw these things, he was very surprised. Tang Dynasty Jade Rui, Snow Mountain Ice Beads, East China Sea Night Pearls, the Great Lane Temple Mingzuan Relics, Dried Stone Dan. Plus there are several other plots of land that contain secret places. Sushian was very happy in his heart because he had made a lot of money, but he looked uninterested. This Jade Rui is in good condition, but unfortunately there are flaws inside. The Night Shining Pearl is lustrous and looks like it has been nurtured for more than 60 years, but it is too small and not of top quality. The Snow Mountain Ice Pearl has icy skin and jade bones. I can already feel the biting cold before I even get it in my hand. Not bad. As Su Xian selected and evaluated, everyone's hearts were hanging. After all, if these antiques did not catch Su Xian's eye, then they would definitely not be able to sell, and their plans would be ruined. What really surprised Su Xian was not these items, but the several mining areas they mentioned. Most of those mining areas were in the same situation as the abandoned mining areas in Wencheng, but Su Xian knew that these mining areas had undergone qualitative changes after the recovery of spiritual energy. Either it will produce spiritual stones or special metals, which are most suitable for creating magical objects and weapons. It took 2 hours to go through all the things. Su Xian finally lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and said nonchalantly, I thought you guys would give me a big surprise, but it looks like nothing special. Name your price. Luo Sun and Xiao Jingtian looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. One price, 20 billion. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Su Xian in unison. After all, the total purchase of these things only cost less than 5 billion yuan, and they had even made plans to bargain in their hearts. The scene was extremely tense, and no one even breathed hard. Su Xian sneered. It's only 20 billion. Pack them all up. I hope that the contract will be signed within 7 days. My assistant and lawyer will communicate the details with you then. You won't be able to use the lunch, everyone. Goodbye. Amidst everyone's confusion, Sushian took the windbreaker and had handed to him by the butler. Put on the windbreaker, put on the hat, turned around, and walked out of the hall. It was a few minutes later that everyone came to their senses and then burst into crazy laughter. It seems that Sushian has fallen into the vortex of collecting and is getting deeper and deeper. He is undoubtedly the #1 prodigal son in China. Ha! We made a lot of money this time. Congratulations, everyone. No more talking, let's eat. Luo Sun was also ecstatic. Everything was going according to his plan. Sushian was just a stepping stone for him to become famous all over the world, and Bachin Group was just a platform. This time I have invited a Michelin chef to come. We have the best imported foie gras and Australian steak. Please enjoy them slowly. After returning to the manor, Sushian began to make a series of arrangements, and his assistant Xia Wenxi began to implement them according to what he said. Lawyers, antique appraisers, banking institutions. These tedious tasks require time and energy. You will be responsible for handling this matter in the next few days. I'm going out for a while. I have to keep an eye on the mining area, Dianling, and Hungguan Valley. Don't worry, sir. Chapter 19. The Ancient Book of Earth. Encounter with the Master of Baiyun Temple. May 28th, 2124, Lujia Village, Yunnan Ancient Town. When Sushian saw the crazy old man again, he was also a little surprised. His hair was neatly combed. He wore a well-fitting brand-name suit, shiny leather shoes, a Swiss mechanical watch worth millions, and was followed by 4 or 5 burly bodyguards. Mr. Su, this way, please. The old man was very polite. He stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. 5 minutes later, at the door of a villa halfway up the mountain in Lujia Village, Sushian looked at the cool supercar and the exquisite 5-story villa. He suddenly realized that money can really change people's lives, and it's not a small amount. After entering the old man's room, he asked everyone to leave. The old man stayed alone with Sushian and took out a bottle of aged brandy from the shelf. He said, "Mr. Su, would you like to try this?" Sushian nodded, lit a cigarette, and said nothing. After handing over the wine glass, the old man poured himself a glass, drank it all, closed his eyes, and looked intoxicated. "Mr. Su, you have been so kind to me. You have allowed me to have all these things. Things that could only appear in my dreams have now come true one by one." Sushian didn't say anything about this. After all, he was just a businessman. What businessmen valued was profit and equal exchange. He waved his hand and said, "Nothing, you deserve it. I came here this time to see what you mentioned on the phone, the ancient heavenly book." The old man nodded, stood up, and walked to the safe in the corner. After opening 8 layers of passwords in succession, he took out a yellowed and worn parchment scroll and handed it over. Sushian took it and looked at it. The cover was exactly Ancient Heavenly Book, Earth Scroll. The text format inside was exactly the same as the Heaven Scroll he purchased last time. It is certain that this heavenly book is the one held by the great monk when his spiritual energy was revived in his previous life. Back then, that cultivator was only at the peak of the Xinzong realm. But with 2 volumes of heavenly books in hand, he was able to fight back and forth with the ferocious beast at the Jinshin realm, which was amazing. It is indeed what I am looking for. This time is the same as last time, still 50 million. Sushian put away the parchment book and made an offer directly. It seems like a crazy act to spend 50 million to buy a treasure like this. However, when the spiritual energy revives, this heavenly book will be a priceless treasure, and even billions of spiritual stones will not be enough to exchange it for it. Obviously, the old man didn't know this, and he agreed immediately. "Deal. Mr. Shu Su can take it back first, and the money will be transferred to you later." Before leaving, Sushian asked a question. "Where did you find this book?" Old Yang grinned. "The mountain behind Yunbei, Nanyang Mountain. However, this thing depends on chance. I discovered it by accident. Mr. Su, if you are interested, you can go and have a look. 50 million is enough for old man Yang to live for a lifetime. So he also understands that for a person like Sushian, it would be easy to obtain the origin of the heavenly book, and there is no need to ask at all. Besides, this heavenly book is of no use to me. Thank you very much." Sushian nodded, left the villa, and decided to go to Nanyang Mountain in person. The spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, and he lived for a full 15 years, but he had never set foot in Yunbei. Later, It was secretly occupied by a powerful force, and various magical skills flowed out of it. The whole of China was scrambling for it, but no one had ever entered. Because anyone who enters, no matter what their realm is, will be beheaded, and their bodies will be hung at the entrance of the village the next day. It seems that there must be some mystery behind this Nanyang Mountain. Before that, Sushian decided to go to the ancient temple in the north of the village first. This place was also where Old Man Yang lived before. There was nothing inside except a golden Buddha statue. There were dense spider webs, rats and cockroaches crawling everywhere. The incense in front of the Buddha statue had long since disappeared, and the golden body had begun to fall off, revealing the mottled inside, which was very ugly. Sushian looked around carefully and found that there was nothing special about this dilapidated temple. Perhaps it would only become apparent after the spiritual energy revived? However, this dilapidated temple only cost 10 million, so it's not a big deal. After thinking about it carefully, now that the Hungduan Valley, the base camp, has been taken care of, the Wunsheng mining area has been taken in a pocket, and with the 5 major mining areas sold by the 9 major groups, there is no need to worry about spiritual energy in the future. The elixir purchased from the Emperor's Association should be more than enough to break through to the Xinzong realm. Meteorites and ancestral dragon veins are both materials for making immortal weapons. The bronze swords were combined into the Kaitian sword formation, and now we are waiting for the other 3. 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book are now in his hands, as well as many techniques. Bodi seeds. Everything is ready. Physical constitution, comprehension, magic treasures, elixirs, spirit stones, weapons, and techniques have all been found. Sushian was full of expectations for the future. In his previous life, he was completely unprepared. It took him 15 years of hard practice to reach the Xinzong realm and touch the threshold. In this life, if I plan ahead, I wonder how far I can go. After leaving the dilapidated temple, Sushian followed the directions provided by Old Man Yang, and it took him 2.5 hours to reach Nanyang Mountain. This mountain is located in the north of Lujia village. It is a branch of the world-famous Himalayas. It is about 900 meters above sea level. It has not yet been reclaimed. The mountain roads are rugged and steep and very difficult to climb. When he reached the top of the mountain, Sushian sat on a huge rock, looking down at the abyss below and all the mountains below. He felt suddenly enlightened. When looking up, God can see a thin sea of clouds, like a fairyland. I wandered around the top of the mountain, but didn't find anything special. Few people have ever set foot on this barren mountain. In addition, Yunnan is remote and poor, so it has not been developed into a scenic area. Apart from the flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, and animals all over the mountains, which have a primitive ecological atmosphere that is not found in big cities, there is nothing else worth noting. After staying for half an hour, Sushian was about to leave, but he saw a figure slowly climbing the mountain, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He has a head full of silver hair, wears a black Taoist robe, holds a whisk in his hand, has an ancient sword inserted diagonally behind his back, has his hair tied up, and wears a green lotus crown on his head. He walked briskly on the rugged mountain road, as if it were flat ground. The old Taoist was also stunned when he saw Sushian. Obviously, he did not expect that someone would appear in Nanyang Mountain. He didn't know Sushian, but Sushian knew him. The master of Baiyun Temple, Taoist Xinyuan, the pinnacle of Taoism, appeared 10 years after the recovery of spiritual energy, killed the true king of the ancient clan with one sword, and became famous throughout China. Master Xuanyuan? Sushian bowed with both hands, very respectful. The old Taoist put his palms together, nodded slightly in return, and looked puzzled. Do you know me? I've heard of it. That's weird. Xin Yuan came to the rock and stood side by side with Sushian, looking at the cliff thousands of feet below. I have always lived in the Eastern Sea and rarely set foot inland. How do you know me? Sushian blinked and smiled. Maybe it's fate. Xin Yuan laughed. What a fate! It seems that meeting you in Nanyang Mountain today is also fate. If I'm not mistaken, you have obtained the ancient heavenly book, right? Sushian's heart moved. Could it be that Xian Yuan at this time had already seen through the secrets of heaven and knew about the 2 volumes of the heavenly book, or even the future revival of spiritual energy? It's only May now, and there are still 5 months before the official revival of spiritual energy. How could he know it so quickly? But he knew that Xian Yuan was a righteous master who worked tirelessly to protect China, so he did not hide it and nodded. It's already in my hand, Taoist priest. Do you want to take it back? Xian Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, No, It's an ancient heavenly book with a mysterious origin. Only those who are destined to have it can obtain it. Now that you have obtained it, there is no reason to change hands. Keep it well. Maybe you will need it someday in the future. Don't forget your identity and original intention. Sushian was shocked. It seemed that Xian Yuan must know something. After hesitating for a while, he asked, Master, I would like to ask you, what is so special about Nanyang Mountain? Xian Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he flicked his whisk. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. My friend, our meeting is fake. If we have the chance one day, maybe we will meet again. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and Xian Yuan went down the mountain so quickly that he looked like a trail of afterimages. Sushian looked down hurriedly, but after a moment his figure was gone. Chapter 20. Finding the Millennium Lightning-Struck Wood and Crossing the Valley. On June 10th, 2124, there were only 4 months left before the revival of spiritual energy. At this time, good news finally came. That is, the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood that they needed had been found in Danling. Through the video and photos, we can preliminarily judge that there is no problem, but we still need to go to the site to confirm it. In the morning, Ahu landed a helicopter on the open space of the manor. Sushian, alone, wearing a bulletproof vest, got into the helicopter. At noon, they had arrived in the northeast. Before going to Danling, Sushian decided to take a look at the project in Hungduan Valley first. After all, it would be his base camp and place for training in the future. When he arrived at the foot of the Hungduan Mountains, he found that many construction workers had gathered there. They were working according to their plan. The cable car, stairs, and roads leading to the main road were all proceeding in an orderly manner. When the leader in charge of the construction saw Sushian coming, he hurried over with a flattering look on his face, and even took out his bonus group and handed it over. Sushian took the cigarette, lit it, and asked, How's the progress? The middle-aged leader, wearing a helmet, quickly replied, The 2,000 steps are almost finished, and only the water grinding process is left. The cable car is basically finished. Around the 25th of next month, you can take the cable car and enjoy the scenery of Hungduan Mountain. The auxiliary road leading to the G901 National Highway in the city is expected to be more than 30 kilometers long and will be completed by the end of September. Sushian nodded. These progress were already included in his plan. On October 20th, the spiritual energy will be revived. By then, the spiritual stones from the 6 mining areas will need to be transported here continuously. This auxiliary road will be very critical. The steps and cable cars are purely for the convenience of going up and down the mountain. Before entering the Tianyuan realm, you cannot fly and need the help of these external objects. The valley only needs some minor construction. According to his idea, these mountains can be turned into places for living and resting. Keep working hard and make sure you finish it as planned. After giving the instructions, Sushian continued to board the helicopter and prepared to head to Danling. The foreman of the construction site immediately guaranteed that the project would be completed on schedule, and he was very respectful of Sushian, who was generous enough to offer twice the market price. After completing this order, my net profit was as high as 20 million. This is my net income for more than 10 years. Boss Su, you are really my father. No, you are closer to me than my father. The leader watched Sushian leave, with the smile on his face becoming increasingly presumptuous. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Sushian arrived at Danling and saw the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree in an abandoned industrial building at the foot of the mountain. It was 3 meters long and about 40 centimeters in diameter. It was charred all over, as if it had been struck by lightning or burned by fire, but it contained a faint, obscure aura. Sushian was a little excited. In his previous life, this lightning-struck wood was acquired by a noble family in China and eventually made into an immortal-level spear. Every time it was swung, plasma flew out and thunder roared. I stretched out my right hand and gently stroked it, feeling the rough surface of the lightning-struck wood, which was uneven and the bark had not yet completely fallen off. We spent several months with a team of 100 people searching in the mountains and finally found it. Boss, it's strange to say that although this lightning-struck wood is shattered, its bark has remained relatively intact, and it hasn't even died yet. Baotou became more and more excited as he spoke. He was about to get 5 million, and it could be said that he was so happy that he fainted. The money will arrive tonight, and your people can withdraw. Sushian turned his head and looked at him, then took out a black card. In addition, there is a deposit of 1 million in it. The password is 6 zeros. As an extra gift, I have only one request. You must keep it secret for at least 3 months. Can you do that? The man with the bag was startled, then overjoyed, and nodded quickly, saying seriously, Boss, don't worry. The people I'm looking for are hunters and farmers who have lived in the Dayanling area for generations. They rarely interact with the outside world and are all trustworthy. If you have any needs in the future, just call me and I will definitely satisfy the boss. The foreman smiled happily after receiving the black card. 1 million, but it would take me 5 or 6 years to earn that much. What a generous boss. After Sushian left with a lightning-struck wood, the foreman couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He was so excited that he couldn't sit still when he thought about getting 5 million in the evening. Tonight, I could take my brothers to the clubs in Danling City and enjoy it. I must call 5 technicians to serve together. It's so nice. After meeting Uncle Gue and others, Sushian arranged for them to send some people to participate in the project in Hungduan Valley. Mr. Su, we have more than 300 good fighters here, more than 100 of whom are veterans who have retired from the army and fought in the battlefield. There is no problem with their loyalty. As for firearms and ammunition, the control is now relatively strict, but it is enough to ensure that there will be no mistakes when goods enter the Northeast. Uncle Gue is very confident about the territory he has run for decades. Su Xian shook his head and said, Don't be too optimistic. Those real noble families have not yet appeared. They are not comparable to us business groups. I only have one request, which is to do your best to protect the Hungduan Mountains and ensure the traffic safety of this highway. You can communicate more with the Transportation Bureau and appropriately share the pressure of the traffic control team. They will understand. Uncle Gue's eyes lit up, and then he nodded and said, Understood. Sir, I see that you have spent all your money in the past few months, buying antiques, purchasing mining areas, and building projects. Have you found any investment opportunities? Or is there something big happening in the future? After all, this period is not peaceful. Many countries in the world are at war. Although China is very peaceful, other countries may still be in the midst of smoke and suffering. Sushian glanced at him coldly and said, Don't ask any more questions. Just do as I ask. You will know it later. Uncle Gue's heart trembled, and he suddenly remembered that the young man in front of him had single-handedly led Beichun to destroy the wanda that Hwong had painstakingly managed for decades. He quickly replied, Remember, sir. After circling for a few days, Su Xian found some of the things he needed in the Northeast, brought them all back, and then returned to Tianjing. June 15th, 2124, Tianjing, Su Xian Manor. Sir, there's news from the Emperor's Club that they have acquired 10,000 dried medicinal stones. The assistant came into the room. Su Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. These pills would become important items for improving his realm in the future. Even if you don't practice, by taking pills, even if you're a pig, you can reach the peak of the Xinzong realm. Let's go and take a look. In the afternoon, Sushian arrived at the Emperor building. It was a little different from last time. The president of the Emperor Club, a well-known figure in the antique world of Tianjin, looked a little sad at this moment. Mr. Su, I recently received some rumors that the future situation seems not optimistic. The president looked at Su Xian with doubt and temptation in his eyes, and worry in his gloom. Chapter 21, 3 months left. Mysterious forces appear. Su Xian did not answer directly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, What news did the president hear? Sheng Qingping pushed open the office chair, stood up, sat on the sofa, shook his head, and said, Nothing much, just some friends told me that something big might happen in the future, and this thing might affect the whole world. Some time ago, I went to Jiangnan to buy a batch of antiques, and accidentally discovered that it seemed that some old-line families began to appear, and they were also buying. Normally speaking, these aristocratic families behind the scenes would never get involved in the antique business, so I guess something big is going to happen, which is why they are scrambling to make a deal. Su Xian remained expressionless, but his heart was already filled with turmoil. In the previous life, a mysterious force was the first to intervene, buying up antiques and purchasing land everywhere, but that was after July and August. It is only June now, and there are still 4 months before the revival of spiritual energy, but those old families have already intervened, earlier than expected. Don't worry, President. We will stop the enemy with our own army and block the flood with our own earth. Su Xian lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. He didn't want to argue with Sheng Qingping on this issue, so he continued to ask, I will buy all the dried medicinal stones that the president found this time at the same price as last time. Sheng Qingping then nodded and clapped his hands. His assistant came in holding a wooden box and opened it in front of Sushian. Inside were dozens of elixir stones, which were oval in shape, dark red in color, and the size of a thumb, about the same as last time. This time there are more than 10,000 of them, and the price is still the same, 500 million. Sheng Qingping forced himself not to think about the unknown things that might happen and just regarded himself as a businessman. He could make a profit of 400 million from this deal. The huge profit temptation allowed him to ignore the reasons behind the emergence of those aristocratic families. Readily, Sushian smiled and nodded, put out the cigarette in his hand, and left the room. Before leaving, Sheng Qingping suddenly asked him a question. Mr. Su, everyone already knows what you have done recently at great expense. I'm not a talkative person, but there is something I need to say. Sushian turned his head and said seriously, Please speak, President. Those noble families are different from the 9 major groups. If Mr. Su conflicts with them in the future, he should try to be patient. Sheng Qingping did treat Sushian as a friend. From a business partner to a friend. In addition to the huge profits it brought to himself, more importantly, he vaguely felt that Sushian would rise in the future. This feeling was difficult to explain, but he believed it. And no matter when, the emperor will definitely stand on Brother Su's side. Sushian nodded, looked at him deeply, and said, Thank you very much. In the memory of the previous life, the Emperor Club finally joined the official Chinese organization to help China resist the attacks of ferocious beasts, restrain local forces, and maintain order, which is admirable. Time passed quickly, and Sushian was also making arrangements in an orderly manner. After several months of operation, the previous 40 billion in cash was now reduced to less than a few billion. Sushian had already thought about the arrangements for these billions and was not in a hurry to spend them now. In a blink of an eye, a month passed, and it was July 20th, 2124. Sushian looked at his mobile phone. There are still 3 months left for the full recovery of spiritual energy, and most of my layout has been arranged. Now I just need to wait. The project of Hengduan Valley, the bronze sword of the tomb of King Yu, the clearing of the Wunxing mining area, and the construction of several roads. Once all of this is in place, all that remains is to wait for the spiritual energy to revive. Hanging the Bodi seeds around his neck, Sushian went to the balcony and looked into the distance. Those mysterious forces should be appearing soon, right? In the south of the Yangtze River, there is a hidden pavilion that exudes a sense of simplicity and elegance. The vermilion gate, glazed railings, and the corners of the roof are decorated with all kinds of lifelike beasts. In the lobby of the pavilion, a group of people were discussing matters. On the main seat, an old man in his 60s with a head full of silver hair leaned on the armchair with his eyes slightly narrowed. The old man exuded an aura of majesty without even getting angry. He was none other than Morong Gui, the father of Morong Yin, the current head of the Morong family, the most aristocratic family in Jiangnan. Below him are the core members of the Morong family, his 3 sons and several grandsons and granddaughters, who are now big figures in their respective areas. The Morong family has been working in Jiangnan for hundreds of years and has been passed down to this day. They are wealthy and powerful with amazing financial resources. At one point, they were even able to compete with the entire Jiangnan consortium. Most of the chairmen of the top 100 groups in Jiangnan are from the Morong family. Father, after a month of hard work, we have acquired hundreds of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, as well as 3 mining areas. Morong Yin sat below, looking at the old man with great respect, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Morong Gui slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his son, who immediately lowered his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. The others did not dare to look him in the eye. This Morong Gui had participated in the war with the United States in the past. He was a ruthless man who had emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. He was also known for his ruthlessness in the business world. Countless business leaders had their families destroyed by him. What are you in such a hurry for? Morong Gui spoke slowly after a long while. His sons and grandchildren were completely confused and looked at each other in bewilderment. If you don't hurry, others will get there first. But they dared not speak out what was in their hearts. According to the prophet, there are at least 3 months left. Since my Morong family has received this news, others must have also received the news. Morong Gui suddenly stood up from the armchair, put his hands behind his back. His face was filled with extreme confidence, and his eyes were shining. And the reason why my Morong family has been able to stand firm in China for hundreds of years is that we plan carefully before taking action, and the one who laughs last is the winner. Recently, many people have learned about this news and started to take action, but they are just ants on the road of my Morong family. If we act too hastily, we will easily alert the enemy. The Lu family in Hanzhong, the Sun family in Guangdong and Guangxi, the Zhang family in Kyoto, and the Li family in the northwest, they haven't made a move yet. Aren't they also waiting for the final blow? After hearing this, several people from the Morong family suddenly realized that there were only 3 months left, which was enough time for the Morong family to prepare, and there was no need to rush. Hanzhong Lu family. The head of the family frowned as he listened to the report from his subordinates, somewhat dissatisfied. Don't be so anxious. There are still 3 months left. Old Ghost Morong and the others haven't made any moves yet. Don't be too hasty, or you might alert them. Yes, the following leaders all agreed, but they were a little worried in their hearts. After all, the prophet said there were only 3 months left. At the same time, the 10 major families in China held secret meetings to discuss major events 3 months later. A mysterious force called the Prophet quietly infiltrated the major families and encouraged them to begin planning. The storm is coming. Sushian already knew that these noble families would take action. In the previous life, these noble families, under the instigation of the mysterious forces, took the lead in making arrangements, searching for a large number of antiques and treasures, purchasing secret land, and waiting until the spiritual energy revived to seize all the resources. And those mysterious forces were spies planted among humans by ancient foreign tribes in advance, who eventually led these families step by step towards destruction. Fortunately, the Chinese government realized the seriousness of the problem and took timely action to stop it, thus avoiding the spread of the disaster. Then the noble families woke up, and the younger generations joined the army to resist the ancient clans and the fierce beasts. However, in this life, Sushian had made arrangements 5 months in advance, occupied 6 mining areas, an S-level secret realm, the 6 swords of King Yu that could kill the true king, 2 volumes of ancient heavenly books, and other precious treasures. The results would certainly be very different. Chapter 22, Master Keiqiao and Master Bai, Tomb of the King of Yu. More than half a month passed, and good news came from Shueli. That is, Master Partridge and Master Bai had finally finished dealing with the matters in the United States and came to China at night, planning to meet Sushian. Sushian had always been fascinated by tomb robbers since he was a child, and he also had some understanding of them. According to the different methods and tools used by the tomb robbers, there are the Banshan School, Xiangling School, Fakia School, and Majin School. There is also an old saying: to touch gold, one needs a talisman. To find a place to break the mound, one needs a seal. To move mountains, one needs a technique. To remove mountains, one needs armor. True Man Partridge is an outstanding figure among the mountain-moving sect, while True Man Bai is a real gold-moving lieutenant who is proficient in terrain survey, feng shui metaphysics, finding dragons and dividing gold, etc. On August 10th, 2124, there are only 2 months left until the spiritual energy revival. In the evening, 2 celebrities in the tomb-robbing industry came to Sushian's manor. The Taoist monk Banshan was wearing a gray-blue Taoist robe, with his hair tied up and wearing a crown. A long sword was inserted diagonally behind his back, and 2 pistols were tucked on his waist. There was a majestic demeanor between his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Bai Jinren was wearing a leather jacket, had an untidy beard, and sleepy eyes. He didn't seem to care much about his appearance and looked rather casual. The 2 were authentic northerners, so Sushian made mutton hot pot directly in the living room. Waves of spicy aroma wafted out, and the best free-range fresh mutton slices were placed next to it. Mr. Su, to be honest, we saw some strange phenomena when we came back from the United States. Master Partridge stirred the lamb slices in the dipping saucer, then put them directly into his mouth, saying as he ate, "In the United States, everyone is frantically hoarding things, daily necessities, food, and household items. And those merchants have begun to search for antiques everywhere. But the United States has only a few hundred years of history, and it seems that there are no antiques. Mr. Su, is something big about to happen? A war?" Facing Master Partridge's question, Sushian nodded and said, "I heard that something big might happen. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but you'll know when the time comes." After saying that, he picked up a cup of erguo and drank it in one gulp. Master Bai lowered his head and ate mutton slices madly, eating at least 70 or 80 slices in one breath. As far as I know, the tomb of the King of Yu was once robbed, and 3 of the 6 swords were stolen. After the times changed, they were moved to the museum, but were eventually stolen by the British during the invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The Partridge Master calmly told these anecdotes. And the person who stole these 3 swords was none other than a member of the tomb raiding school under the command of Wei Taizu during the Three Kingdoms period. Sushian's heart moved slightly, and he vaguely felt that there seemed to be some potential connection. The spring and autumn period and the Three Kingdoms were separated by 800 or 900 years. There couldn't be any connection between them, right? Why did King Go Jian of Yu forge 6 swords? Why did Emperor Taizu of Wei steal 3 of them? There is no way to know these things. Sushian only knows that he must gather these 6 swords together before he can fight against the masters of the ancient clan's true king level. He is a master who has seen the level of a true king. He can pluck stars with his bare hands, destroy cities, and split mountains. He is simply a nightmare to the world and an invincible demon. I wonder what Mr. Su wants these 6 swords of the king of Yu for? Master Bai suddenly put down his chopsticks, raised his eyes, and stared at Sushian. Sushian smiled slightly. I've always liked collecting antiques. The older they are, the better. I saw the 6 swords of the king of Yu in a book and was quite interested, so we made this deal. Master Bai lowered his eyes and suddenly said nonchalantly, I once saw an ancient sword formation in a Taoist temple in my early years. There were 6 bronze swords in it. They seemed very similar to the 6 swords of the king of Yu. Could it be that Mr. Su is interested in this sword formation? Sushian smiled and said, the sword formation is unlikely to appear in the real world. Master Bai nodded in agreement. That's true. It's hard to say what it was like in the distant past, but sword formations are illusory and cannot exist in the real world. Afterwards, the 3 of them chatted about the location of the tomb of the king of Yu and their next plans, and everything went very harmoniously. Before leaving, Sushian stopped Master Bai and asked him, I wonder where the Taoist temple that the immortal mentioned is? Master Bai glanced at it, and after a while he slowly said, in the East Sea, a cemetery near Baiyun Temple. Brother Su, if you are interested, you can go and watch, but I advise you to just watch these sword formations and don't take them seriously. After finishing speaking, the 2 said goodbye and set out on their journey to the tomb of the king of Yu. Sushian had no doubt about the strength of the 2 men, so it would not be a problem for him to take out the bronze sword. It turned out to be a cemetery near Baiyun Temple. Due to special reasons in his previous life, he was passively involved in an ancient Taoist tomb and observed the Kaitian sword formation, which was exactly the same as described by the Taoist Master Bai. However, he was in a hurry at that time and did not have time to copy it, nor did he understand the geographical location. It turned out to be near Baiyun Temple. No wonder I felt like I was on an island, and all I could hear at night was the sound of waves. Some time ago, I met Taoist Master Xinyuan from Baiyun Temple in Nanyang Mountain. It seemed that he came here for the ancient heavenly book. What is certain is that he must know some secrets, but he cannot tell them now. It seems that I have to go to Baiyun Temple and try to find it nearby. After all, the power of a complete Kaitian sword formation is immeasurable. August 20th, 2124, there are still 2 months until the spiritual energy is revived. At this moment, the project in Hungduan Valley was basically completed. After Sushian finished the phone call, he sat on the sofa, feeling calm inside. Wang Shi also called and reported that the auxiliary road in Wenqing mining area was being built day and night. More than 80 excavators were mobilized and hundreds of people worked at the same time. Finally, the highway was built and could directly run through the national highway. The mining area was also cleaned and repaired, and a large amount of garbage was transported to the sea by trucks. According to his estimation, the ore can be fully transported out starting next month, but there is not much ore left and the quality is not high. The remaining mining areas acquired from the 9 major groups have also been cleaned and repaired by Sushian, and basically by October, they can be transported freely. Then, Sushian invested the remaining billions without hesitation and notified Uncle Gui and others to directly hire a total of 500 people. These people were all retired veterans and were scattered in key transportation fortresses in the 5 mining areas to provide escort for future transportation of ore. After arranging all this, Sushian slowly felt relieved. Now he just had to wait for the 3 bronze swords from the tomb of King Yu. At the end of August 2124, the 10 great families could no longer sit still and finally sent out their best men to start the search. Jiang and Morong family. Morong Gui looked out the window with his hands behind his back. The lights of thousands of houses were particularly brilliant. Behind him are several core members of the Morong family. Let's get started. First thing to do, find these 6 bronze swords and figure out a solution yourself. The second thing, find these 3 abandoned mines. The third thing, find this Bodi seed. The fourth thing, Morong Gay issued a series of instructions, and the assistant took out the corresponding pictures and marked the corresponding location coordinates. Morong is invincible and has fulfilled his mission. More than a dozen people lowered their heads and shouted loudly. At the same time, other families began to take action, and those collectors and businessmen also began to collect antiques everywhere. The whole of China was caught in a storm of antique sales, with prices increasing by dozens or even hundreds of times, and the entire antique world was thrown into chaos. In the luxurious office on the top floor of the Emperor Building, Sheng Qingping rubbed his brows and looked at the report passed by his subordinates. His smile turned bitter, and he muttered to himself, "Brother Su, you are really one step ahead of others." Then, a dozen of his most capable men all entered the room and waited for orders. Use all your connections to acquire antiques. The older they are, the better. We must not let them fall into the hands of the top 10 families. Yes, President. Sheng Qingping raised his eyes, glanced at everyone, and said slowly, "You must remember that everything we do in the Imperial Society is for China. Anyone who is found hiding something and not handing it over to the authorities or reporting it to me will be executed as a traitor to the Imperial Society." Yes, President. Chapter 23. Go to Baiyun Temple, Taoist ancient tomb, to observe the sword formation. August 20th, 2124, Eastern Sea, Archipelago, Baiyun Temple. In a quiet courtyard, shaded by bamboo trees, beside a stone table, Sushian was drinking tea with Taoist Master Xian Yuan and his 2 disciples. The tea leaves in the cup were green and juicy, each one standing upright. The tea soup was cool and refreshing, with a hint of bamboo fragrance. He sipped it gently, but it was very delicious. His internal organs felt refreshed and comfortable. Sushian couldn't help but sigh. "Good tea. May I ask what is the name of this tea, Taoist?" Xian Yuan looked relaxed, leaning back in his chair, stretching his arms, and said with a smile, "I haven't given it a name yet. I just found it by chance behind a bamboo forest. You don't need to stir-fry it. You can just boil it with spring water and drink it." Xian Yuan's 2 disciples were eating melon seeds boredly. The older one called out 1, 2, and the younger one called out 3, 4. The latter looked at Sushian with a smile on their faces and a friendly attitude. "This guy is very nice. He brought us so many things. Jerky, eggs, snacks, and so many daily necessities. It's really good." After more than 10 days of inquiries, combined with the fragmentary memories of his previous life, Sushian finally found out the whereabouts of Baiyun Temple. It has to be said that the islands in the East Sea are scattered all over the place. If you have not made sufficient preparations, it is difficult to find the specific location of Baiyun Temple. Sushian came this time mainly to paint the sword formation on the wall, so when he arrived at Baiyun Temple, he naturally brought a lot of items and food. Taoist Master Xian Yuan was indifferent by nature and had no taboos. He would take whatever was given to him, and even took out the best tea to entertain guests. Mr. Su was able to find Baiyun Temple, which proves that you are destined to be with us. I wonder what happened this time. Xian Yuan had a head full of silver hair, but Sushian clearly felt that compared to the last time he was in Nanyang Mountain, he seemed a little younger and could almost be described as having a youthful face with white hair. Could it be that the revival of spiritual energy has an impact on him? He had never had direct contact with him in his previous life and didn't know much about him. He only met him once in this life, but Xian Yuan gave him the feeling that he was unfathomable and mysterious. After thinking for a moment, Sushian decided to state his intention directly. "To be honest, I came here for an ancient Taoist tomb site. There is a mysterious sword formation drawn in the tomb, which is composed of 6 bronze swords and has infinite power. According to my friend, this ancient tomb site is near Baiyun Temple, so I want to ask for help from the Taoist priest." Xian Yuan's expression changed slightly, the smile on his face disappeared, and he stared at Sushian in a daze. When he saw those domineering but clear eyes, the doubts and hesitations in his heart instantly dissipated. Perhaps this is the opportunity. After a long pause, he said, "This sword formation needs to find the 6 bronze swords of mysterious origin before it can be activated. It seems that you have already found them." Sushian nodded. "Half of it has been collected, and the other half will be collected soon." Xian Yuan nodded, as he expected, but did not directly answer his question. Instead, he continued to speak vaguely. A catastrophe is about to happen. It seems you are ready. Well, let's make an exception for this channel. The ancient tomb site is 30 miles north of Baiyun Temple. I will draw the exact location for you later. Sushian was overjoyed and bowed with both hands. Thank you, Taoist priest. After a while, Xin Yuan drew the location of the ancient tomb on a piece of paper, folded it, and handed it to Sushian, while saying something unclear. Since you have found the sword formation, you should take responsibility for this cause and effect. No matter when, don't forget your original intention. Hearing this, Sushian was slightly stunned, with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. By the way, what Elder Fekong said last time at the Longhu Monastery in Tibet seemed to be similar to this. So what exactly is this invisible and intangible cause and effect? I will follow the Taoist's instructions. Sushian nodded slightly, then left quickly with the map. After he left, Yi couldn't help but ask, Master, why should you tell him? Xin Yuan said seriously. He is the one who deserves the disaster. Yi curled his lips. I don't see it. He didn't say what was in his mind. He was just a money-grubbing businessman. How could he be considered a person who would be doomed to calamity? Sansi, on the other hand, liked Sushian very much. He put the snacks into his mouth and chewed them while pretending to be serious. Brother Sushian is quite good and nice person. I can feel that he is definitely not a bad person. What the hell do you know? He was slapped on the head with one slap, and he staggered and spat out all the snacks in his mouth. What are you doing? Okay. Taoist Xin Yuan looked into the distance. Why rush? If I'm wrong, I can choose again when the time comes. In the afternoon, Sushian, along with Ahu and several agile and strong men, found the ruins of an ancient Taoist tomb. Among the broken walls and ruins, there is a blank stone tablet slanting into the ground. The surface has been weathered, revealing some spots and vicissitudes. Here it is, Ahu. I leave it to you. Sushian looked at the drawing and repeatedly compared it with the surrounding reference objects. He could confirm that the entrance was next to this stone tablet. Perhaps after a long time, the entrance has been blocked by rocks and soil and is covered with weeds, requiring manual digging. Sir, leave it to us. Ahu skillfully took off his backpack, pulled out a folding alloy shovel from it, and assembled it quickly. The 5 or 6 people beside him also quickly took out their tools and started digging. This group of people are full of energy and are all veterans, so excavation work is not difficult for them. Sushian simply set up a tent nearby, took out a fishing rod, looked at the East China Sea where the sky and the sea met, and started fishing. He had to spend the night here anyway. About 2.5 hours later, when the sun was almost about to sink into the horizon, Ahu reported back that the entrance to the ancient tomb had been found. Sushian hurriedly dropped the lure, thinking that it was empty-handed, and followed Ahu straight to the entrance. I saw that near the stone tablet. These people had dug a deep pit with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of more than 3 meters. It was pitch black underneath, like the huge mouth of a monster in the abyss, full of unknown fear. Ahu immediately tied a burning candle with a rope and slowly lowered it down. After lowering it for more than 10 meters, the candle still did not go out, but it did not reach the bottom. There should be plenty of oxygen in there, but the depth is quite terrifying. Down. Sushian gave the order without hesitation. He had been to this ancient tomb in his previous life, and it was not dangerous. So under Ahu's arrangement, these 7 or 8 experienced veterans took up their weapons, put on gas masks, and slowly climbed down the rope. Only after they confirmed the bottom did the people who followed slowly descend. This is a relatively empty ancient tomb with Taoist-related patterns painted on the walls, such as images of the 3 pure ones, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, the 8 trigrams formation, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 28 constellations, and so on. Sushian held the torch and relied on his memory to finally find the wall with the sword formation depicted on it. Everyone takes pictures from different angles and then goes back. Yes, everyone took pictures from different angles, stored the entire sword formation diagram in their mobile phones, and then slowly exited. After getting the photo of the sword formation, Sushian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is the complete Kaikian sword formation. With this sword formation, when the true king comes, he will be invincible, and China will be saved. At the same time, Assistant Xiaowensi also called to say that Master Partridge and Master Bai had found the other 3 bronze swords and would go to Tianjing to deliver them tomorrow. Sushian was cheered up and immediately decided to take a helicopter back to Tianjin early the next morning. Chapter 24, Everything is Ready. A strange phenomenon appears from the sky. September 20th, 2124, Hungduan Valley. Sushian looked at the built steps and cable cars, the road leading to the main road, the large pile of treasures he had carried from the valley, and the 6 bronze swords inserted according to the layout of the sword formation, and his heart was calm. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. Sushian even mortgaged his villa and built a simple living place in Hungduan Mountains. He hired a full 800-strong team to stand guard around. He even entrusted some officials through Uncle Gui and others to pay attention to and take care of all the safety here to ensure that everything will be safe before the spiritual energy revives. Mr. Su, according to your instructions, 360 alarm devices have been deployed near Hungduan Mountain, and 500 mercenaries with the strength of elite armed police have been deployed. In addition, in this city, the public security team can dispatch a full 1,000-man team for support at any time, and they will arrive within 10 minutes. Xia Wenxi stood aside and began to report the situation around him. Su Xian nodded silently, but still felt it was not enough. In his previous life, he had witnessed with his own eyes the madness of that group of aristocratic families, which had almost reached the point of a fight to the death. Even after the revival of spiritual energy, this group of people set up their own faction and established a powerful force to confront the government. Various phenomena indicate that when these old families reach a certain point, they will become extremely crazy and will achieve their goals regardless of cost or sacrifice. After pondering for a moment, Su Xian continued to issue orders. This defensive force is not enough. Call Uncle Gui immediately and ask him to withdraw some of the people sent out to protect the highway and deploy them all near Hungduan Mountain to support these mercenaries. At least 500 people. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army and only a moment to deploy it. After building up the power for so many years, it's time to use it. As long as we can withstand the offensive and wait until the spiritual energy recovers, then these aristocratic families, the ancient beasts, the 9 major groups, or the group of so-called prophets will not be a concern. Su Xian's eyes showed strong confidence, but he was still a little nervous. In this life, I've tried my best to plan and done everything I can think of. It is impossible to evaluate what level I will achieve by then. In short, one thing is certain, it is far superior to the previous life. According to the classification of treasures, Su Xian made plans in advance. In the Hungduan Valley, 6 bronze swords are placed according to the 5 elements. Litian is in the middle, which is the core of the sword formation, also called the eye of the formation. The morning light belongs to gold and should be placed in the northwest direction. Dawn belongs to wood and is placed in the east. Duan Shui belongs to water and should be placed in the north. Fu Mo belongs to fire and should be placed in the south. The chaotic soul belongs to the earth and should be placed in the southwest direction. 5 directions, guarding the ancient sky-splitting sword in the center. This is the complete version of the sky-splitting sword formation in the Taoist ancient tomb sword formation diagram. Su Xian carries the Bodi seed with him. When the spiritual energy is revived, this thing will undergo tremendous changes. It is said to be related to enlightenment, but the details are unknown now. The 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood and the ancestral dragon's tendons are put together. These 2 things can be put into the furnace in the secret realm to forge magical weapons and sharp blades. The meteorite that was auctioned for 1 billion, the dragon-shaped stone given by Elder Fong, and the ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties obtained from the auction were placed together. These things could also be forged into fairy-level treasures and weapons. Tens of thousands of dried elixir stones are piled together. Once spiritual energy is infused into them, these items will become real elixirs, and their realm will be greatly improved. Su Xian placed the rest of the antiques collected from the 9 major groups in another place. The valley was quite large in area and space, and after filling it with all these things, there wasn't much space left. At the same time, Su Xian also excavated a super large flat land on the mountainside, covered it with a thick alloy shed, and installed doors and windows. These were all used to store spirit stones. With everything ready, Su Xian simply lived in Hungduan Mountains and began to slowly adapt to the various climates here. On September 30th, 2124, all of China will have a holiday to celebrate the most important holiday, China's National Day. After busy work and studies, people buy tickets or drive themselves to various tourist attractions. A wildlife park in northeast China was packed with people. The guide, with a microphone on his chest, began to introduce the park in a vivid way. The Siberian tiger, a member of the Felidae family and the Panthera genus, is currently the largest cat species. The Siberian tiger, standing in front of you, is called Xiaohua, a 4-year-old girl. She is usually quiet and likes to eat meat, but she can be a bit fierce sometimes. Children, please stand away. At this moment, a little girl suddenly pointed at the sturdy Siberian tiger and shouted, "That tiger! How come he has 8 legs?" Little boy, you are so humorous. The narrator smiled slightly and gave the little girl a kind look. Andy, it's real. At the same time, there was a commotion among the crowd. The commentator's face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but look back and found that the Siberian tiger that the girl named Xiaohua lived with day and night suddenly grew in size and grew 8 legs. It raised its head and roared fiercely, and then it slapped down with one claw, causing a dent in the steel cage. The commentator's face turned pale, but he remained calm. He grabbed a worker nearby and almost shouted, quickly issue a red alert, call the armed forces over, and put the entire zoo on level 1 alert." Almost at the same time, the entire zoo was filled with screams of fear, followed by a large number of people rushing towards the net like a tide, while the thin children were squeezed around, fell to the ground, and were even trampled and pushed. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere. "Everyone should not panic. Line up in an orderly manner and leave quickly. If anyone is dissatisfied, they will be treated as disrupting public order." As soon as these words were spoken, the chaotic crowd was instantly frightened. Several young men with dyed yellow hair tried to get out of the crowd, but were pinned to the ground by several armed men and could not move. The remaining people no longer dared to rush around and retreated in an orderly manner under the leadership of the staff. In a remote village in the southwest, several farmers were harvesting rice in the rice fields. The sun above their heads was not as scorching as it was in June and July, but it still made people feel hot. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the sky. A farmer raised his head, and a terrifying scene suddenly appeared in his eyes. I saw countless hailstones falling from the sky and landing on people's heads. It was very painful. They were as hard as stones and came with great force. "Go home quickly. The hail is coming." A clever young man immediately put on his hat, shouted wildly at the top of his lungs, and ran nonstop. Jiangnan, an amusement park. Black clouds destroyed the city. A tornado raged out of nowhere. Screams and cries of fear rang out one after another, and the scene fell into chaos in an instant. The authorities directly dispatched a team of 500 people and began to command the crowd to evacuate to the nearest shelter in an orderly manner. At this moment, strange phenomena appeared in the sky across the 9 provinces of China and all over the world. Giant hailstones that haven't been seen in 800 years, mutated beasts, super tornadoes that have never appeared, strong and terrifying earthquakes, mudslides, tsunamis, typhoons. The natural disaster struck China in an instant. At the same time, the whole world is facing horrific natural disasters. In the land of Sakura, a tsunami of unprecedented magnitude occurred, destroying more than a dozen ports in an instant and claiming the lives of thousands of people. A rare earthquake occurred in the United States, destroying more than half of the high-rise buildings in an entire state and killing tens of thousands of people. In the British Strait, a typhoon that had not been seen in 1,000 years appeared, directly destroying hundreds of ships on the sea. In Australia, some of the once docile kangaroos suddenly mutated, increasing their size several times and becoming extremely violent. Within just one day, thousands of people were bitten to death, and corpses were everywhere. A natural disaster that is raging around the world is rapidly approaching, and humanity is facing a very terrifying crisis. Chapter 25. The Anger of the Morong Family, the 10 great families questioning each other. The National Day in 2124 is a festival that will be unforgettable. According to our station, recently there have been strange phenomena in the sky, and natural disasters rarely seen in 1,000 years have occurred in different regions. The Northwest has seen 3 consecutive days of polar day, with a continuous temperature of 50 degrees. The riverbed has dried up, crops have died, and the whole area is short of water. The Southwest has seen a rare large hailstorm, which lasted for a full 40 hours and damaged thousands of hectares of crops. Tsunamis of varying degrees occurred in coastal areas, and about 6 ports were submerged, causing varying degrees of casualties. the southeast region suffered a rare rainstorm, with rainfall reaching 10 meters in 2 days. Thousands of villages were submerged, and the search team worked without sleep for more than 30 hours. The country attaches great importance to this and has sent a team of 8,000 people to support various places. China is a country that has suffered many disasters, but it is also a tenacious nation. In the face of natural disasters, China's search and rescue teams rushed to the front line and stood with the people. This station is continuing to broadcast. I'm the host, Bing Bing. Sushian half lay on the sofa, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. Sure enough, just like in the previous life, in less than a month, natural disasters struck, animals mutated, and there were casualties of varying degrees throughout China. Fortunately, the people of this nation were of the spirit of helping each other in times of trouble, and they soon joined the search and rescue team to fight against the natural disaster. And it won't be long before these disasters are over. It once again demonstrated the Chinese people's spirit of hard work, unity, self-reliance, perseverance, and fearless perseverance. Jiangnan, Morong family. Morong Gue stood outside the window, looking at the busy rescue team shuttling back and forth downstairs, and the weak and helpless people with a sneer and mockery on his face, and said coldly with his hands behind his back, "Natural disasters are a good way to select excellent genes. Society is like nature, where only the fittest survive. When riots strike, when catastrophes arrive, the weak will try to survive in the cracks until they are eliminated, while the strong will prepare in advance, take advantage of the situation, and continue to accumulate resources. And my Morong family will stand at the top of China's aristocratic families and tell the world what the heritage of China's oldest family is." All the descendants of the Morong family admired him and praised him. All of this is due to the wise leadership and careful planning of our ancestors. Although Morong Gue was old and had experienced many ups and downs, he still found these flatteries very useful. He turned around and looked at his most satisfied grandson, saying, "In the near future, the whole turmoil will come, and the land of Jojo will surely fall into a new chaos. By then, it is not impossible that the class will be restructured and the country will change hands. You must study hard and manage well. The future of the Morong family is in your hands." The young man immediately became extremely excited, his body trembling, and he nodded vigorously. "It's all thanks to the good teachings of the ancestors. I will definitely work hard and, under the leadership of the ancestors, make the Morong family stronger and more prosperous." The other young men cast envious glances at him. Being noticed by the ancestor was tantamount to declaring the power of the Morong family. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and a slightly hurried voice came from outside the door. "Ancestor, we are back." Since Morong Gue was not informed in advance, he did not know how the people he arranged were doing, but he firmly believed that there must be no mistakes. A rare smile appeared on Orange Peel's old face. "Come in." Then he turned to the group of young people and said, "See, our Morong family is so efficient. Listen carefully to how our ancestors plan things." "Yes, ancestor." Everyone nodded in unison, surrounding the old ancestor with serious expressions on their faces. Afterwards, several middle-aged men in black coats, with murderous aura on their bodies, slowly walked into the room. The moment they saw Morong Fu, they knelt down on the ground. The smile on Morong Gue's face froze instantly. He had a bad feeling in his heart, frowned, and shouted, "What's going on?" "Really?" One of the burly men quickly replied, "Ancestor, this time we found a master in the tomb-robbing world, discovered the location of the king of Yu's tomb, and went into search. We discovered that the bronze sword had been stolen, so we got there first." Morong Gue's expression changed drastically after hearing this. He instantly flew into a rage. Veins popped out at the corners of his eyes, and he shouted angrily, "What did you say? Gone? How is that possible? I started planning for this matter much earlier than those companies. I have been planning for this moment for a full 10 years and spent a full 50 million, all for the purpose of getting the bronze sword without anyone noticing when the disaster strikes. And now you tell me it's gone?" Angry roars echoed throughout the room. Morong Gue's face turned ashen, his hair and beard fluttered. The people in the room trembled, lowered their heads, and dared not make a sound. Fear instantly filled their hearts. "Waste! You are all waste." Morong Gue glanced at everyone, raised his hands, and shouted loudly, his body shaking with anger. "Investigate it immediately." Once you find out who it is, use all your strength to take it back. This bronze sword has long belonged to my Morong family. If anyone dares to steal it, I will kill him without a burial place." The man who spoke first quickly replied, "Ancestor, based on our multiple inquiries and investigations, we have identified the suspect, who is none other than Sushian, the former chairman of the Beichin group." Morong Gue frowned and paced back and forth. Sushian? Su Jie's son, the young man who has been frantically buying antiques in recent months and has been named the #1 prodigal son in China by the media. Exactly. Morong Gue reacted in an instant and became furious. Okay, he fooled us. The media has been reporting on him and creating a prodigal son image. It turned out that this was planned in advance. It seems that he has his own methods. Good boy. You're very capable. Send someone immediately. No matter what method you use, you must bring the bronze sword back. At this time, another person also began to report. Ancestor, the 2 abandoned mining areas we targeted have long been acquired by Sushian, who has also carried out large-scale cleanup. He even built roads around them and sent heavy troops to guard them. Ancestor, the jade and elixir stones you wanted were also taken away by Sushian from the Emperor Association. Ancestor, the Bodi stone has fallen into Sushian's hands. Ancestor, after listening to his subordinate's report, Morong Gue's face turned even darker. He could no longer bear it and punched the table with his fist. The huge force made the table dent several inches. He took a deep breath and said, "They are all idiots and losers." They were played around by a young man. Luo Sun is also a moron. What should we do now? Ancestor, according to our spies' reports, Sushian has hired at least thousands of veterans and even has a large number of heavy weapons. If we attack rashly, we may not get any benefits. The middle-aged man in the lead lowered his head and explained the current situation and circumstances. Morong Gue paced back and forth, his head working rapidly, and began to think of countermeasures. The others dared not make a sound, and the whole room fell into a very quiet scene. About 5 minutes later, Morong Gue glanced at everyone and said gloomily, "Contact the 9 great families immediately and tell them that all our plans were intercepted by Sushian. We, the Morong family, are going to take action to take back everything that belongs to us. As for the other families, they can do whatever they want." Yes, Ancestor. At the same time, the other 9 great families in China all reported the same situation as the Morong family. After years of planning, they were all intercepted by Sushian, and all their efforts were in vain. After a long meeting that lasted an entire afternoon, the leaders of the 10 great families reached a consensus and asked Sushian to return the treasures and mining areas that originally belonged to them. They even quickly established a distribution mechanism based on their contributions and current status. Therefore, the representatives of the 10 major families shouted at each other, demanding that Sushian return the things that did not belong to them. For this, they are willing to pay 30% of the price. Otherwise, we will have to go to war, and then there will definitely be trouble. In Hungduan Valley, after Sushian finished reading the letter sent by the 10 major families, he tore it into pieces and took quick action. Notify all units immediately and enter a level 1 combat readiness state. If they dare to come, I will take action. I will bear all the consequences. Sushian gave his assistants the order to prepare for battle, with madness flashing in his eyes. The chaos is coming, and there is nothing to be afraid of. If these noble families dare to come, I will show no mercy. And when the spiritual energy is revived, this group of people will be less of a concern, and it will not be difficult to kill them until a river of blood flows. Yes, sir. The assistant slowly walked out of the valley and began to convey Sushian's orders to every place. Chapter 26. One step further, no mercy. October 15th, 2124. There are still 5 days until the spiritual energy is revived. As disasters continued to strike, officials from all over the world dispatched almost all their agency personnel to form temporary search and rescue teams, intelligence analysis teams, scientific research teams, etc. Especially in China, all government agency personnel were thrown into the rescue team. At the call of the country, they left their comfortable rooms without hesitation and rushed to the dangerous front line. If it is beneficial to the country, why would we avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? The People's Army and the troops of the military region mobilized all their forces. The people of the entire China consciously took on the rescue work and continued to fight against natural disasters and sudden changes. At this moment, After Sushian tore up the letter, the leaders of the 10 major families, after several days of heated discussions, finally decided to take force to take back what belonged to them. We must seize Hungduan Mountain immediately, take back everything that Sushian has acquired, put it together, and then start distributing it. Also, send people to seize the 5 major mining areas immediately. Use powerful force to intimidate them and make them hand them over obediently. Right now, the official army is guarding the borders, resisting those mutated animals, or joining the search and rescue operation. They are completely unable to restrain us. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, our 10 great families will be doomed. As the leader, Morong put forward his own suggestions. I second that. I agree. Patriarch Morong is right. We cannot just sit there and wait for death. We must take drastic measures. Agree. Therefore, when the authorities put their energy into rescue and search, as well as law and order maintenance, the 10 major families dispatched all their family forces to go to Sushian's base camp, Hungduan Mountains. When hundreds of trucks transported thousands of people to the city in Hungduan Mountains and marched along the highway, Sushian had already learned the news. He immediately summoned all the forces that had been arranged previously and assembled them all in Hungduan Mountains. He deployed a battalion of 1,000 men, equipped with a large number of heavy weapons, and was ready for battle. When all the weapons were set up, Sushian stood on the Hungduan Mountains and looked down. Through the telescope, he saw a large and mighty army on the dusty road. At the same time, Ahu was flying a helicopter to form a pincer attack with the Hungduan Mountains defenses, providing a steady stream of intelligence information and being able to pick up Sushian from dangerous situations at any time. Standing next to Sushian were the core men of Bachin Group. They had all gone through mountains of swords and seas of fire, and now facing a battle with real guns, they seemed very nervous. Boom! As the roar of cars sounded, the convoy of the 10 major families slowly arrived at the foot of the Hungduan Mountains. On the wide open space, a team of hundreds of people from the 10 major families began to gather quickly and assemble weapons, preparing to launch an attack. Sushian stretched out his right hand and blocked the defense team on the mountain. They loaded their guns and aimed at the foot of the mountain. They were ready to fire billions of bullets at the command. With the advantage of geographical location, Sushian's side took a very important initiative. After lining up in a row, Morong, under the protection of several bodyguards, slowly came to the foot of the mountain, looked at Sushian on the mountainside, took the megaphone, and shouted loudly, "Sushian, I respect your father Sujia. I will give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you can hand over everything, we will withdraw our troops immediately and promise not to embarrass you again. If you dare to resist, our 10 great families will definitely destroy this place, stain the Hungduan Mountains with blood, and you will become wandering ghosts." The voice was loud and resonant throughout the Hungduan Mountains. Every one of the 2,000 people present heard it clearly, and they all looked at Sushian, the former chairman of the Bachin Group, the young man who was dubbed China's #1 prodigal son by the media. Everyone was waiting for Sushian's response. After all, the other party was one of the top 10 families in China and also the strongest unofficial force. It can be said that in the whole of China, apart from the official forces, they represent the pinnacle of strength and power. And at this moment, the 10 major families joined forces just for a young man who was less than 30 years old, and even formed a confrontation. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the mountain, making Sushian's windbreaker rustle. Sushian took the megaphone handed over by his assistant and spoke a few words to the troops of the 10 great families at the foot of the mountain in a decisive and extremely indifferent tone. "If you take this one step further, I'll kill you without mercy." Hiss! The whole place was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the young man with wide eyes and disbelief, with that cold voice without any emotion echoing in their ears. Kill without mercy. How many years? Since the establishment of the 10 great families through so many dynasties, even the royal relatives in the feudal period never spoke to them in this tone. It can be said that they control almost half of the resources in the whole of China. But now, right in front of them, a young man in his 20s was telling them, "Go further and kill without mercy." How arrogant is this? How outrageous is this? Murong Fu's face was uncertain. His heart was filled with turmoil. His eyes revealed a murderous aura. He clenched his fists tightly, looked at the heads of the other 9 great families, nodded, and then issued an order. "Go ahead." He didn't believe that Sushian dared to resist. He didn't believe that Sushian dared to go against the 10 great families. Under his command, the troops at the foot of the mountain drew their guns and moved towards the Hwong Mountains step by step. They are the core figures of the 10 great families, and they are not afraid of death. After Sushian saw this, he sneered and gave the order without hesitation. Shah! In the previous life, these 10 great families, without exception, all surrendered to the foreign race and massacred their Chinese compatriots without blinking an eye. One of the reasons why they were able to grow rapidly was that they obtained those treasures and acquired the mining areas. They used China's heritage to kill their own compatriots, just for the arrival of the true king of the ancient clan and to pledge their allegiance to them. Their defection caused heavy losses to the Chinese government. In this life, I will definitely not let you get what you want. Under Su Xian's order, this group of veterans opened fire without any hesitation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bullets fell like meteors, hitting the front of the aristocratic family troops, splashing up dust. This round of shooting was just a warning. Those people panicked instantly and stopped immediately. Morong and the others showed horror on their faces. They couldn't believe that Su Xian really dared to shoot. For a moment, they seemed to be in a difficult situation. If we advance, rivers of blood will inevitably flow. If you retreat, you will lose all your face. Advance or retreat? At this moment, the heads of the 10 great families were filled with shock, hesitation, and fear of Sushian. He really shot. What to do? The other people looked at Morong with anxious expressions. Morong took a deep breath and was also panicking. How the hell do I know what to do? You don't have brains? But he didn't show it on his face. At the same time, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard a very anxious voice. Ancestor. We who went to the mining area were surrounded by a large number of armed forces sent by Sushian. Now, we have no way to escape. They are all carrying a large number of heavy weapons. What should we do? Morong Fu took a deep breath, then cursed. Fuck it. How the hell am I supposed to know what to do? Then he hung up the phone, looked at the stunned people around him, and replied helplessly. Let's retreat. It won't be too late for us to come back when the great catastrophe comes. By then, our strength will be much greater than it is now. Withdraw! As a result, this huge crowd began to retreat in panic. Sushian watched this scene calmly and sneered his heart. After 5 days, you will be nothing. Chapter 27. The Resurrection of Spiritual Energy, the Fusion of Bodi, 10,000 Times of Enlightenment. After the 10 great families withdrew from the Hwong Mountains, Sushian issued an order for the family troops detained in the major mining areas to surrender their weapons and then tie them up with iron chains, and not release anyone, no matter who they were. As a result, the 10 great families not only failed to achieve their goal this time, but also lost hundreds of people in 5 mining areas. After learning about these things, the 9 major groups in Tianjin beat their chests and stamped their feet in deep regret. I regret selling these antiques to Sushian. Having received news of the impending catastrophe, Luo Sun was now extremely upset. The same goes for the other 9 major groups. They used all their connections, but in the end they were able to acquire very few things. The entire antique world was almost completely looted by the emperor, and most of it fell into Sushian's hands. More than 40 billion. A full 40 billion. Luo Sun was so angry that he smashed the vase that he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. It's all a conspiracy. Sushian, you deserve to die. You have thought about it all in advance, step by step, starting from selling the shares. Damn it. October 20th, 2124, 12 a.m. When the clock struck midnight, Sushian sat quietly in the Hwong Valley. At his request, the core members of the Beichin group did not go to sleep as they were all waiting for this moment. Boom! In an instant, there was thunder rumbling in the depths of the sky, resounding throughout the night sky. Then, countless incandescent lightning struck, tearing a big hole in the night sky. At the same time, strong winds blew and heavy rains fell. The creepy roar of wild beasts could be heard between the mountains and forests. In front of the few people, some unknown plants suddenly grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and instantly grew to 4 or 5 meters high. A rich breath echoed in the Hwong Valley, and purple mist instantly enveloped the entire valley. A familiar breath flowed into Sushian's limbs and bones. Sushian opened his eyes and carefully felt this familiar feeling that spanned 2 lifetimes. He knew that the moment he had been planning and waiting for 8 months had arrived. At this moment, the global spiritual energy is reviving. All living things will grow at an unheard of speed. Humans are at the top of the food chain, and so is nature. The spiritual energy poured in, and Sushian opened his hands and felt it with his heart. At the same time, the treasures he had already placed were also slowly absorbing this unreasonably rich spiritual energy. First, the string of dried Bodi seeds madly absorbed all the spiritual energy around it, emitting a dazzling light, and its originally black appearance began to slowly fall off, revealing a dazzling golden color inside. Afterwards, the Bodi seed seemed to be under some magical power and began to slowly rise, suspended in the void, and approached Sushian step by step. Feeling the powerful force coming from the Bodi seed, Sushian remained calm and did not refuse, allowing the Bodi seed to slowly sink into his forehead. Suddenly, a powerful force emanated from his sea of consciousness. Sushian sat cross-legged and felt himself entering a very mysterious state. Bodi seed meets its master, merging current progress 1%. Sushian couldn't help but be overjoyed when the prompt came from his mind. This Bodi seed is an ancient spiritual object. It already has its own spirituality. Now that it has recognized its master, it will surely bring unexpected benefits once everything is integrated. I decided to wait patiently. Closing his eyes, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. In a vast white unknown land, a long-haired monk with deer antlers on his head, wearing a gorgeous emerald green robe and leaning on a wooden cane, walked slowly forward. I don't know how long I walked or how much time had passed before the monk came to a huge rock. He took out a thumb-sized Bodi seed from his arms and scattered it on the ground. In an instant, the seed germinated, broke through the soil, and a tender shoot grew out. The monk was very pleased when he saw this. He immediately put his walking stick on the ground, sat on the ground, and muttered, "There is no Bodi tree, nor is there a mirror stand. Originally there is nothing, so how can dust be contaminated?" Then, the monk's figure gradually became transparent and disappeared. Fusion successful. Current progress, 100%. You have merged with the Bodi seed and are currently in the seedling stage. Your comprehension has increased 10,000 times. It seemed like a moment had passed, and it also seemed like a long century had passed. Sushian slowly opened his eyes, and his heart was calm. With his spiritual consciousness opened, he could clearly see that the Bodi tree sapling in his mind was madly absorbing spiritual energy and growing vigorously. But it is still in its seedling stage, and it can be seen that there is still a lot of room for growth. In my previous life, it took me 15 years to break through to the early stage of the Shinzong realm. In this life, with the blessing of Bodi seeds 10,000 times enlightenment, it should be much faster. According to the realm classification of the previous life, from low to high, they are body-tempering realm, vein-shaping realm, divine conservation realm, Tianyuan realm, ascension realm, creation realm, immortality realm, domination realm, and 2 realms that only exist in legends and whose names are still unknown. Until he was killed by a ferocious beast, he realized that the highest realm in the entire China was the Tianyuan realm. As for the realms that came after that, he had no idea. In this life, Sushian was fully prepared and had great confidence that he could surpass the Shinzong realm. After completely absorbing the Bodi seeds, Sushian's entire body was covered in a hazy golden light that intersected with a purple spiritual energy, instantly becoming mysterious. At this moment, rich spiritual energy emerged all over the world. The noble families who had made preparations in advance did not sleep at all. They began to absorb the spiritual energy and prepare for practice. And those who are unaware may still be asleep. At Morong's house, Morong Gue closed his eyes and sat in the center of the room. Beside him were dozens of medicine stones, which were emitting a rich scent after being invaded by spiritual energy. Morong Gue grabbed 7 or 8 pills without hesitation and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones. The muscles in his arms bulged and the wrinkles on his face began to slowly disappear. In that instant, he felt at least 20 years younger and full of energy. After a full hour, he opened his eyes, exhaled, and a confident smile spread across his face. Next time, I should officially enter the bodybuilding realm. The younger generation of the Morong family around them quickly complimented. The ancestor's sword is still sharp, and his comprehension is extraordinary. He will definitely be the first person to break through to the body forging realm. Congratulations, ancestor. Morong enjoyed the praise from his descendants. A trace of resentment and disdain appeared on his face, and he sneered in his heart. Sushian, I will let you live for a few more days, and when I break through the body tempering realm, I will definitely kill you. Zhongzhou, the Leaf family, as one of the top 10 families in China, also collected some elixirs and antiques in advance, with the aim of allowing the 3 younger generations of the Leaf family to practice first. In the basement, 3 young men sat on the ground, closed their eyes, and began to digest the absorbed spiritual energy. Suddenly, a young man opened his eyes and said in ecstasy, "Breakthrough! I feel like my physical strength has reached a new level. Among the 9 tendons and bones in my body, one has been tempered and is as strong as steel." Good. The eyes of the Leaf family ancestor flashed with brilliance, and his heart was ecstatic. He was truly a genius to be able to enter the bodybuilding realm in just 1 hour. At the same time, the 10 major families made arrangements and concentrated all their resources to allow the geniuses of their families to practice and break through. Most of them could enter the first level of the body tempering realm after an hour, and were ecstatic. Ordinary people who have no resources, on the other hand, try hard to gain understanding but are still unable to get started. At most, they just feel that they have a little more strength. In Hungduan Valley, Sushian did not choose to practice and break through immediately, but began to investigate the changes after the influx of spiritual energy. The secret realm of the Hungduan Valley has not yet been fully revealed, but the spiritual energy inside is already very rich, at least 50 times richer than in the previous life. The bronze sword did not react much. It seemed that it needed to be activated through the sword formation diagram and key things. The Bodi seeds have been absorbed, and my understanding has increased 10,000 times. The ancient jade stones from the Shang and Zhou dynasties have changed and are now filled with rich spiritual energy. As long as you hold them in your hands, you can gain endless insights. The tendons of the ancestral dragon and the 1,000-year-old lightning struck would have only just begun to change, so it will probably take some time. The meteorite didn't seem to have changed at all and was still a pitch-black mass. The biggest change was the 10,000 medicinal stones purchased from Sheng Qingping, the president of the Emperor's Club. After completely absorbing the spiritual energy, the surface layer fell off completely, revealing a rich medicinal fragrance. Okay, next let's start cultivating our realm. Chapter 28. One step to the 9th level of the pulse-shaping realm, the attention of mysterious forces. Without any hesitation, Sushian grabbed the pill on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, holding the ancient jade in his hand, he took out a book on bodybuilding exercises, innate body tempering technique, and began to practice. After the pill was chewed into pieces, rich spiritual energy quickly rushed through the body, penetrating the limbs and bones, originating from the dantian, traveling around the body, and merging into the Qi Sea and Snow Mountain. It is like drinking a bottle of ice-cold watermelon juice under the scorching sun. The cool feeling that penetrates the heart and spleen spreads throughout the body, followed by a slight soreness. Sushian clearly felt as if there was a small knife in his bones, scraping constantly, making a teeth-aching friction sound and unbearable stinging pain. At the same time, Sushian felt that his skin seemed to start to crack and then reorganize, and it did so for dozens of times without stopping. And each time it grew again, the skin became smoother and tougher. The tendons and veins in the body were also bearing the countless impacts of the spiritual energy, causing them to feel sore and swollen. Sushian gritted his teeth and persisted. Compared with his previous life, the noise this time was hundreds of times louder, and the pain also increased many times. According to what the Chinese genius said in the previous life, they also encountered similar situations when they were training their bodies. The so-called bodybuilding realm is actually to absorb spiritual energy according to the exercises, constantly temper the muscles, bones, and skin, and constantly refine the body to reach the level of being able to withstand the impact of spiritual energy. If you can withstand it and successfully transform everything, you will break through smoothly. If you cannot bear it or give up halfway, then you will stay in the body tempering stage until you break through. There are 9 levels in the body tempering realm. Each level requires a very painful tempering. If you succeed in all 9 levels, you will enter the 2nd level, vein shaping. According to the summary of practitioners in previous lives, The greater the pain endured in the body tempering stage, the greater the strength of the body will be improved. Even at the same first level of body tempering, the physical strength may differ by hundreds of times, and the strength of the body determines the upper limit of future cultivation. After all, after the revival of spiritual energy, the early stage became a world of high-level martial arts. About 3 minutes later, Sushian was enduring wave after wave of spiritual energy shocks. Following the formulas and moves in the innate body tempering technique, he completed his practice and successfully entered the second level of the body tempering realm. Sushian opened his eyes and took a long breath. His back was sticky with many black impurities stuck to his clothes. His skin became smoother and more textured, and his body was full of strength. Sushian couldn't help but clench his fist and swung it out lightly. Boom! The fist smashed into the wall of the valley, directly smashing the rock into pieces, which fell down quickly and even caused a vibration. Sushian was shocked. He was only at the first level of the body tempering realm, and he had only used 10% of his strength to reach such a terrifying level. Even if I reached the third level of body forging in my previous life, I couldn't reach this level. Afterwards, Sushian continued to grab Danyang and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes fierce. Come again! Boom! After the medicinal power dissipated, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased countless times, absorbing it madly. And then there was another familiar combination, tempering the muscles, bones, and skin. 3 minutes later, Sushian opened his eyes and found himself reaching the second level of the body tempering realm. The strength of his whole body had increased more than tenfold. Sushian is now confident that he can kill the tiger with one punch. Come again! Sushian ignored the soreness and tiredness after the severe pain. His eyes were crazy. He grabbed the pill on the ground and forced it into his mouth. After repeating this over and over again for many times, Sushian's back was soaked with sweat. His hair was all stuck to his scalp. A thick layer of impurities appeared on the surface of his body, and his realm had reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Sushian opened his eyes, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was the sign that the innate body tempering technique had reached perfection. His whole body was filled with powerful strength, like a surging river. In my previous life, it took me 3 full years to reach the 9th level of the body tempering realm, and I was far from being as powerful as I am now. I didn't expect that in this life, I could complete it in just half an hour. Based on the experience of the previous life, the geniuses from the ancient aristocratic families who reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm at the fastest took 3 days and consumed a large amount of resources to achieve it. If people knew about my current speed, it would probably cause a huge uproar. After a little thought, Sushian simply took off his shirt, revealing his perfect outline and strong muscles. With a height of 185 centimeters and strong muscles, he was full of explosive power and the beauty of golden ratio. He continued to grab the pills and stuff them all into his mouth, preparing to break through to the second level, vein shaping. In order to increase the success rate and prevent the spiritual energy shock from being interrupted, Sushian simply grabbed 10 handfuls of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them frantically, with complete madness in his eyes. Because he could foresee that soon, the ferocious beast would come, tear apart China's defenses and trample on its homeland. Only by growing rapidly could they resist the ferocious beasts. Close your eyes and let the spiritual energy rush through your body, tearing and reorganizing the bones, tendons, and skin tissues over and over again. Sushian felt a piercing pain and gritted his teeth to endure it. I don't know how long it took, but I finally felt the barriers in my body suddenly disappear, and countless spiritual energy poured into my 8 extraordinary meridians. Sushian opened his eyes and was ecstatic. Success! You practiced at the strongest level of the body forging realm, broke through to the pulse-shaping realm, and became the body of an innate martial god. Your root bone strength increased 10,000 times. After hearing the hint, Sushian was surprised but also a little confused. The innate body of a martial god was something that had never been heard of in the previous life. Even the geniuses from ancient families, the prides from ancient clans, and the powerful men from foreign countries had not achieved it. According to the description of a powerful old madman of the human race, only in ancient times could strong people achieve this. However, no one knows a series of questions, such as what ancient period it was, why there were these cultivation systems in ancient times, why the inheritance was interrupted in the middle, why the spiritual energy revived after many years, etc. After reaching the meridian's shaping realm, Sushian did not intend to stop, but instead found a meridian's shaping technique, Meridian Cleansing Scroll. The author of this exercise book is unknown, but it records how to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Ren and Du meridians, and wash away impurities in the tendons and veins. This is exactly the same as the open up the tendons and veins and draw qi into the body required in the meridian shaping state. The elixir entered the body, and spiritual energy poured into the tendons and veins. An abnormal soreness and swelling came over him. This feeling was more torturous than tempering the body. Sushian gritted his teeth and persisted. And suddenly, he found that the ancient jade beside him had a gentle pulling force, which seemed to be able to neutralize the soreness and swelling. So he hurriedly grabbed the ancient jade from the Hwong and Zhou dynasties. Suddenly, a strange, warm, dark green spiritual energy slowly flowed into the body through the tendons and veins. And together with the spiritual energy, it widened, cleansed, and transformed the tendons and veins. This time, it took a full hour and he endured countless pains. Only after the ancient Hwong and Zhou jade in his hand became dull and lifeless did Sushian reach the 9th level of the vein-shaping realm. Different from the physical changes in the body tempering stage, he felt that qi had finally appeared in his body, and it was hundreds of times more than in his previous life. The width and capacity of the tendons and veins have increased by an unknown amount. Sushian slowly stood up and stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. A ball of spiritual energy quickly gathered in his palm. With a thought, it changed into a crescent shape. The spiritual energy overflowed and emitted a violent sound. He swung it casually. Boom! Suddenly, there was a terrifying sound that shook the earth and the whole valley. Rocks fell down rapidly, making a huge noise. Mr. Su, are you okay? The assistant's anxious voice was heard outside the door. No problem. It seems that I have to be more careful next time. The vein-shaping realm in this life is hundreds, even thousands, times more terrifying than that in the previous life. In the far north, outside the Great Wall, deep in the desolate jungle, an old man in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes with an extremely shocked look in his eyes. It's only been a short time. Someone actually broke through the meridian-shaping realm and even caused some resonance between heaven and earth. Who on earth could have caused such a horrific situation? Check it for me quickly. A voice sounded in the darkness. Yes. Chapter 29 Chaos, Official Action. Sushian stopped only after he broke through to the veins shaping realm in one fell swoop, because breaking through from the veins shaping realm to the divine conservation realm not only required skills of the corresponding level, but also a large amount of spirit stones. These pills no longer have much effect. Even if you take 10,000 of them, there won't be much effect. Thinking of this, Sushian slowly walked out of the Hungwan Valley. Xia Wensi, Uncle Gue, Ahu and others were already waiting respectfully outside. Don't you practice? Sushian glanced at these people and found that they did not seem to be practicing, but were guarding outside the valley. We must first ensure the safety of the gentleman, Ahu said without hesitation. Although the revival of spiritual energy made him eager to move and all the cells in his body became active, he still chose to stay. Sushian felt warm in his heart. This group of people were indeed trustworthy. They were loyal to their duties in their previous lives, and they were still loyal in this life. He nodded and took out a handful of pills from his pocket and handed them over. You should hurry up and practice to the best of your ability. Don't waste these pills. Eat them all. Ahu and others stared at Sushian in amazement, their hearts filled with excitement. Even Uncle Gue, who was already old, felt very surprised. With a wise leader like Mr. Su, what does it matter if we go through fire and water? Without saying a word, they took the pills and stuffed them directly into their mouths, then found a place and began to meditate and practice. Sushian even asked his assistant to pick out several books on bodybuilding exercises purchased from Yunbei and give them to them so that they could practice quickly. Vinci, please bear with it for now and call Wang Shi and a few other places to ask about the situation there. Yes, sir. Xia Wensi gave up practicing without hesitation, walked to a deserted place, and started talking on the other end. Sushian stood on the mountainside, looking at the night sky. If his guess was correct, tonight would be the beginning of the unrest. About 10 minutes later, Xia Wensi came over to report the situation. Sir, I called several mining district managers to confirm that they also encountered strange phenomena from the sky. A large amount of unknown spiritual energy poured in crazily. Some people have already started using this spiritual energy for cultivation. However, it seems that there haven't been many changes in the mining area. Sushian nodded, indicating that he understood. It seems that it will take time for the spirit stones to be produced. Based on the experience of the previous life, in the first wave of spiritual energy revival, the ones who would go first would be the noble families who had made preparations in advance, followed by the collectors, then the wealthy, and finally the ordinary people. At the same time, there is chaos in the world. Natural disasters and man-made disasters continue to occur, and the Chinese government will also take action and set up special organizations. There is only one thing you need to do, and that is to improve your strength. Before the ferocious beasts and ancient tribes invade, you must improve yourself to a terrifying level, enough to kill any invading force. This is the only way to be absolutely safe. On October 21st, 2124, the second day of the revival of spiritual energy, after natural disasters and sudden changes, the second wave of chaos came. In just one day, tens of thousands of Bodi tempering realm warriors appeared on the streets. They took to the streets and began to try to retaliate against society. In a certain southwestern city, in a large bar in the middle of the dance floor, a group of sexy girls are twisting their bodies wildly. A group of people below the stage are drunk and shouting hysterically, and a noisy DJ sounds ignite the atmosphere of the entire bar. At this moment, a young gangster with dyed yellow hair and earrings suddenly came over. He came to a dancing girl, looked ferocious, and punched her directly on the head. Suddenly, blood spurted out. The girl fell backwards, and blood splattered all over the stage. The bar immediately fell into chaos. People left in panic and scrambled to get out. The yellow-haired man remained indifferent. He sat down in a booth, poured himself a glass of foreign wine, and drank it slowly. After a while, the crowd dispersed and the entire bar was empty. Under the guidance of the lobby manager, 5 security guards armed with electric batons walked in. "You killed someone?" The middle-aged security guard in the lead stared closely at the yellow-haired man. "Come with us to the police station." The yellow-haired man didn't even raise his head, lit a cigarette, and completely ignored him. When the security guards slowly took out their electric batons and prepared to hit them on the head, the yellow-haired man suddenly turned around, grabbed the electric baton, and crushed it with a little force. Then he swung his fist and smashed the security guard's entire nose. 3 minutes later, 5 security guards fell in a pool of blood. The yellow-haired man pulled the lobby manager's hair with one hand and the dancing girl's hair with the other hand, dragging them out, leaving 2 long bloodstains. Everyone scattered with terrified looks on their faces. Placing the 2 bodies side by side, Hwong Mao sneered. "You 2 bastards, I tolerated you before you lost your strength. Now that I'm at the 5th level of the body tempering realm, how can I still tolerate you?" Then he put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked away. This girl is his girlfriend, and she often plays with the lobby manager. Unfortunately, he is too weak and never dares to fight back because he is bullied. Now that spiritual energy has revived, he accidentally obtained a string of Buddhist beads. In just one day, he has reached the 5th level of the body tempering realm and came directly to seek revenge. This phenomenon is happening everywhere. After their strength increased greatly, those who had long been dissatisfied with society in their hearts, like wild horses running wild, launched acts of revenge. To this end, the imperial capital officials began to build up their power. In order to maintain social order, to restrain martial artists, for the safety of the people, and for the long-term security of society, starting today, I have decided to form a cultivator alliance called Lunting. In the imperial capital's conference room, an old man with silver hair, vigorous spirit, and wearing a green military uniform with 5 stars embroidered on it, announced something important. This old man is none other than the director of the Huaxia Public Security Bureau, Chen Tianping, who is also a retired general with distinguished military achievements. Yes, yes. At the conference table, members of the Sheriff's Bureau team nodded and began to record the meeting minutes. From now on, we will recruit a large number of practitioners, at least the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. The most important thing is character. As long as the person has good character, we will recruit them without reservation, increase their salary by 3 times, and all financial expenses will be directly reported to the Finance Bureau. In extraordinary times, We must use extraordinary measures to protect the safety of the people first. Chen Tianping glanced at everyone with an eagle-like gaze. Everyone nodded in response with solemn expressions. After the spiritual energy was revived, hundreds of murders occurred in just one day. Police stations in various places were almost fully mobilized to search for fugitives. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau is also under tremendous pressure and needs to coordinate with various agencies to jointly maintain social order. Afterwards, Chen Tianping and the team members held a meeting for a full 7 hours, focusing on discussing all relevant matters of the organization. The final conclusion is, try every possible means to recruit experts and hand over all those that cannot be managed to local areas and set up branches. Thus, the Lunting organization was officially established. After everyone left, Chen Tianping sat in a chair, with a heavy heart and a worried look on his face. According to the latest news from the Intelligence Bureau, a large number of mutated ferocious beasts have begun to appear in many mountainous areas. Judging from their appearance, they seem to be giant beasts that appeared in ancient times and have not been seen for thousands of years. A storm of ferocious beasts is about to ravage the entire China. Chapter 30. Continue to break through and officially enter the Xinjiang realm. When Lunting was established, countless people with lofty ideals applied for the position and devoted their efforts to contributing to the country. In just 5 days, the Public Security Bureau had recruited 10 branch chiefs and 500 warriors above the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. After various screenings and background checks, 8 branch chiefs and 300 warriors were finally left. They immediately launched a series of actions, arresting fugitives, suppressing troublemakers with thunder-like means, participating in rescue operations in various places, and so on. A week later, the chaos in China was fundamentally resolved, and the news was reported everywhere. Compared with China, those Western countries, which have always advocated superficial human rights and freedom, instantly fell into extreme panic and chaos. Those warriors held rifles and shot at every house. Rapists, bandits, vagrants, murderers, etc. appeared on the streets in large numbers at almost the same time, inciting the people to act with them. The government was too busy to take care of it and sent a large number of troops to suppress it, but it still failed to completely eliminate it. The neighboring Sakura country was in complete chaos. The group of warriors rushed directly into the police department and burned it down. In just a few days, more than 30 police stations were burned down and more than 1,000 people were injured or killed. For this reason, the Prime Minister of Sakura country decided to send those actresses to divide them with the beauty trap. On the other hand, he strongly condemned them through the media and, of course, sent the military to intervene, but the effect was not as expected. After 7 consecutive days, good news finally came from Huangxi. The abandoned mining area had indeed mutated after absorbing spiritual energy, and pieces of purple, irregularly shaped stones began to appear. And this is exactly the spiritual stone that Sushian has been waiting for. According to the memory of the previous life, the abandoned mining area of Lunting is the largest spiritual stone producing area in China. After being occupied by the Morong family, the entire family's cultivation speed was far ahead. Finally, when the ancient clan descended, they led the entire family to surrender and turned against the Chinese officials, causing huge losses. In this life, the spiritual ore is in my hands, and I will never allow the aristocratic families to get involved in it. Under Sushian's arrangement, Uncle Gui and others led their confidants and armed forces and rushed to Lunting to hand over the transport convoy there. In order to ensure unobstructed traffic within these 2,000 kilometers, Sushian dispatched a team of 1,000 people, all armed with hot weapons, and issued a death order. Anyone who dared to rob would be shot to death, leaving no one alive. After Uncle Gui and the others had the elixirs and techniques provided by Sushian, their realm improvement speed was greatly accelerated. They have already become masters of the 8th level of the body tempering realm, capable of sweeping an area. Sure enough, they encountered harassment from the Morong family on the road. Uncle Gui didn't say a word and smashed the skull of a young man from the Morong family with one punch. Coupled with the machine gun fire, the Morong family's team was directly defeated and fled. With the lesson learned from this incident, the rest of the families remained silent and stopped taking any action. After all, compared to the Morong family, they were not stronger. 5 days later, when Uncle Gui reported back with 5 carts full of spirit stones, to be honest, Sushian was a little surprised. I had come into contact with spirit stones in my previous life, but the quantity was very small. After the monetary system collapsed, money became waste paper, while the price of spirit stones continued to rise, eventually replacing money as the new currency, and only then did it slowly stabilize. Sir, I have accomplished your mission. Uncle Gay piled 5 carts of purple spirit stones, totaling more than 300 square meters, in the secret room that Sushian had built in advance as required. Sushian was very satisfied and nodded. I'm going to be in seclusion for a while. I'll have to trouble Uncle Gay with the matters at the mining area during this time. Vinci, keep a close eye on the family. Also, you have to practice diligently and don't slack off. Yes, sir. After giving the instructions, Sushian directly distributed the remaining pills, mainly the bodybuilding pills, and handed them over to Uncle Gay and Vinci to deal with. He would have no use for them anyway, but they were of vital importance to them. After receiving the bodybuilding pill, the core members worked harder and were very grateful in their hearts. Their loyalty to Sushian increased again. At the same time, Uncle Gue took out some of the body-strengthening pills and distributed them to the few people who had made the greatest contribution to the escort of the Spirit Stones and were the first to open fire on the Morong family. After receiving the body-strengthening pills, those people worked even harder and were more loyal, and had completely regarded Sushian as their master. Sir, this is a priceless bodybuilding pill on the market, and you gave it to us just like that. Uncle Gue felt grateful and a little surreal. Mr. always treats us as friends and relatives. Xia Wenxi felt touched as he watched Sushian slowly walk into the Hengduan Valley. Having followed Sushian for so many years, he has always treated himself as a family member. All the spirit stones were taken out and stacked in the valley, 4 or 5 meters high. Rich spiritual energy instantly filled the entire valley. Every time Sushian breathed, he would absorb the pure spiritual energy into his body, passing through his tendons and veins throughout his body. Now, the Ren and Du meridians are opened, and the 8 extraordinary meridians are opened. After practicing the 2 volumes of Shimai, the width of Sushian's tendons and veins is several times larger than that of ordinary warriors, and the capacity of spiritual energy is hundreds of times larger. Coupled with the special influence of the innate divine body, the spiritual energy is 1,000 times higher than that of people at the same level. That is to say, my current spiritual energy capacity is comparable to that of 1,000 people. After preparing everything, Sushian entered a complete retreat mode. First of all, it is the realm. Now he was at the 9th level of the meridian-shaping realm, with all the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body opened. He could draw chi into his body, gather chi into blades, and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his own use to launch spiritual attacks. This had far surpassed the scope of a bodybuilding warrior. The next realm is the Shinzong realm, which is the realm that he had just reached after 15 years of hard practice in his previous life. The so-called Shinzong realm is to further temper the organs of the human body after completing the tempering of the tendons, bones, and skin, and on the premise of shaping and opening up the tendons and veins throughout the body to unlock the treasures hidden in each organ. This is the Shinzong realm. Sushian closed his eyes and sat directly into the pile of spirit stones and began to practice according to the Shinzong realm technique, Dragon Elephant Divine Art. Rich purple spiritual energy slowly entered his body and began to flow around him. The Bodi tree sapling in my mind began to grow wildly, like a long-awaited rain after a long drought. Before long, it had grown 2 or 3 meters tall and became a small tree. Although it had only a few sparse branches and not many leaves, the prototype of the Bodi tree had been formed. At the same time, a reminder came to my mind. Absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, the Bodi tree began to grow, from the seedling stage to the mature stage, and its understanding increased by 100,000 times. Then, according to the requirements of the Dragon Elephant Divine Art, Sushian opened up all the tendons in his body and frantically absorbed spiritual energy. The spirit stone beside him began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye until it became an ordinary stone without any luster. In an instant, Sushian felt soreness and pain in his muscles and veins all over his body, which was even more terrifying than when he was in the meridian-shaping realm. It was as if he was pierced by millions of silver needles, or as if he was being torn apart by millions of hands. Spiritual energy was running everywhere, causing his internal organs to churn constantly. After an unknown amount of time, Sushian felt his mind become clear and his 5 senses increased countless times. He could even detect the heartbeats of other people outside the valley. At the same time, there was a sharp pain in the heart, and countless spiritual energy poured into it, as if thousands of ants were biting at the heart, which was very uncomfortable. Boom! With a loud bang, a pillar of purple light shot up into the sky across the valley, illuminating the entire night sky as if it were daytime, and took a long time to dissipate. The spiritual energy of the spirit stones around Sushian was completely sucked out, and they rolled down like dominoes, hitting the ground in the valley and turning into ruins. The mirror is broken. A familiar feeling surged into his heart. Sushian opened his eyes, which were golden in color. There was a strong beating sound from his heart, which seemed to show the vigor and strength of his vitality. In my previous life, it took me a full 15 years to reach the Shinzong realm, and now, in just a few days, I have already reached that level. Even with the spiritual stones sent to me, I can continue to make breakthroughs. In my previous life, I didn't have any skills in the divine hidden realm. Now, I have more skills than I can use up. I even have 2 ancient heavenly books. I remember that the strongest genius in my previous life took 3 full years to reach the Shinzong realm. But now, if I have enough spirit stones, I can complete it in just half an hour. Sushian's eyes were full of confidence. He was confident that in this life, he could be far ahead of everyone, suppress all geniuses, and crush all the aristocratic families. This breakthrough took less than half an hour, but the noise it caused was earth-shattering. At Baiyun Temple, Taoist Xinyuan stood under the night sky, looking at the purple light column in the direction of Hwong Mountain from afar. He was greatly shocked and muttered to himself, "I never thought that someone could break through to the divine hidden realm in just a few days and even cause such a terrifying phenomenon in the world. This kid's talent is #1 in the world." In the far north, outside the Great Wall, in the desolate land, the gray-robed old man opened his eyes again, filled with strong shock and horror. He looked up at the purple light column in the direction of Hwong Mountain and said in surprise, "Just a few days ago, he broke through the meridian shaping, and now he has broken through the divine storage? Who is this person? Is he the reincarnation of those old guys? Where's #8? As the old man's shout rang out, the entire desolate land trembled, and then a figure covered in a black robe slowly approached. "Elder, I'm here. A few days ago, I asked them to go and gather information, but they haven't reported back yet. It looks like they will never come back. China is still so unfathomable." When the gray-robed old man mentioned the word Huaxia, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "I hope you can find something useful if you go in person this time." #8 nodded. "Yes." When he was about to leave, the old man suddenly called him, looked at him deeply, and said slowly, "Don't be too high-profile. Although you have reached the pulse-shaping realm, someone in China has entered the divine hidden realm. Your mission is to find out the news. Remember?" #8's body shook, and his heart was filled with shock. He had been planning for so many years and collected a large amount of resources in advance, which allowed him to break through to the first level of the pulse-shaping realm. However, a strong man in China actually broke through to the divine conservation realm. He quickly put away his inner contempt, with cold sweat on his forehead, and bowed his waist and said, "Yes." Then his figure flashed, and he left the place in an instant. Chapter 31 Test Million Force. The commotion caused by Sushian's breakthrough directly attracted the attention of major forces, such as the Chinese official organization Lunting, the top 10 families, the mysterious force in the far north, and Baiyun Temple. After the recovery of spiritual energy, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, fierce beasts mutated, and the world fell into turmoil. Thanks to the establishment of the Lunting organization, China curbed the riots, maintained order, and compared with other countries in the world, China was peaceful and stable. However, this sight of Sushian's 1,000-foot-long beam of light rising into the sky was the first time they had seen it. Deputy Director Lunting, a young 9th-level warrior in the body tempering realm, stood outside the conference room with his arms folded, looking at the dazzling beam of light in the sky, speechless for a long time. This kind of strange phenomenon is really rare. I wonder which powerful person is practicing to cause this kind of phenomenon. If we can recruit Lunting, it will be a great help. The old director, Chen Tianping, looked at the sky with a sigh and gently patted the shoulder of the deputy director Xia Chang'an next to him and said, "Xiao Xia, after you finish dealing with things here, I need you to go over there and investigate what happened in that direction. If you are a strong man from my human race, please recruit Lunting at all costs." A hint of barely perceptible anger flashed across Xia Chang's face, and after a flash, he put on a smile. Director Chun, don't worry. As long as they are cultivators, I will definitely strive to get Lunting. Chun Tianping nodded, turned and left, saying meaningfully, Xiao Xia, the nation is in trouble now, so we should put the overall situation first. Chun Tianping had some understanding of Xia Changhe. Through their dealings during this period, he could tell that he was extremely talented. He had reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm in such a short period of time, so he might have had some kind of adventure. However, young people are always a little arrogant, thinking that they're already the strongest in China and invincible. In fact, China is full of hidden talents, and there are many unknown masters, and they are not willing to join the Lunting organization. This time, letting him go down the mountain will also make him understand what there are always people better than you means. If all goes well, he may be able to bring in stronger people. At that time, Lunting's strength will be further improved, and those desperados and terrorists will definitely not be so arrogant. I know, Director Chun. Please rest assured. Xia Chang'e nodded, but he was secretly thinking in his heart that he was now invincible in the whole of China. So how could there be anyone stronger than him? He decided that if he really met the so-called strong man, he would make him understand who the genius was. Of course, he would not tell anyone that he had picked up an ancient fan the day before the revival of spiritual energy. It was with the help of the fan that he was able to continuously improve himself and eventually join Lunting and become the deputy director. Looking at the huge hole blasted on the top of the valley, Sushian was slightly speechless. Isn't it just a breakthrough to the Xinzong realm, developing the heart and strengthening the 5 senses? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Shaking his head, Sushian did not intend to repair the hole. Instead, he sat cross-legged, looking at the 2 roasted suckling pigs in front of him. His stomach growled, and he picked up a whole roasted suckling pig without hesitation and began to devour it. After breaking through, Sushian did a special test to try out his strength. It turned out that he was able to lift up a huge rock weighing 10,000 pounds, and he hadn't even used more than 20% of his strength. In order to test how much strength he had now, he lifted an 8-meter-long truck with just 1 finger. Later, Sushian was shocked to find that there seemed to be no heavy object that could test the limit of his strength. Otherwise, after I finish my retreat, I will try to see if I can lift a high-speed train with 1 finger. 3 minutes later, only the skeletons and fat parts of the 2 roasted suckling pigs weighing about 40 kilograms were left. Sushian finally felt a little full. Since his realm was raised and his strength increased, Sushian felt that his appetite had increased many times. 2 pigs and 80 kilograms of meat were enough to make me feel full. He was sure that his appetite had reached an astonishing level, and he could easily eat a whole roasted beef in 1 meal. After finishing the 2 roast suckling pigs, Sushian had someone bring in 10 roast ducks. They were eaten up in less than 10 minutes, leaving only bones on the ground. Sushian then burped, picked up a basin of spring water with rich spiritual energy brought from Yunbei, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. After eating and drinking, Sushian felt satisfied and planned to walk out of the valley to try out his full strength. So he came to the northern peak of the Hungduan Mountains, looked at the steep mountain wall that looked as if it had been cut by a knife or an axe, took a deep breath, raised his right fist, and then hit it hard. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, with 1 punch, the entire mountain wall collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew everywhere, the earth shook, and the entire mountain wall began to collapse with a deafening roar. The hard mountain wall that was impervious to swords and guns actually cracked and shattered, turning into powder like foam and fluttering in the air. After several minutes, it slowly stopped, and the mountain wall of the northern peak disappeared, causing the peak above to fall directly. Sushian retracted his right fist with some disappointment in his eyes. 1 punch can split mountains and rocks. It is already 1,000,000 times stronger than in my previous life. I estimate that the force of my fist has reached more than 1,000,000 pounds, but I am still not very satisfied. In Sushian's impression, 3 years later, an extremely ferocious beast would descend from the sky. If it moved slightly, it would cause earth-shaking destruction. That kind of terrifying power and that kind of suffocating physical strength were absolutely not something that human warriors could contend with. If other martial artists saw him like this, they would probably want to beat him to death. After testing his physical strength and power, Sushian began to plan to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to test his strength. Sushian gathered his energy a little, and a ball of milky, white light appeared in the palm of his hand, emitting a violent roar of energy. When he saw that the time was right, he threw it towards a hard boulder not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the beam of light hit the boulder directly, smashing the 6 square meter stone into pieces. Stone chips flew all over the sky, dust rose, and a strong smell of lime hit us in the face. Sushian nodded. He liked this attack strength very much. If he was dealing with a ferocious beast, he would have some confidence. However, he prefers the feeling of being pounded with fists. Close combat, punching each other in the flesh, is the fighting style that men yearn for. At this moment, bursts of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the Hwong Valley, as if a landslide was happening. The entire Hwong Mountain was enveloped by a powerful aura, blocking out everything from the outside world. Sushian looked back in surprise, and felt that he was in a particularly mysterious space, which seemed completely different from the real world he was in. A large amount of spiritual energy, no, an aura that is richer and purer than spiritual energy, continuously gushed out. Sushian made a prompt decision and rushed back to the valley immediately. Chapter 32. The Secret Realm arrives. The red flame sea appears at the center of the earth. When Sushian returned to the valley, he was shocked to see a shocking scene. The valley, which was originally similar to the mouth of a gourd, began to collapse its surrounding walls, turning into a pile of stone chips and dust, which flew all over the sky with a loud rumbling sound and blocked the view. Then, rocks on the top of the valley began to fall off one after another. Sushian did not dodge. Whenever a boulder fell on him, he would punch out without even raising his head, smashing the boulder into pieces. The valley collapsed beyond recognition. Sushian's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of joy emerged in his heart. The Hwong Valley was an S-level secret realm in the previous life. Could it be that it has already begun to arrive? As if to verify his guess, after the valley collapsed, the rubble that had piled up into a mountain began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were being swallowed up by something underground. However, what was strange was that the 6 bronze swords remained motionless, just stuck in the ground in midair, without being affected at all. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, as if a mechanism suddenly appeared, walls began to emerge from the ground all around, reshaping the valley. Sushian took a quick look and found that the wall was erected according to the 8 trigrams. There were 8 sides in total. It was solid and 5 or 6 meters high, wrapping the entire valley tightly and fitting perfectly. After the wall was formed, it was engraved with complicated and incomprehensible patterns. Sushian walked closer and found that I don't recognize them at all. The patterns are all monsters that I have never heard of. There are 9-headed monster snakes with antlers on their heads, 1,000-year-old trees with human-shaped heads, giant crabs with more than 20 legs, and giant monster birds with 8 claws. Are these all ancient creatures? There was no time to think, as the pattern on the wall suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, followed by an ancient, vicissitudes, and obscure aura. The Bodi tree in Sushian's mind suddenly shook wildly and greedily absorbed the light. A bloody hole appeared between Sushian's eyebrows, as if it was forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from the pattern. The Bodi tree actually responded to these strange biological patterns. Sushian became very curious about the origin of the Bodi tree and the monk who appeared in his mind that day. About 5 minutes later, the Bodi tree in the mind finally absorbed all the golden light in the pattern. The branches continued to grow, directly increasing by 10 meters. The branches also separated into more than a dozen plants. The emerald green leaves gradually grew larger and more in number, gradually giving a feeling of lushness. In Sushian's consciousness, he could clearly feel that the Bodi tree seemed very happy, as if it had a hint of human spirituality. Just as Sushian was lost in thought, suddenly a loud roar was heard from the ground in the valley. Sushian lowered his head and glanced at his feet, and suddenly his heart was filled with shock. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and he could hardly stand. Sushian moved and leaned directly on a wall, looking at the broken ground patiently. In an instant, it turned into stone fragments and continued to sink. Then the dark, bottomless bottom appeared, with no end in sight. It was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing up the entire valley. Grass! Sushian suddenly remembered that the meteorites, ancestral dragon tendons, 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, and various other treasures piled on the ground all fell into the black hole as the ground cracked, and he had no way to rush down to save them. Just as he was regretting and blaming himself, suddenly, an extremely hot breath emerged from deep underground where there was darkness that seemed to have no end. Not good. This scorching breath even made Sushian feel a little pain. This terrifying high temperature made him a little afraid. He couldn't help but raise his body 4 or 5 meters, leaning on the wall, looking at the strange scene below. I saw hot magma gushing out from the depths of the earth, bubbling like boiling water, and in just a moment it formed a sea of lava. The scorching heat could melt almost everything in the world. Sushian felt as if his whole body was about to be melted by the high temperature, and his skin felt a burning pain. At this moment, the Bodi tree in his mind seemed to wake up, swaying in the wind, emitting breezes that blew slowly and instantly dispelled the scorching breath, wandering in Sushian's body like a sweet rain after a long drought. Boom! The magma under the ground suddenly surged up to a height of 3 meters, then quickly fell down, making a crackling sound. Then, in Sushian's extremely surprised eyes, the treasures that had been swallowed up actually slowly floated above the magma. They were the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, the ancestral dragon's tendons, meteorites from outer space, and other treasures acquired. With the resistance of the Bodi tree, the magma, which was hundreds of degrees, posed no threat to Sushian. In order to test whether he could withstand the magma, Sushian boldly slid down the wall, then stretched out his right hand and went directly into the thick, rolling red magma. Finding nothing unusual, he boldly jumped into the magma and took out the treasures. Sushian's expression changed slightly. As he looked at the magma under the ground, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he understood it instantly. This should be the central red flame sea, in the secret realm. There was a gleam in Sushian's eyes and a look of joy on his face. In the previous life, the Hwong Mountains were occupied by Luo Sun, and he eventually obtained an S-level secret realm. According to Luo Sun, there seemed to be a lava area in this secret realm that could be used to forge artifacts. The forging place was deep underground, with countless magma gushing out, so it was named the Earth's core Red Flame Sea. Combining the current situation, Sushian can be sure that this is the forging place mentioned by the Luo Sun family. After about a few minutes, the magma that was originally rolling and boiling suddenly stopped and showed signs of solidifying. After a moment, it solidified completely, and the scorching breath dissipated without a trace. Sushian was a little confused. He was standing on the magma that had solidified into flat ground, but he could not feel any burning breath at all. He was shocked. Could it be that it is like this at ordinary times? It will only open when it needs to be forged? In order to verify his guess, Sushian decided to give it a try. However, at this moment, the bronze swords inserted in 6 directions, including the ancient sky-splitting sword that had been lost and recovered from the center of the earth, all lit up with dazzling light. The rust on those bronze swords fell off and disappeared one by one, leaving no more spots, revealing the bright surface inside and the intricate patterns. Buzz! In an instant, the 6 bronze swords began to tremble violently, making bursts of metallic clanging sounds, pleasant and melodious, as if their own spirituality was beginning to emerge. Sushian was greatly shocked. Could it be that the Kaitian sword formation was about to appear in the world? Just when he was puzzled, the solidified lava in the center suddenly began to boil again and turned into a flowing form again. But the heat faded away, leaving only a trace of vicissitudes of life and ancient breath. This is where the real forging takes place. A hint of joy flashed in Sushian's eyes, and he decided to give it a try. Chapter 33. The beast arrives, causing heavy casualties. The far north, Tian Shan Mountains. This is the largest mountain range in northern China. Further away is the Great Wall in the far north, which guards Guangzhou and has stood for thousands of years, resisting thousands of attacks from northern nomadic peoples. The Tian Shan Mountains are extremely cold, covered in ice and snow all year round, and are seldom visited by humans. After this revival of spiritual energy, tremendous changes began to take place. The ice and snow melted and gathered into a river, rushing down from the top of Tian Shan Mountain and directly into the rivers, lakes, and seas. The white snowfield covered in silver now reveals its true appearance. The vegetation that was hidden by ice and snow stubbornly emerges from the ground to greet the rising sun. It looks like everything is thriving and coming back to life. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the top of the mountain, like the sound of a huge bell resounding through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying figure, with thunder and lightning, ran rapidly from the top of the mountain and rushed madly towards the foot of the mountain, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Roar! With a roar, the white shadow, as fast as lightning, jumped directly off the cliff thousands of feet high, falling like a 1,000-pound boulder, and landed at the foot of the mountain, smashing a huge, deep pit on the ground. Dust splashed 5 meters high, accompanied by terrifying aura, which cut the surrounding trees and boulders into pieces. The destructive power is incredible. Calling. This is Lunting Tianshan Squadron 127. We have found the traces of a vicious beast. Its strength is unknown. Its species is unknown. It is very fast and powerful, and it is already rushing towards the village. A young man in a green uniform and carrying a rifle turned on the microphone and hurriedly reported the situation. Then he ran quickly, following the huge footprints on the ground, in the direction where the ferocious beast was running, even though it had disappeared. Roar! The ferocious beast, as big as a mountain, ran wildly in the jungle. Wherever it passed, all the plants in sight were destroyed. It was like a bulldozer with incredible killing power. From a distance, the beast was 10 meters long and 5 meters tall. Its 4 strong and powerful hooves were 60 centimeters in diameter. It looked like both a wolf and a tiger, with snow-white skin and 2 sharp and exaggerated fangs at the corners of its mouth. Soon, the ferocious beast rushed to the nearest village at the foot of Tianshan Mountain. It stopped for a moment, raised its head, and let out a roar, then rushed straight into the village and began to wreak havoc. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. An old lady in her 70s who was carrying a wooden bucket to wash clothes was swallowed by the beast's bloody mouth before she could react. Afterwards, screams were heard one after another, and the ferocious beast went on a killing spree, devouring everything without exception. At this time, a group of strong and sturdy men rushed out of the village, holding iron forks, standing in a row, looking at the ferocious beast in unison, with horror and fear in their eyes. The combat power of this group of people was not high. The highest was only at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. As they watched the ferocious beast slowly approaching, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and their hands holding the iron forks were also shaking, and emotions of fear and tension spread instantly. The middle-aged man in the lead, who was also the most advanced among them, suppressed the fear in his body and shouted, "Brothers, family, for the sake of our homeland, let's fight these bastards." After he finished speaking, his eyes revealed the determination and bravery of a moth flying into a flame, with a bit of sadness and despair. "Third brother, take the elderly, women, and children and run away immediately. Everyone else, come with me to deal with these bastards. If we're lucky, we might be able to hold out until they get here." After saying this, the middle-aged hunter, without any hesitation, raised the iron fork in his hand and stabbed directly at the tall and ferocious beast. "Let's go. What are you still standing there for?" Another middle-aged man pushed the young man, whose face turned pale and whose eyes were filled with tears, to the back. "Escape quickly, and don't forget your mission. You must avenge us in the future. Brothers kill." Soon, after overcoming their initial fear, this group of people rushed forward without hesitation, because behind them were their homes, their brothers and sisters, and they were the upright Chinese men. The third brother wiped away the tears in his eyes with the back of his hand, looked at the middle-aged man who was beaten into a pulp by the murderer's claws, and without hesitation, he turned around and ran, starting to stop everyone from escaping. Whoosh! 2 nimble hunters on the roof were drawing bows and shooting arrows. With 2 ding sounds, the sharp arrows fell down helplessly as if they had hit steel. The hunters looked at each other with horror in their eyes. The murderer's defense and lethality were completely beyond their imagination. 3 minutes later, these dozen or so hunters in the body-tempering realm were all killed by the ferocious beasts. Some were beaten into meat paste, while others were swallowed directly into their mouths. After taking a look at the people running in the distance, the ferocious beast did not choose to chase them, but continued to move towards the next village. Vomit! When the warriors of the Lunting team saw the remnants of purgatory before them and the pungent bloody smell hit them in the face, they could not help but bend over and retch. After a while, the warrior resolutely followed the murderer's footsteps and turned on the microphone. Calling, Bayun village at the foot of Tianshan Mountain suffered heavy casualties, and the fierce beast strength is at least higher than the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Requesting support, requesting heavy weapons strike, over. Putting the microphone between his chest, the warrior took a deep breath and took off his rifle. His expression was extremely solemn, and his heart felt like it was falling into an ice cellar. 10 meters in front of him, a white ferocious beast opened its copper bell-like eyes and stared at him. Jiangnan, Ningong, the sky is clear. The blue sky and white clouds plus the azure blue sea form a beautiful picture. As the largest trading port in Jiangnan, Ningong quickly regained its former prosperity and bustle under Lunting's maintenance after experiencing initial turmoil. The passing ships, the staff on duty at the dock, the delivery men running back and forth, and the passengers leaving by ship were all in a hurry, as if the revival of spiritual energy had not brought much impact on them, and they just had to go on with their lives. Just when the place was bustling with people, suddenly huge waves appeared on the sea surface in the distance. In the surprised eyes of everyone, a giant octopus jumped out of the water and swam rapidly towards the port. The octopus had dozens of strong arms that slid quickly across the sea like oars, at a speed that was astonishingly fast. What is that? The people at the port felt their scalps tingling, their faces were filled with shock, and their bodies were stiff. It's a ferocious beast. Run! Someone shouted loudly, and the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Countless people rushed towards the inland direction of the port and ran desperately. At the same time, the warriors from the Lunting Jiangnan branch looked at each other, seemingly not knowing how to respond. What to do? Fight. Fighting is bullshit. The ancestor said that hunting ferocious beasts is Lunting's job, not ours. But aren't we dragon warriors? Don't forget, this is Jiangnan, the territory of the Morong family. The warrior who looked like a small leader took a look at the octopus's position and was shocked. In just a dozen seconds, he had already crossed a distance of 100 meters. It would not take long for him to reach here. He immediately shouted, "If you don't want to die, run quickly and find the ancestor." The other warriors nodded, speeded up, and ran towards Morong building. However, for ordinary people who have not yet practiced, it is undoubtedly a calamity. In less than 5 minutes, the entire port was flooded with blood. Hundreds of people were hunted by the octopus, and the blood dyed the sea clean. The octopus did not seem to be satisfied yet, and with a dozen arms supporting its huge head, it gradually moved inland. On this day, extremely ferocious and cunning beasts appeared in 7 places in China. They had invulnerable defenses, lethality beyond the body tempering realm, and terrifying speeds comparable to those of airplanes. They specifically target practitioners and absorb their spiritual energy to make themselves more powerful. Imperial Capital. At the conference table, Chen Tianping glanced at everyone with a solemn expression and a gleam in his eyes. He said, "Everyone, it's time to fulfill our mission." Chapter 34. The Morong family's response, the birth of the magical weapon. Jiangnan, Morong Building, the largest building of the Morong family in Jiangnan, is also the tallest building in the entire Jiangnan city and a landmark building of Jiangnan's financial industry. In the luxurious conference room on the top floor, Morong Gui held a piece of A4 paper in his hand, with a slightly funny look on his face, and said with a half-smile, "Just now, the old man in the capital sent an email to my secretary. It was marked as urgent. I'm too old to handle those things, so I printed it out." Glancing at everyone, he noticed that everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. He pressed the A4 paper on the table, slowly put away the smile on his face, and said seriously, "Is the imperial capital so great? Can Lunting issue orders at will? They underestimate the importance of my Morong family. Tell me, what should we do now?" As if it was just for fun, Morong Gui handed the A4 paper to his assistant, and soon everyone had the same email in their hands. The content of the email was actually to get the Morong family to take action and eliminate the ferocious beast. The tone was commanding and could not be resisted. "Ancestor, if it was in the past, my Morong family might still be a little afraid of him, but now things are different. My Morong family is no longer something that Lunting can control, so I think we can completely ignore him this time." A radical young man spoke in a frivolous tone with a mocking look on his face. Morong Gui glanced at him sideways, as if he was looking at an idiot. The young man's face changed drastically in an instant. He looked around with confusion and fear, not understanding what he had done wrong. Morong turned his gaze to the left, looking at a young man who looked very calm, and said, "Away, what do you think?" This Away is Morong grandson, and also the young generation that he values the most. Not only is he smart, but he also has a strong talent for cultivation. He has now reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, which is enough to make him the master of the entire China. Awei pushed up his glasses, a harmless smile appeared on his gentle face, and he said slowly, "Grandfather, in public, our Morong family is in charge of the Lunting Jiangnan branch. In private, Chen Tianping is an old friend of yours. In theory, our Morong family has ruled Jiangnan for so many years, and we should not stand idly by in times of crisis." "Awei, are you crazy? We just do whatever that old man tells us to do." The young man who spoke first looked at Awei in disbelief, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Shut up." Morong glanced at him coldly, then said lightly, "From now on, you're not qualified to participate in the Morong family meeting. Get out." The young man looked stunned, but did not dare to hesitate at all. He quickly stood up and walked out of the hall, closing the door carefully. "Tell me what you think." Awei nodded. "We have to exert our strength, but we can't be too hard. We have to show it to the imperial capital and everyone in Jiangnan. We have the courage and strength of the Morong family when facing ferocious beasts. But this murderer's realm and strength are beyond imagination. We can't devote too much manpower. After fighting it, we will do everything we can to send it to the next door. If the beasts are really gone, then my Morong family will become a behind-the-scenes businessman like before. Obviously, this is not in line with our Morong family's ancestral precepts and goals." Morong couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this, his eyes full of admiration, which became more and more intense. "Okay, everyone listen up and do as Wei asks. From now on, when I'm not around, everyone must obey Wei's orders." Across the valley, Sushian stared quietly at the magma in the center. The sky-splitting bronze sword inserted in it seemed to be unaffected at all. It still emitted bright light and was not burned or swallowed by the magma. But the meteorite on the other side caught his attention. The meteorite, which was originally pitch black, was absorbing spiritual energy. The spots on its surface kept falling off, revealing the snow-white inside, and emitting a hint of terrifying chill. Even though Sushian is now a powerful warrior in the Xinzong realm, he still felt a tingling sensation in his body. He was shocked and used his spiritual power to dispel the chill. Then he endured the pain and grabbed the meteorite to examine it carefully. After all the outer layers have fallen off, there is a pure feeling, just like a dirty quail egg with its shell removed. It becomes crystal clear. It seems that this meteorite has a cold and yin attribute. In order to verify his guess, Sushian threw the meteorite into the magma without hesitation. Squeak! The meteorite fell into the magma, making a sound like water vapor evaporating, and was directly swallowed by the magma. Then, 2 auras with different attributes suddenly appeared in the valley. Hot and cold, colliding, entangled, and struggling with each other. The meteorite suddenly broke free and jumped out of the surface of the magma, rolling in the air, as if trying to escape from its restraints. But then the magma in the center suddenly turned into a huge human-shaped arm, grabbed the meteorite, and then stuffed it into the magma, and it disappeared in an instant. Is that all? Sushian was somewhat confused and disappointed. This meteorite cost him 1 billion, but in his previous life, Luo Sun had used this thing to forge a god-level weapon. According to the current classification system, weapons, skills, and magic weapons can be divided into yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, god level, saint level, immortal level, and super immortal level. Each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. If he could really forge a god-level weapon, his combat effectiveness would instantly increase by countless times, and even if he encountered a peak-level ferocious beast, he would not be afraid. Thinking of this, Sushian felt a strong sense of anticipation rising in his heart. As if in response to him, the meteorite did not want to succumb to the power of the magma, and emerged again, rolling back and forth in the magma, jumping constantly. The magma seemed to be particularly annoyed by this thing's dissatisfaction, and directly released an even hotter breath, suppressing all the cold breath emitted by the meteorite and pressing it into the magma once again. This time, the meteorite never jumped up again. As time passed, the magma began to become quiet, as if it was full, and there was no movement at all. "No way, buddy. Is that all?" As if he thought of something, he looked around and found some spirit stones that had not been consumed. There were hundreds of them. Sushian threw all of them down without hesitation. Suddenly, the magma began to boil violently. The spirit stones became dim in an instant. The spiritual energy inside was absorbed by the magma frantically, and then turned into powder and was swallowed by the magma. At the same time, the meteorite became active again, and this time its shape was gradually changing, and the magma turned into a long knife, starting to cut and process continuously. Sushian was stunned. The magma started to process and handle the meteorite like an old blacksmith, but his method was more fierce and violent, which was to cut it directly. 30 minutes later, under Sushian's gaze, the meteorite was transformed by magma into a glittering, chilling 3-foot-long sword. It was snow white, crystal clear, and as charming as an icy soul. The sword is engraved with cloud-like patterns, adding a touch of spirituality and beauty. As soon as Sushian grasped the sword, a strong chill rushed into his body. With a muffled groan, Sushian mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body to fight against the cold, and the Bodi tree in his mind was emitting a green light. After more than 10 seconds, the coldness in the body was completely dispelled by the Bodi tree. Sushian held the sword without any discomfort. It seemed that he had temporarily subdued it. "You have forged a god-level weapon, and it has been recognized as the master. Please name it." A prompt came to his mind, and Sushian was ecstatic. It worked. After a moment of hesitation, Sushian said slowly, "Then call it Bingpa Yunyao." The long sword seemed to have spirituality. After hearing that it had a name, it actually hummed, making a clear and pleasant sound. Sushian showed a relieved smile on his face. He urged his spiritual energy and waved his hand casually. White frost instantly covered the valley without causing any discomfort to himself. It is indeed a magic weapon. Next, let's find a place to test its power. Jiangnan, Ningong, after the attack and massacre by the octopus, is now deserted. The seawater mixed with blood emits a fishy and pungent smell under the setting sun. A large number of human corpses, as well as broken organs and limbs, were floating on the sea, like a Shuro purgatory. Morong Wei, the third-generation leader of the Morong family, who was sitting in a helicopter, even though he inherited Morong Gui's cold heart, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. This beast is so cruel. The helicopter searched around the port and finally found the octopus. I saw an octopus with more than a dozen arms tearing apart a woman's body. Amidst the pain and howling, the octopus tore the woman's head off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Damn it, hasn't the military arrived yet? Awei's scalp tingled, and he couldn't help cursing. The troops of the Jiangnan military region have been transferred to the extreme northern border. It is said that a large number of ferocious beasts have appeared there. Awei took a deep breath and said slowly, "Notify the 3rd team, the 7th team, the 9th team, and the Special Operations team. All of them should bring their weapons and prepare for battle." Yes. Chapter 35, Fighting the Fierce Beast, the Dragon Elite goes out. 10 minutes later, 6 fighter jets flew in the sky, which were the Morong family's accumulation over the years. 1 month before the revival of spiritual energy, at the suggestion of the Prophet, Morong Gui purchased a large number of antiques and various combat equipment. These 6 fighter jets were part of it, and he spent a full 1.2 billion. Biu. The machine gun barrels on the fighter jets sprayed bullets like raindrops, all of which hit the octopus's head, splashing a series of sparks. Hiss! The octopus felt the pain and left the woman with half of her body left. It turned around suddenly, raised 2 20-meter-long tentacles, and whipped towards the fighter plane that was approaching it like lightning, with a terrifying aura. The warrior who was operating the fighter plane was quite skilled. He rolled the plane sideways and narrowly avoided the attack of the octopus tentacles. He then immediately distanced himself and soared into the sky, during which he began to replace bullets. Several other fighter jets did the same thing and also caused some damage to the octopus, but the effect was not significant. Machine gun bullets that can blow an elephant to pieces seemed to have little effect on an octopus. Awei, who was watching the battle not far away, frowned deeply. It was obvious that the octopus's defense and combat capabilities had far exceeded their expectations. Don't make any unnecessary attacks. Notify them, harass, and drive them away. As long as we drive the octopus back to Jiangnan, it will have nothing to do with my Morong family. Yes, sir. So, the six fighter planes began to change their strategy, starting to gather together, harassing and driving away the octopus constantly. As long as the octopus ran back, they would retreat without giving it any chance. After suffering dozens of rounds of bombing and attacks, the octopus seemed to become smarter. It jumped directly into the sea and began to swim desperately towards the distance. Keep chasing it and drive it out of Ningong waters. As long as it is not in this area, it is not our responsibility. So, these fighter jets chased the octopus, shooting at the sea surface continuously to drive it away. After the octopus understood, it continued to flee, and finally escaped from the Ningong waters and disappeared into the vast ocean. Away issued the final order. Notify all teams to gather and send an email to the imperial capital immediately. The battle against the giant beast has been completed. Make sure it does not cause any more trouble in Jiangnan. When Sushian walked out of the Hungduan Valley, he had been in seclusion for 10 days, but he was completely unaware of it. Sir, things are very uneasy right now. When Assistant Xie Wenxi saw Sushian coming out of seclusion, he hurried over to report. However, after feeling the extremely terrifying aura coming from the master and the white sword in his hand that made people tremble with fear and almost suffocate, his heart was filled with turmoil. Sir, you have been in seclusion for 10 days, and your condition has reached such a terrifying level? Take your time. There's no rush. Under Xie Wenxi's arrangement, two burly men who had reached the 4th level of body forging came laboriously carrying a roasted whole cow and placed it in front of Sushian. Sushian took a look at them, who were sweating and panting, and stretched out his right hand, grabbed the beef thigh, and gently lifted up the whole roasted beef, then began to chew it frantically. Xie Wenxi and the two men who were at the 4th level of body tempering were stunned. This roasted whole beef weighed at least several hundred pounds, but Sushian started to chew it like a chicken leg. The huge impact made them stunned for a moment. Even forget to report. Sushian glanced at him and slowly came to his senses. He had only used less than 10% of his strength, but he had scared them like this? You can leave now. Vinci, go on. Sushian held the roasted whole beef in one hand and swallowed it nonstop. Xie Wenxi took a deep breath, calmed down his inner shock, and said slowly, in the past few days, a large number of ferocious beasts have appeared throughout China. Their fighting power is amazing, and the number of casualties has exceeded 2,000. Sushian paused for a moment, but didn't show anything. Several of our vehicles transporting spirit stones were attacked, and no one survived. When Sushian heard this, he suddenly felt that the roasted whole beef in his hand was no longer fragrant. He slowly put it down, stood up, and said coldly, "Which one is closest to us?" Xie Wenxi's eyelids twitched, and he said tremblingly, "It is a giant snow-white beast that looks like a wolf or a tiger. 30 Lunting warriors have already died at its hands. It is said that even Lunting Deputy Director Xia Chang'e personally took action against it." Xia Chang'e? Sushian also had doubts. The Deputy Director Long Tongue, in his previous life, was not this person. Oh, I forgot to tell you, sir, Xia Chang'e is already a 9th level master in the body tempering realm. He is said to be one of the best in the entire China. In just less than a month, he had reached the 9th level of body forging, which was indeed quite good. Sushian nodded and said, "Notify Ahu and prepare the helicopter. We will go look for this beast tomorrow morning." Yes, sir. At the foot of the Tianshan Mountains, on the vast white snowfield, a dozen soldiers in white ghillie suits were crawling forward in the snow. They were well disciplined, marched in unison, and formed a Chinese military formation. They looked like regular Chinese soldiers. They were wearing white hats that almost blended into the snow, and if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't notice them at all. The leader was hunched over with a serious look on his face. He carried a sword case on his back and had an ordinary-looking folding fan slanted across his waist. It was Xia Chang'e, the deputy director of Lunting. After passing through the snowy jungle and turning a mountain, Xia Chang'e moved his body carefully. He stuck half of his head out and saw a ferocious beast gnawing on a corpse not far away. His heart was beating violently. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and made a gesture to stop moving forward. Behind him, more than a dozen Lunting warriors who were at least at the 6th level of the body-tempering realm squatted down, held their breath, slowly drew out their weapons, and prepared to fight at any time. Xia Chang'e turned around, motioned for everyone to hide behind the shelter, and lowered his voice and said, "It's eating and at its lowest alert, which is the best time for us to attack. We are about 80 meters away from the beast." According to the information provided by the martyr, the beast can run at a terrifying speed of 20 meters per second. This means we need to react within 4 seconds, whether to dodge or attack. Now, tell me about the skills or magic weapons that you are good at. After the recovery of spiritual energy, everyone has more or less opportunities. Xiaochang'e knows that this group of people are already the representatives of China's highest combat power. The average person is at the 7th level of the body tempering realm, which has seriously threatened his position as deputy director. Perhaps by killing the ferocious beast, he could reach the meridian-shaping realm and become the strongest person in China. I am extremely strong and can lift a boulder weighing 800 kilograms. I am very fast. I can run at full speed up to 15 meters per second. I have practiced the Golden Bell technique, which gives me super strong defense. I will calculate. The last young warrior was a little embarrassed to speak. Xiaochang'e nodded and said, "Now listen to my instructions. You can harass from the side for a while, using the rifle's long-range advantage, but be sure to dodge at all times. You assume the frontal defense. You planted mines in those places. Calculate the attack trajectory of the beasts and remind them at all times not to join the battle. Do you understand?" It has to be said that Xiaochang'e still has certain command and judgment abilities. Everyone nodded and approved of his plan. Very good. On the count of 3, we'll get started. 3. Everyone held their breath and was extremely quiet. 2. Everyone held their weapons tightly and found their positions. 1. As the last count was finished, Xiaochang'e rushed out like an arrow, running wildly on the snow. At the same time, the sword box behind him made a bang, and a huge sword of Quanren with a cold light popped out. He held it tightly in his right hand, his whole body filled with murderous aura, and attacked the beast directly. Another agile and thin young man raised his rifle and kept shooting at the back of the beast. The remaining people began to move quickly according to their division of labor. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the 7.62 millimeters bullet from the rifle flew out accurately and hit the back of the beast, but it made a clanging sound of steel colliding. The bullet was completely unable to penetrate the beast's fur and bounced off. Xiaochang'e was shocked and immediately realized something was wrong. Damn it, the information is wrong. Retreat quickly. At the same time, he and the warrior who had learned the Golden Bell cover stood side by side in the front. Without saying anything, he spun the giant sword and swept towards the ferocious beast with the force of thunder. The rest of the Lunting warriors reacted instantly, but no one retreated because they had already rushed forward. The distance of 80 meters was reached in about 7 or 8 seconds. The beast, attacked by bullets, quickly turned its head, opened its huge bloody mouth, and let out a disturbing roar. Boom! With the help of inertia, bursts of energy swirled on the giant sword. When snowflakes were flying, Xiaochang'e raised the sword with both hands and swept it towards the ferocious beast, accurately hitting the beast's front paw. There was a sound that made people's scalps tingle. The full-strength attack of the 9th level of the body tempering realm, even a sneak attack, did not cause any damage to the beast. Xiaochang'e was shocked and shouted angrily. "Defense!" The warrior beside him raised his hands without hesitation, and a golden barrier rose up instantly, covering the two of them like a huge golden bell. The next second, the ferocious beast launched an attack. I saw its mountain-like body shrink back slightly, then leap up and directly cross a distance of several meters, raise its 2 front paws as thick as buckets, and swing them like lightning, leaving a series of afterimages. Bang! The pair of sharp claws struck the golden bell without any fancy moves. In an instant, the barrier that seemed as solid as iron shattered. The young warrior flew backwards, spurting a stream of blood in the air, and then fell to the ground and fainted. Then, the sharp claws continued to slap Xiaochang'e's face directly. In shock, Xiaochang'e held the sword with both hands across his chest and took the claw's attack. Puff! His body flew backwards, blood gushing out of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. Xiaochang'e only felt that his palm was completely numb, his internal organs were displaced, and he was seriously injured. The remaining dozen or so Lunting warriors quickly drew out their rifles and fired a volley at the beast. Bayubi! There was a burst of gunfire in the snow. The ferocious beast stood up, protecting its head with its claws, and let the bullets rain down like raindrops. Seeing the ferocious beast approaching step by step, Xiaochang'e shouted angrily, as if he had made up his mind, and directly drew the folding fan from his waist and opened it. A cloud of black mist rose up and poured into his body. The next moment, the wounds in his body healed quickly, and his pupils turned blood red. He stood up slowly and stared at the beast fiercely. "Come on, beast!" Chapter 36. First battle, violently killing the divine hidden realm beast. This folding fan is Xia Changhe's family heirloom with an extraordinary origin. It became a magic weapon after the recovery of spiritual energy. It was with the help of this folding fan that he rapidly improved himself and reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm in one fell swoop. Looking at the whole of China, he is a genius-level strongman. His dream since childhood was to join the army. As spiritual energy revived, Lunting actively recruited practitioners. Xia Changhe gladly joined, firstly to fulfill his dream, and secondly to be able to show off. As expected, relying on his first place in realm, he was directly promoted to deputy director and was highly regarded by Qin Tianping. This time, the ferocious beasts in Tianshan were rampant. In a short period of time, all the Lunting team members in the area were killed. The nearby villages were also massacred by the ferocious beasts, and there was almost no survivor. Xia Changhe resolutely led the Lunting elite troops and attacked with his entire army. He originally wanted to hunt the ferocious beast and make a name for himself. However, he did not expect that the beast's realm was far beyond his, and it was seriously injured after a single attack. At this moment, the ferocious beast seemed to have no interest in Xia Changhe, but ran towards the other soldier who was shooting. In a moment, it had torn the two soldiers to pieces alive, and the internal organs and flesh and blood spurted out, splashing on the white snow, which was shocking. "Brute!" Xia Changhe's eyes were about to burst, and he waved his folding fan. His whole body was shrouded in thick black fog, and he exuded murderous aura as he ran straight towards the ferocious beast. At this moment, his realm also directly broke through the body forging and reached the meridian shaping stage. The ferocious beast slowly turned its head and looked at Xia Changhe, a hint of impatience in its eyes. It raised its head and roared, then lowered its head and charged forward. The folding fan in Xia Changhe's hand was extremely mysterious. He spun it rapidly, and thick black smoke scattered in all directions, instantly forming an impenetrable hurricane that blew up the snow on the ground, as if the snow was dancing. The ferocious beast's huge head penetrated the black smoke directly, lifted up Xia Changhe's body, and then slammed it hard into a mountain. With a loud bang, Xia Changhe's entire body was blasted directly into the hard mountain. His aura dissipated, and his body drooped down like a deflated ball. It was unknown how many bones were shattered. The folding fan in his hand fell off helplessly, and he was dying. Bayubiya. Another gunshot was heard. Xia Changhe pried open his eyes and opened his mouth, trying to shout out one word silently and weakly. "Escape," but no sound came out. The beast was enraged and turned around to kill the group of soldiers. In just a moment, the whole snowy field was filled with screams, and 3 or 4 soldiers were torn to pieces or beaten into meat paste by the beast. However, none of them escaped, because they are Lunting warriors, and behind them stand more than 1 billion Chinese people. The responsibility they bear is heavier than Mount Tai. "I'm going to fight you." Suddenly, the soldier who was burying the grenades had his eyes wide open, and he rushed over with a row of grenades tied to his chest and pulled the fuses of all of them. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, flames rose, and the soldier detonated a grenade, which exploded on the body of the ferocious beast. Snowflakes flew 10 meters high, and dust flew up, blocking the view. Xia Changhe stared at all this in a daze, coughing up a piece of bloody flesh, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face. When the dust settled, the beast reappeared, standing proudly and roaring. But apart from being covered in snow and dirt, it was unharmed. Xia Changhe felt a deep despair in his heart. The beast was so terrifying. How could China deal with it? The remaining Lunting warriors were even more terrified. The strength and realm of the ferocious beast that rushed down from Tianshan Mountain were far beyond their imagination. It is like an insurmountable mountain, bringing the shock of death and irresistible pressure. Xia Changhe watched the ferocious beast slowly approaching his comrades and closed his eyes in despair. He was heartbroken and only hoped that the imperial capital would get the news as soon as possible and dispatch the military's powerful heavy weapons to destroy the ferocious beast with lightning speed. Just when everyone was in despair, the sound of helicopter propellers turning suddenly came from the sky. Xia Changhe used all his strength to look up at the helicopter in the sky, and then he saw the helicopter slowly lowering its altitude. Then a figure opened the cabin door and jumped down. Boom! There was an earth-shaking sound on the snow, and the figure trampled a deep pit in the snow, right in front of the ferocious beast, 10 meters away. Xia Changhe was shocked, and then he saw a burly young man with a long sword on his back, wearing a black sweatshirt and a hood. He had a handsome appearance, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and there was no fear on his face. Although he seemed to have no breath in his body, he had an inexplicable feeling of being completely invincible, and even felt a pressure in his heart that was more terrifying than that of the ferocious beast. This person has a very high realm. Xia Chang's first impression was that this young man's strength did not seem to be any worse than that of the ferocious beasts, which meant that this person's realm might have reached the level of a god. For an instant, Xia Changhe felt his scalp tingling, and a deep sense of bitterness and loss surged up. Originally, I thought that I was at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm and was already the strongest man and the most talented person in China. But now it seems that I am just a frog in a well. No wonder the director said last time that there were strange phenomena in the Hwong Mountains, suspected to be a breakthrough by a genius, which caused a resonance between heaven and earth. The person who came was Sushian. He had searched everywhere by helicopter in the morning, but had not found any trace of the beast. It was the gunshots and roars that pointed him in the direction. When he arrived, he found blood and broken arms and legs all over the ground, as well as a few remaining people. Judging from their appearance, they must have just been in a fierce battle with ferocious beasts. Obviously, they failed, and it could even be said that they were completely slaughtered without any chance to fight back. Sushian didn't waste any words. He narrowed his eyes and took a look at the ferocious beast that was 10 meters long and looked like a wolf and a tiger. Then he leaped across the 10-meter distance and swung his right fist, smashing it on the beast's head. Ouch! A scream was heard, and the ferocious beast, which weighed more than 10 tons, was knocked away by Sushian's punch. There was an obvious dent on its left cheek, and blood was slowly flowing from its bloody mouth. A sharp Fong was broken. Xia Changhe was stunned when he saw this scene. That was a ferocious beast that slaughtered hundreds of people. Even the most elite squad in the entire imperial capital, Lunting, could not hurt it at all. Even terrifying thermal weapons such as grenades and rifles cannot cause any damage to it. And now, the young man in front of him could knock the beast to the ground and even injure it with just one punch. The power of this fist is probably hundreds of thousands of pounds. Who exactly is this young man? Sushian succeeded in his attack and was very dissatisfied. He shook his head with a look of disgust on his face. Too weak. What? The dragon warrior in the snow suspected that he had heard it wrongly and stared at the young man in shock. It was invulnerable to swords and spears. The Lunting elite team was almost wiped out. It was a terrifying beast that knocked a 9th-level bodybuilding practitioner away with one move. Do you think it's too weak? No. Bodi? Sushian watched the ferocious beast slowly stand up. He immediately moved his body and rushed forward. When he was close to the beast, he jumped high, then retracted his calves, lowered his knees, and smashed hard on the back of the beast. Snap! Snap! The sound of breaking bones could be heard one after another. The ferocious beast had just stood up when it was knocked down again. It fell to the ground in the snow with a loud bang, raised its head, and let out an angry roar. At the same time, its tail rushed forward like an iron whip, tearing through the air with thunderous force. Careful! A Lunting warrior quickly warned, his heart beating in his throat. This ferocious beast was so despicable and cunning. Sushian didn't even bother to turn his head. He punched out with his right hand, his whole body shining with golden light. He easily dissolved the attack that was as strong as steel and carried the force of a landslide. He hammered the tail directly and made it bounce back. The tail hit the snow heavily and collapsed powerlessly. Sushian then rode on the back of the ferocious beast, swung his fist, and smashed it hard on the head. One punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The beast finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its head was a bloody mess, its skull was hammered into a pulp, and the brain matter mixed with blood spurted out. Its head tilted, and it fell to the ground, dying. After killing him with 3 punches, Sushian felt unsatisfied. He couldn't help but frown, feeling very dissatisfied. Although this beast is at the Xinzong realm, with immense strength, amazing defense, and terrifying speed, It has yet to develop any skills, and its combat experience is mediocre. But if this happened in the previous life, even if one had practiced for 15 years, one probably wouldn't be able to kill this ferocious beast. I didn't expect that in this life he could be killed with just 3 punches. Sushian was relatively satisfied with this. After killing the ferocious beast with a hammer, Sushian directly pulled out his sword, poked into its abdomen, took out a red fist-sized inner pill, stuffed it into his arms, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This ferocious beast has already condensed an inner elixir, which is extremely important to him. It can maximize the development of the treasures of the organs in his body and enhance the potential of his body. Then, he retracted the great sword, easily carried the murderer's body on his shoulders, and prepared to go back. It was so heavy that the helicopter definitely couldn't carry it, but carrying it back like this would be too conspicuous. After thinking about it, he waved to the helicopter above his head. Ahu immediately landed the helicopter slowly and handed over Sushian's cell phone. Vinci, arrange a truck, at least one that's 12 meters long. I sent you the location. After saying that, he hung up the phone, turned around, and prepared to open the cabin door and get on the helicopter. Sir, that... A dragon warrior mustered up his courage and ran over. Sushian turned his head and asked doubtfully, "What's up?" "Thank you for saving our lives. We are Lunting." The middle-aged soldier expressed his sincere gratitude to Sushian, but was interrupted by Sushian. "First of all, I'm here to kill the beast. Your lives have nothing to do with me. You don't need to thank me. Secondly, I don't care which organization you belong to, and I don't want to know." Sushian waved his hand to stop him, then turned around, stepped into the cabin, and left in Ahu's helicopter. The soldier who was standing there looked embarrassed, and finally, he let out a long sigh and said, "Do good things without seeking fame. No wonder he didn't join Lunting." Afterwards, these people quickly began to rescue their seriously injured comrades and called an emergency number. Soon, several ambulances arrived and took Xia Changhe and other injured people back. The truck arranged by Xie Wenxi arrived not long after. 10 burly men used a 100-ton crane to load the ferocious beast onto the truck. When it was lowered, there was a loud bang, the truck swayed from side to side, and the tires even began to sink into the snow. The driver took a breath. This must weigh more than 10 tons. Afterwards, the murderer was transported back to Hengduan Mountains. But no one noticed that after everyone left, a figure covered in a black robe suddenly appeared on a tree in the distance. His body was shaking and beads of sweat were pouring down his face. Damn it, there is such a terrifying person in China. I'm afraid it's useless for the young master to come. No, I must tell the elders this news as soon as possible. Then, he planned to leave, but found that his legs were shaking and numb and could not be moved at all. So scary. The man in black kept taking deep breaths, trying to ease the fear in his heart. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. "Can't walk anymore?" Chapter 37. Kill the half-demon and advance to the 3rd level of Shinzong. When the man in black heard the voice, his whole body froze. He felt scared and cold sweat broke out on his back. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a young man with a long sword on his back on a tree next to him, looking at him with a smile. "Can I help you?" Sushian could roughly guess the identity and origin of the man in black. In the previous life, to the north of the Great Wall, there was a huge forest called Sushian Baiyao Road. This place was inhabited by half-human, half-demon monsters. They coveted the land of China's Kyushu, and after accumulating a lot of power, they took advantage of the battles between China and the ancient tribes and ferocious beasts to sneak in. In the end, countless practitioners rushed to the Great Wall to guard the national border and engaged in a fierce battle with this huge force. The man in black took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that he couldn't run away, so he started thinking about how to delay time until the elders sent someone else here. Just now, there was such a fierce fighting scene in this place. The ancestors should be able to capture every bit of information through special props. If I send out a signal again, then there will be a chance to escape. Thinking of this, he calmed down a little, then raised his hand slightly, slowly put it into his arms. And then his face changed drastically. His arms were empty. "Are you looking for this thing?" "Half-demon." Sushian took out a red object that looked like a candle from his arms and shook it. The man in black felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt a surge of despair in his heart. He raised his eyes with difficulty and looked at Sushian. His voice had become hoarse. "How did you steal it?" Then he seemed to understand something, and his voice was filled with surprise and fear. and his tone was dull. "How do you know my identity?" The half-demon, codenamed Number 8, who has always been known for his secrecy and caution, has always been the confidant of the elders and is also one of the most powerful among the 12 great demons. He couldn't believe that the signaling item he carried with him was stolen without anyone noticing, and he didn't even notice it. "Sushian, want to know?" The man in black nodded, obviously very interested in the answers to the two questions, but he did not notice Sushian's gradually colder expression. "Then I'll tell you right now." Sushian had a harmless look on his face. Then, under the expectant gaze of the man in black, he suddenly drew his sword and swung it with lightning speed. In an instant, a sharp sword energy, carrying endless coldness, flashed and cut the neck of the man in black. The blood froze as soon as it flowed out, and was covered with a layer of snow-white frost. The man in black widened his eyes, covered his neck with his right hand, made a meaningless ho-ho sound from his mouth, and then his whole body fell down and fell from the tree. Sushian jumped down immediately after him and searched the black-clothed man's body, but found nothing except a bottle of medicine, a few spirit stones, and an earth-level dagger. After collecting the spoils, Sushian took a helicopter. He let Ahu almost run out of fuel, but he didn't find any ferocious beasts, so he finally decided to go home. When Sushian returned to Hwong Mountains, he found that everyone was looking at him with admiration, which was completely different from the way he had bought people's hearts with money in the past. Because at the foot of the mountain, the corpse of a ferocious beast over 10 meters long had been hung up by the people of Hwong Mountain. They stared at the beast meat with greed in their eyes. However, no one dared to take action. After all, this was the ferocious beast that Sushian was hunting. Sushian ignored their flattery, whether it was sincere or false. He had heard it too many times, and it no longer made any sense. As for the meat of the fierce beasts in the Xinzang realm, it contains a large amount of spiritual energy, which is very useful for strengthening the body. But for Sushian, who has already reached the Xinzang realm, it is almost useless. On the contrary, the fur might be of some use to me. If I throw it into the red flame sea at the center of the earth, and combine it with other materials, I might be able to forge unexpected weapons or armor. You are to divide the beast's meat. Try to give everyone a piece. The skins are kept, then washed, air-dried, and placed on the mountain. After Sushian gave a brief explanation, he planned to continue his retreat because the terrifying spiritual energy coming from his body seemed like it was about to overflow at any time. "Yes, sir." Xia Wensi was naturally happy to be able to taste the meat of the ferocious beast and improve his strength, so he immediately asked people to buy 3 trucks of beer, prepared more than 100 barbecue racks, and piles of seasonings, and prepared to have an open-air party in the evening. When everyone heard this, they cheered and their gratitude and loyalty to Sushian increased. After returning to the Hwang Valley, Sushian finally felt full after eating 3 roasted pigs and drinking 10 cups of orange juice. If this continues, I will probably be able to eat 2 cows in one meal. There was a bitter look on Sushian's face. After his strength increased, his demand for food increased countless times. Although this did not affect his body, he did not like the feeling of eating like crazy. After everything was ready, Sushian sat quietly in the valley, closed his eyes, and began to practice. After reaching the Xinzang realm, in addition to tempering the body, tendons, and organs, some insights are also required. The potential of human organs is endless. The practice of Xinzang realm is to develop human organs to the extreme without damaging them. In his previous life, Sushian saw that some practitioners in the Xinzang realm, in order to stimulate the potential of their organs as quickly as possible, did not hesitate to swallow a large number of elixirs with side effects, such as the heart-stimulating pill, to make their organs stronger and tap more potential. But in the end, they all suffered from sequelae of varying degrees. Some strong people, on the other hand, practice some extreme skills to consume their body's potential in advance, or even temporarily stimulate their body's potential during battle. In the end, all kinds of problems will basically arise. Simply put, it seems very contradictory to develop the body's potential while also developing it in moderation. Cultivation is a matter of extremes, but maintaining moderation is a way of restraining it. Sushian took a deep breath, sat on the ground, took out the inner elixir from his arms, and swallowed it without any hesitation. After the inner elixir enters the body, it begins to slowly dissolve, turning into strands of extremely pure qi and blood, which circulate in the major orifices throughout the body, bringing with them an endless supply of spiritual energy. In an instant, The Bodi tree in his mind reappeared, with lush branches and leaves, exuding endless vitality and breath, and absorbing all the spiritual energy and blood. Sushian was stunned. So you're not picky about food? After the absorption was complete, Sushian felt a cool sensation coming from his eyes, and then countless spiritual energy began to impact and transform his eyes. Unlike the last time I developed my heart, this time it didn't bring any pain. Instead, it made me feel very comfortable. I don't know how long it took, but when the spiritual energy slowly dissipated, Sushian felt an inexplicable change in his eyes, as if his vision had become much stronger. Sushian opened his eyes and saw an ant on the wall of the valley, 20 meters away from him. He could see the hairs on the ant's legs clearly and could even count them clearly. Sushian was slightly surprised. The significant improvement in his eyesight was also a major manifestation of improved combat effectiveness. In the previous life, he was stuck in the first level of the Shinzong realm and had made no progress for many years. His body organs had not been strengthened at all, and he had not discovered any valuable effects. For this reason, he even secretly took banned pills and practiced banned techniques, but still failed to break through the first level of the Shinzong realm. In the end, he was torn to pieces alive by the ferocious beast. You have broken through to the second level of the divine hidden realm, strengthened your eyes, and gained the skill, Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes. Your eyes become as sharp as an eagle's, and you can even see small animals hundreds of meters away. Sushian felt very relieved as he heard a series of reminders in his mind. As far as he knew, in the previous life, many practitioners in the Shinzong realm were able to break through and tap the potential of their organs, but very few were able to acquire some skills. For practitioners, among 1.4 billion people, no more than 10 can gain one skill after breaking through the Shinzong realm 9 times, and no one has 2 or more skills. And now that I have broken through to the second level, I have already acquired skills. This kind of luck can be said to be 1 in a billion. You can break through 7 times. The first time was to strengthen my heart, which enhanced my sixth sense, which allowed me to sense the half-demon. Now with the addition of Eagle Eye, my perception ability will be further improved. Sushian nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to attack, because he felt that the blood and spiritual energy used in the breakthrough just now had not consumed half of his inner elixir. Sushian opened the bottle of pills and found 2 blood-red pills inside. He put them to his nose and smelled them, then became ecstatic. This is a potential pill specially used for the Shinzong realm. It has no side effects and can accelerate the development of the body's potential. For practitioners in the Shinzong realm, it is a rare and coveted good thing. Without any hesitation, he directly stuffed the 2 pills into his body. After the elixir entered the body and melted, it emitted extremely strong medicinal power, mixed with the blood energy of the inner elixir, and was madly absorbed by the Bodi tree. Afterwards, Sushian felt that his waist area, that is, his kidneys, began to bear the impact and transformation of the spiritual energy. After about 10 minutes, everything was absorbed. You have broken through to the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm, strengthened your kidneys, and gained the skill, Unyielding. Unyielding. When you are attacked beyond your current level, there is a 15% chance of avoiding damage. Sushian was even more delighted when he heard this tip and skill. The improvement of realm and the increase of one's own strength are secondary, but the enhancement of these organs is a qualitative improvement. If all organs were strengthened to the same strength as tendons, bones, and skin, then there would be no need for bones and skin to protect the fragile organs, and practitioners would become more lethal. As for his skills, they make him even more powerful. A 15% probability is not low, which is enough for him to fight against super-level practitioners or ferocious beasts. In my previous life, it took me 15 years to reach the Shinzong realm. In this life, I was able to reach the 3rd level of the Shinzong realm without any effort. My starting point has surpassed the end point of my previous life. Sushian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. In that case, I will collect all the debts from my previous life. Chapter 38, I will beat anyone who dares to betray Brother Sushian. Wencheng, an abandoned mining area in the past, became a spirit stone mine after the revival of spiritual energy. It was also a place that the 10 major families coveted. They tried to attack it several times, but were repelled every time. Wang Shi spent a lot of money to renovate the mining area and built a large number of high-rise buildings around it, including office buildings, warehouses, logistics areas, dormitories, training rooms, entertainment rooms, etc. In just a few months, this abandoned mining area that was once forgotten by the world has become extremely lively. More than 600 veterans were employed. When they had nothing to do, they would play cards, ball games, and sleep in the recreation room. They were well paid and had little work to do. But at critical moments, they need to stand up. After the revival of spiritual energy, this group of veterans, whose physical constitutions were stronger than ordinary people, quickly entered the bodybuilding stage, and their strength was further improved. With so many people gathered together, there is bound to be some friction. After all, there is no order here. However, what surprised Wang Shi was that his nephew, Dachuan, directly stepped into the 9th level of the body-tempering realm after the revival of spiritual energy and inherited natural supernatural powers. All of this was because Sushian gave him a string of bracelets a few months ago and asked him to wear them on his hands. Dachuan, I'll leave those to you. Wang Shi rubbed his eyebrows. He had been doing business for decades and regarded himself as a businessman. He never liked violence and did not advocate it. However, the current situation was completely different from the past. Natural disasters and ferocious beasts are coming one after another. Casualties are soaring every day. Smoke of war is rising on the border, and all the military are transferred to guard the border. It looks like the end of the world. There were people causing trouble in the Jiqi mining area, trying to instigate everyone to revolt, snatch the spiritual stones, and distribute them among themselves. Wang Shi handed the matter over to Dachuan to deal with it, and Dachuan directly used violence and left the aftermath and beating work to himself. In order to better manage the mining area, Wang Shi, in accordance with Sushian's instructions, set up an audit department composed of his confidants to supervise it on a daily basis. Dachuan stuffed a 20-inch pizza into his mouth, drank a 550 milliliters bottle of Coke in one breath, swallowed hard, and nodded. Uncle San, don't worry. For Brother Sushian, these are nothing. Then he stood up. His huge body, now nearly 2 meters tall, made the ground tremble when he walked. In the entertainment room, 7 or 8 burly men in colorful shirts, with cigarettes in their mouths, began to talk among themselves, looking quite excited. We have guarded the mine for him for so long, and even risked our lives to provoke a conflict with the Morong family. But in the end, we got nothing except the money. Is this reasonable? Is this fair? The big man on the sofa spread out his hands, his tone quite dissatisfied. You better keep your mouth shut. Once the people from the audit department hear you, they will definitely take you in. A middle-aged man who looked more calm nearby quickly dissuaded him. I'm not afraid of shit. The big man who spoke first stood up, rolled up his sleeves, showed off his muscular body, patted his chest, and looked proud. I used to be afraid, but now I don't have to. Then he said word by word, because I'm also in the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Immediately afterwards, the blood in his body boiled, and his strength at the peak of the 9th level of bodybuilding was revealed without reservation. Hiss! Several people in the training room were suddenly shocked and looked at him in unison, their eyes full of envy and admiration. The 9th level of the body-tempering realm was a rare existence in the whole of China. How did you do it? Most of us are only at the 5th level of the body-tempering realm. The big man had a proud look on his face, enjoying the attention of everyone, and pretended to be calm and composed. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, the big man cursed them for having no sense of humor, and then slowly said, to be honest, my realm has improved so quickly because of the cultivation of Patriarch Morong. He gave me 50 bodybuilding pills as a gift. After hearing this, the others were shocked. The Morong family and their employer were sworn enemies. It was said that a large-scale gunfight almost broke out in the Hwong Mountains a few months ago. Some time ago, a vehicle heading to Hwong Mountains was robbed by the Morong family, but they failed in the end. The big man quickly lowered his voice and said in a bewitching tone, everyone think about this carefully. Have we gained anything from working for that Sioux? One of them immediately stood up and said in a pinched voice, he paid us 50,000 a month, which was 8 times what we were doing before. The big man was stunned, then smiled contemptuously. Nowadays, what's the use of money? Everything depends on realm and strength. Even the officials have stepped in to form Lunting and gather practitioners. At this time, if we defend the mining area stubbornly but cannot get any spiritual stones, what's the point of defending it? Why don't you follow me and join the Morong family and be treated as an honored guest? Then spiritual stones and elixirs will be inexhaustible, so why worry about breaking through the body-tempering realm? Maybe you can reach the veins shaping realm directly, and then you may become a truly powerful person in China, with honor and power coming one after another. The others were obviously a little moved, but still a little hesitant. One of them said, "From what I know, this Sushian is not someone you can easily mess with. The Morong family suffered a setback in Hungduan Mountain before, and they still haven't gotten their revenge. And I heard from a brother over there that Sushian hunted down a 10-ton beast." What? The big man who had joined the Morong family was startled. Hunting ferocious beasts? So far, even the Chinese military has not heard of it, and even the Morong family only expelled the murderer. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition in his heart, but then he remembered that he was already in the 9th level of the body tempering realm. So what if he was a little blatant and arrogant? Thinking of this, a trace of sarcasm flashed across his face. If Sushian dares to come, I will let him know the strength of the 9th level of body forging. I will kill a mere ferocious beast in front of me. Several people looked at him, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, the door of the training room was gently opened, and a burly young man walked in. He had a silly look on his face, and he started to eat a bag of potato chips with a grunt. Seeing the young man, these people took a deep breath, then moved away from the big man and hurriedly distanced themselves from him. It has nothing to do with us. He has taken refuge with the Morong family. The big man's face turned pale, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. What a bunch of villains. I heard that you've been very popular recently and have defeated many people. It's a good opportunity for me to come and see what you have to offer. The big man roared angrily, his muscles bulged, his blood boiled, and he rushed forward and attacked with a killing move. The young man was Dachuan. He was chewing potato chips while watching the big man's fierce attack. Suddenly, he threw away the potato chips and showed a rare anger on his face. "You just said bad things about Brother Sushian. I heard it." The big man was stunned. What a fool. The next moment, Dachuan shouted loudly. His whole body was covered with golden light, and he gently clenched his right hand and easily clenched the big man's fist, and the fist wind and the energy dissipated instantly. The big man was horrified and felt like he was being clamped in a pair of pliers. He used all his strength to try to pull out his fist, but it didn't move at all. "Let go!" A hint of fear began to appear on the big man's face, and he suddenly remembered that this young man had the reputation of being born with a diamond body. Dachuan smiled naively and rotated his right hand slightly. Then he heard the sound of broken bones, followed by the big man's heart-wrenching scream. "Ah!" The people nearby felt their scalps tingling as they watched. Could someone who had reached the 9th level of physical training be ravaged like this? Dachuan suddenly let go of his hand, and the big man hurriedly stepped back. Extreme fear flashed in his eyes. He looked to see that the door was open, and then ran towards the door with all his strength. "As long as I run out of this door and go to Morong's house, I can find a master and avenge myself." In his mind, Sushian was always just a nouveau riche with some money, but he had no background and could not stay for long. Only a large Chinese family like the Morong family is the most suitable person to rely on, especially after the revival of spiritual energy. This feeling is even more obvious. "Just wait. When I find the person, I will break your hand." Unfortunately, the next moment, when he was running at full speed, Dachuan just flashed in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. "Want to escape?" The big man's eyelids jumped. How come this fat man was so fast? "I will beat anyone who dares to betray Brother Sushian." A rare serious look appeared on Dachuan's face. And then, before the big man had time to react as he was surprised, he punched him directly in the abdomen. Bang! The burly man, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, flew backwards, vomited blood in the air, slammed heavily into the wall, and then fell to the ground. His face was pale, and countless bones were broken. Dachuan took a look, picked up the bag of potato chips on the ground, and continued eating. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him. "You guys take care of it and hand it over to the audit department." After saying that, he grabbed the potato chips and ate them with a grunt, exactly the same as when he came. Those people nodded in response quickly, and at the same time they realized that even if they were at the 9th level of body forging, it would only take a punch in front of this young man with natural supernatural powers. This young man's admiration for Sushian has reached a terrifying level. Thinking of this, these people did not dare to delay and started working immediately. After Dachuan finished dealing with things here, he inspected the mining area as usual. He found that everyone was mining seriously, so he didn't say anything and went back to his room to play a game of CS. Imperial capital, Lunting headquarters, conference hall. Chen Tianping looked at Xia Chang'e, who was covered in bandages and attending the meeting despite being ill. He felt a mixture of admiration and helplessness. China treated these civil servants relatively well. You didn't have to come at all. Xiao Xia, you should rest well. Chen Tianping sighed, his face full of worry. This time our analysis was insufficient. The beast's strength far exceeded our expectations. It looks like we must use more powerful weapons. Xia Chang'e was wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes showing, looking like a mummy. He said, "No, I must come." Then, in front of all the senior executives of Lunting, he took a breath and said carefully, "Because I saw a powerful man who descended from the sky like a god." He knocked the beast away with one punch, and then rode on the beast to violently hammer. Xia Chang'e described the scene vividly, and then watched the faces of the people around him gradually become shocked, and he suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. Xiao Xia, the strong man you mentioned, did not choose to join Lunting. It is our loss. Chen Tianping went from being shocked to sighing, but he was also somewhat unwilling. Is there any way to recruit them? Xia Chang'e smiled bitterly. Director, let me be frank. They don't think highly of Long Tongue. I estimate that his strength is at least the 7th level of the pulse-shaping realm. Hiss! The whole audience gasped. In just a dozen days, he had already reached the 7th level of meridian shaping. What a genius! It is said that the ancestor of the Morong family spent a huge amount of resources and only managed to cultivate a genius who had just entered the pulse-shaping realm. Okay, we won't force it. Since he saved your lives, I will remember this favor for now and will repay him when I have the chance. Next, let's discuss the countermeasures for the frequent appearance of ferocious beasts on the border. Chen Tianping put away his smile. His face became dignified, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became depressing, and everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. As you can imagine, the situation is very bad. China may be facing the greatest disaster in history. Chapter 39. The Shock of the Imperial Capital and the Jinbei Army. The Appearance of the Divine Bow. He glanced at Lunting's senior executives. They were at least at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. After some time, they would be able to enter the vein-shaping realm. By then, they would have a much better chance of winning against the ferocious beasts. But will the beast give us time? Will it give the whole of China time? What's next after the ferocious beast? At this moment, the man at the helm of the Chinese Public Security Bureau felt deeply powerless. If the cultivator Xiao Xiaominchin joins Lunting, then China will be safe. For some reason, Chen Tianping had a premonition that he would meet him sooner or later, or rather, he would take action sooner or later and start to exterminate the ferocious beast. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered his daughter, who is still single. It is said that the man is also a young man, so it seems it is not impossible. But everyone, please be brave. Over the past thousands of years, China has faced countless natural disasters, invasions, wars, and attacks. But we have survived them all. I believe this time will be no different. Chen Tianping cleared the haze in his heart and encouraged everyone with great enthusiasm. Sure enough, everyone came out of their fear and sorrow and began to face it seriously. Chen Tianping also began to formulate a series of measures, such as lowering the threshold for recruiting Lunting, purchasing a large number of bodybuilding pills and spiritual treasures, and began to consciously cultivate talented players, etc. The specific actions were implemented by other people. China, the far northern border military camp. This is the border between China and the Grizzly Empire. 10 days ago, ferocious beasts invaded and headed south, slaughtering all the surrounding villages and causing countless casualties. As the army responsible for the safety of the entire north, the Jinbei Legion was naturally sent here to resist the ferocious beasts. After sacrificing the lives of more than 800 people, consuming more than 30,000 bullets, a dozen fighter planes, and more than 30 armored vehicles, they finally resisted the invasion of the ferocious beast on the border and killed one. How is the construction of fortifications going? A general wearing a green military uniform with 5 stars on his shoulders sat on the main seat with a worried look on his face. General, we have built a 12-kilometer-long defensive wall on the border, starting from Yinshan in the west and ending at Liaohai in the east. The wall is 8 meters high, and 50,000 troops are deployed along the entire line. An officer of divisional rank below began to report. The general frowned. 8 meters. I'm afraid it's not enough. Continue to strengthen defenses. If you need money, Ask the Imperial Capital Finance Bureau. Border defense is related to the safety of the entire human race and must be taken seriously. Yes. The general glanced at everyone. The solemnity and sadness on his face never dissipated, and his heart was weighed down by a huge stone. After a while, he slowly spoke. Next, let's start discussing the follow-up countermeasures. A young officer wearing glasses and looking relatively gentle spoke first, projected the PPT onto the big screen, stood up, pushed up his glasses, and began to explain. According to all the intelligence we have so far, there are a total of 5 beasts in this group, including the ones fighting us. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that there are more hidden ones. They are all creatures that are currently unknown on Earth, and there are only a few records of them in ancient books. Therefore, we speculate that after the spiritual energy revived, these ancient creatures also woke up at the same time, and they would fight against any living thing. Obviously, they still retain their traditional hunting instincts. According to our speculation, these beasts are at least at the 7th level of the vein-shaping realm, and they have super strong defense, speed, and lethality, with almost no weaknesses. If we want to completely wipe it out, I'm afraid we need to ask the Imperial Commander-in-Chief to use nuclear weapons. After saying this, he sat down. Everyone was silent. Once nuclear weapons appeared, the world pattern would change. Moreover, even if the ferocious beasts were eliminated, it was hard to say whether the homeland on which humans depended for survival would still exist. The general hesitated and seemed unable to make up his mind. At this moment, an officer of the brigade commander level stood up and said loudly, "General, I have something to report." With an excited tone and a hint of joy on his face, the general frowned and nodded. "There's news from Lunting. A few days ago, near Tianshan, a young cultivator killed a fierce beast in the Xinzong realm with 3 punches. Is this news reliable?" The general asked in astonishment. "It was sent by Chun Tianping." Hiss. After hearing this report, the entire conference hall fell silent, with only the sound of thumping heartbeats to be heard. These officers who had fought their way out of the sea of blood and corpses were all silent at this moment, and were extremely shocked in their hearts. If someone else had said this, they would definitely have questioned it. But this brigade commander was famous for speaking the truth without any compromise, and Chun Tianping was even more pragmatic than the brigade commander. If he said that he could kill with 3 punches, then it would definitely not be 4. Investigate this person's information immediately and mobilize all the resources of our Jinbei army to win him over. The general immediately saw hope, his expression showing excitement and anticipation. With this person around, why worry about the ferocious beasts not being destroyed? Even if he is made the head of the regiment, no, just make him a general, that's fine. Everyone was stunned. How strict was the military system? Every promotion was based on real military merit. Not to mention being promoted directly to a general, even becoming a brigade commander or a regiment commander was unheard of. It can be seen that the general has regarded this young cultivator, whom he has never met before, as the hope for defeating the ferocious beast, and perhaps also the hope for the entire China. Yes, General. Crossing the Valley of Depths and completely digesting the influences and changes after his realm upgrade, Sushian has been able to fully adapt to the incredible skill Eagle Eyes, which is equivalent to installing a 100-fold telescope for himself, plus a microscope function. As for the skill Unyielding, Sushian has not found a suitable person to try it out yet. Maybe he should wait until he challenges someone above the Xinzong realm to try it. However, without a foolproof guarantee, Sushian would never take the risk. After all, a 15% probability is still very low if one's life is involved. The Bingpa Yumiao sword has not been used yet, except for killing a half-demon. In the previous life, not long after the arrival of the ferocious beast, those mysterious forces gradually began to step out from behind the scenes. At that time, the major families also began to turn against the Chinese government. Calculating the time, it should be less than 2 months. When the time comes, let this magic sword drink blood and kill to your heart's content. A fierce look emanated from Su Xian's eyes. During this period, the 5 mining areas began to transport materials one after another. Ever since the Morong family was defeated last time, the major families temporarily swallowed their anger and did not continue to launch attacks. However, Su Xian knew that this group of people would not give up. They were definitely waiting for the right opportunity to kill him with one blow. Su Xian sat cross-legged, a golden halo emanating from his body, and rich spiritual energy almost filled the entire valley. This is the advantage of the secret realm. The density of spiritual energy is 100 times higher than that of ordinary places, and the speed of cultivation is naturally faster. The day before yesterday, a noble family announced that they had broken through to the meridian shaping stage and stated that they were the first in China to do so, and no one objected. It seems that apart from me, the highest realm of Chinese practitioners is still the pulse shaping realm. Sushian nodded, quite satisfied with the current result. In less than a month, he had surpassed the 15 years of hard work in his previous life. At this moment, the magma in the center of the earth began to boil again, bubbling and gurgling. The scorching hot breath rushed towards him, but it was blocked by the green light emitted by the Bodi tree. The Bingpa Yumiao sword behind him was buzzing and ready to move. Quiet! Sushian gave a light shout, and the magic sword behind him actually stopped and became well-behaved, like a child who was scolded for doing something wrong. Looking at the restlessness of the magma at the Earth's core, Sushian understood a little bit. During this period of time, whenever the magma surges up, it seems it is the most successful time to forge weapons. He then glanced around and threw the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood that he had searched so hard for, as well as the ancestral dragon tendons given by the dragon and tiger temple, into the magma. After the lightning-struck wood merged into the magma, traces of pale blue lightning power crackled and turned into electric arcs, fighting violently with the magma, seemingly quite unwilling to give in. After the ancestral dragon's veins entered the magma, they underwent drastic changes. I saw the magma rising up to more than 6 meters high, and the scorching heat seemed to melt the world. Then a shadow appeared in the void. It was a black 5-clawed dragon. It raised its head and roared. The faint sound of dragon roars echoed back and forth in the valley for a long time. Sushian was shocked. The origin of this ancestral dragon's tendon was mysterious. After so many years, a dragon tendon could still preserve such terrifying spiritual consciousness. At this time, the Bodi tree appeared in his mind again, emitting a green light, resisting the impact of the void ancestral dragon. The magma at the center of the earth seemed quite unconvinced. As it rolled and boiled, it drew all the dragon tendons, and the 1,000-year-old lightning struck wood into the center of the earth. After about 10 minutes, the magma calmed down. Sushian's expression changed. It's done? Then, the magma suddenly surged up in huge waves, and a pale blue divine bow, shining with dazzling light, slowly floated up. The bow is 2 meters long, with obscure runes engraved on it. Wisps of electric arcs are swimming on it, and they just stay there quietly in the void. It is a dazzling sight and an extraordinary product. Sushian was overjoyed. Another magical weapon came into being. Then, a reminder came to my mind. Successfully forged the immortal level divine weapon. Heavenly Punishment Thunder God Bow. The forging level of the Earth Core Red Flame C was increased, currently at LV2. What? It turns out that this Red Flame C in the Earth's core can actually be upgraded? While Sushian was thinking, a portrait suddenly appeared in the void. It was a god of war wearing a fairy robe, riding on an octagonal unicorn, holding a divine bow, looking very majestic. Looking closely, the divine bow is exactly the same as the one being made now. Suddenly, a bold guess emerged in Sushian's mind. Could it be that this heavenly punishment thunder god bow was the former weapon of this god of war? After a moment, the phantom dissipated, and the thunder god bow slowly moved towards Sushian. Sushian stretched out his right hand and slowly grasped the magic bow. He suddenly felt a sense of vicissitudes of life flowing into his body, and the method of using the magic bow was also imprinted in his mind. This magical bow does not require arrows to use. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, you can keep shooting. Is it spiritual energy? This is what I lack the least. Thinking of this, Sushian smiled slightly. In the south of the Yangtze River underground, there is a strangely shaped building that resembles an altar located in the pitch-black underground. In the altar, 12 figures covered in black robes sat around a round table. Everyone, the time has come. It's time to act. The black-robed man in the center crossed his fingers and spoke in a hoarse voice. Wait, I heard some very bad news recently. Is it related to our plan? I don't know yet. However, if we don't handle this matter properly, the coming of the adults in 3 months will inevitably be hindered. By then, none of us will have a good ending. What news? Someone in the north has broken through to the Xinzong realm, refined a divine weapon, killed ferocious beasts, and controlled 5 major mining areas. This person is the one who stole the bronze sword from the tomb of the king of Yu. His name is Sushian. The man who spoke first trembled slightly after hearing this. After a while, he exhaled and said calmly, "Notify the 10 great families and kill him." Chapter 40. Go out and kill the beast. The Jinbei army has been confronting the northern ferocious beast for more than a month. They killed 1 ferocious beast, but suffered more than 1,000 casualties. General Jinbei Hwang's army built a 10-mile Great Wall, stretching from Yinshan in the west to Liaohai in the east. 50,000 troops were deployed along the entire line to try to stop the northern ferocious beast. The situation is worrying. The ferocious beasts attacked in the south of the Yangtze River. The Morong family took action but disappeared. Suddenly, a group of sea beasts appeared in the East China Sea and attacked the port, causing hundreds of casualties. The entire Jinshi Corps was dispatched, a total of 16 fleets, engaged in a fierce battle with the sea beasts at sea, with countless casualties. The situation is worrying. A large number of atavistic creatures suddenly appeared in Yunbei ancient town, attacking the village in groups. The Jinbei army had no time to take care of them. The Lunting Yunbei branch was dispatched and called on the local prominent families to resist together. Countless people were killed and injured. The situation is worrying. More than a dozen mummies were found north of the Great Wall. All the blood had been sucked out of them. The death was extremely horrific. The criminal police were dispatched, but have not yet found the murderer. It is speculated that it is an unknown creature. The situation is worrying. The Morong family's number 1 genius, Morong Wei, has broken through the body tempering stage and entered the meridian shaping stage. He is said to be the first genius from one of the 10 great families to enter the meridian shaping stage. The Morong family has announced that there is hope for revival. Xia Wenxi began to report on everything that had happened over the past month, as well as the current situation, which could be described in 2 words: worrying. Sushian tore into the stake and listened to the news quietly. Compared with the previous life, the ferocious beasts in this life arrived much faster, and their numbers increased a lot. The overall situation was not optimistic, and thousands of humans died at the claws of ferocious beasts every day. Unless a strong man can enter the Xinzong realm and then lead the team to start eliminating the ferocious beasts one by one, it will be possible to resolve the current crisis. In fact, the Chinese government is now facing unprecedented pressure. Since the revival of spiritual energy, sudden changes have occurred, and the most terrifying thing now is the ferocious beasts. Almost all of the 8 legions were deployed to set up a series of defense lines on the border, but they were still unable to completely wipe out the ferocious beasts. At this critical juncture, some leaders began to decide to use heavy weapons, even nuclear weapons, but this was rejected. After all, these are all Chinese lands, and the situation has not yet reached the end of the road. At least there are still thousands of Lunting practitioners fighting against the ferocious beasts. When their realm is improved, the ferocious beasts will no longer pose a threat. Call Ahu over here. I have something to tell you. Only after Sushian finished eating 20 pieces of black pepper steak did he slowly feel full. Yes. After a while, Ahu and Xia Wenxi walked into the office together. Now, where are the most ferocious beasts? Sushian didn't waste any words and asked directly. Killing ferocious beasts can obtain inner elixir, which is extremely important for developing one's physical potential and improving one's realm. The two were slightly stunned and somewhat shocked. In the current situation, people were avoiding the ferocious beasts, and even the Morong family did not dare to confront them head-on. Is our boss going to take the initiative to attack? If we talk about the place with the most ferocious beasts, it should be in the north, which is the group that the Jinbei army is currently dealing with. According to what they said, there are at least a dozen ferocious beasts. Okay, Ahu, prepare the helicopter. We're going to the Jinbei army. Yes, sir. You go down and prepare. After the two left, Sushian also began to prepare. He inserted the Bingpa Yunyao sword behind his back and hung the Tianfa Lation bow diagonally on his back, looking like a hunter. At the same time, he also brought 10 spirit stones with the richest spiritual energy, which were already of top quality and enough for him to absorb for a period of time. Half an hour later, Ahu drove a helicopter and took Sushian all the way north to the location of the Jinbei Legion. Jinbei Army, front line, 35 miles west of Shanhaiguan. Roar! A fierce and loud roar pierced the sky and sounded the clarion call for an attack on the Jinbei military camp. Prepare for battle. A captain stood in the watchtower, looking at the ferocious beasts rushing towards him about 1,000 meters ahead. They were very aggressive, and there were more than a dozen of them. Damn, these cunning beasts. The regiment commander's heart skipped a beat. He sent out a reconnaissance plane to investigate this morning and found that there was not a single ferocious beast within a radius of 20 miles. According to the speculation of the military political commissar, this place should not be the focus of the ferocious beast's attack. As a result, unexpectedly, these ferocious beasts actually began to concentrate their strength, and more than a dozen of them attacked together. Reporting to the headquarters, this is the 126th Regiment. We are under attack by 15 ferocious beasts. We have less than 2,000 soldiers here. I am afraid it will be difficult to resist requesting support. Repeat, this is the 126th Regiment. The person on the other end of the wireless intercom responded quickly. The current Jinbei Army headquarters has ordered the 126th Regiment to hold its position, and the support troops will arrive within 10 minutes. Putting down the wireless communication device, the team leader's heart sank. Can he hold on for 10 minutes? Roar! The beast covered a third of a 1,000-meter distance in just a few seconds, getting closer and closer to the defensive position. Shot! After entering the range of machine guns and artillery, the regiment commander gave the order without hesitation, and a fierce fire attack was launched on the position. Da-da-da-da! Hundreds of machine guns and tens of thousands of bullets poured out. Dust was flying below the position, and artillery fire was raging. The air was filled with a layer of sand and yellow soil that blocked the view, but the soldiers did not dare to stop. Roar! 10 seconds later, a ferocious beast with antlers and a length of 10 meters jumped up like lightning, like an antelope hanging its horns, drew a graceful arc in the air, and instantly killed into the top of the position. The metal bullet that penetrated everything only left shallow marks on it, and could not even penetrate the body. In an instant, a hole was torn in the position. The ferocious beast raised its sharp claws and slapped them casually, knocking 4 or 5 people away. Fight! The commanding officer here roared, drew out his machete without hesitation, blood burst out of his body, and rushed forward at the lead. Kill! A dozen warriors at around the 7th level of the body tempering realm drew their swords and rushed over, with murderous aura rising into the sky. The ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth, roared, and started fighting with the group of warriors. After a while, a pile of corpses were lying on the ground, and the ferocious beast finally had wounds on its body, but it did not affect its movements at all. In just such a short period of time, the rest of the ferocious beasts climbed up to the position one after another. In an instant, the battle situation fell into a great disadvantage, and soldiers died every moment. The regiment commander's eyes were about to burst. While directing the battle, he urged the headquarters to send for help. Only 2 minutes have passed so far. 8 minutes left. What's going on? At this moment, the sound of helicopter propellers stirring suddenly came from the sky. The captain looked up and saw a young man carrying a bow and a long sword. He opened the cabin door and jumped down directly from a height of 100 meters. Are you crazy? Jumping down from such a high place? The captain's eyelids twitched. Boom! The young man in black tights smashed into the position like a cannonball, creating a deep hole in the ground. You're here to support me so soon? The captain was delighted that the young man in front of him jumped from a height of 100 meters without any injury. The aura emanating from him was far beyond the body-tempering realm and had even reached the late stage of the vein-shaping realm. The noise made by Sushian falling to the ground was so loud that it actually stopped the fierce fighting between the two sides. The soldiers and the ferocious beasts all looked at him with horror and confusion on their faces. After a rough look, there were more than a dozen ferocious beasts. Sushian planned to end the battle quickly, so he slowly pulled out the heavenly punishment thunder god bow from behind. In an instant, the entire space was filled with terrifying thunder and lightning. The pale blue divine bow was shining brightly, with blue arcs of electricity jumping on it, looking quite extraordinary. Sushian activated Eagle Eye and locked onto the target, which was a 40-meter-long python. Every time it slapped its tail, more than a dozen soldiers flew out, either dead or disabled, with an alarming kill rate. The python turned its head, spitting out its tongue, and stared at Sushian. The next moment, Sushian's whole body of spiritual energy was activated. Golden light was shining. The Bodi tree in his mind emitted green light, and then he pulled the bowstring. Boom! At this time, the sky and the earth changed color. Dark clouds rolled up, and lightning tore a hole and came directly down. The soldiers around were all stunned. They stared blankly at this strange phenomenon in the world, their hearts filled with horror. This is? The captain stared at the darkening sky, the rolling dark clouds, and the thunder and lightning with a confused look on his face. This was far beyond his understanding. What kind of powerful person is this, who can cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth just by pulling a bow? Sushian pulled the divine bow to an almost full moon position, then let go. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow that was 4 meters long and as thick as an arm, condensed from blue light, broke through the air with great force. Because of its fast speed, it made a sonic boom. Almost at the same time, a shocking explosion sounded. The arrow hit the python accurately, directly blasting its body into pieces that flew all over the sky. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a black inner pill flew high into the air. Sushian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He leaped up and grabbed it directly in his hand. It was cold to the touch, and then he threw it into the cloth bag hanging around his waist and continued to look for the next target. The python was shot through, leaving no trace of its body. The other dozen or so ferocious beasts looked at each other, then turned around and left, jumping off the city wall and retreating collectively. The young man in front of them brought too much terrifying pressure to them. He was completely invincible. What? Those soldiers were stunned, watching this ferocious beast that dared to challenge 50,000 people, dared to fight against hundreds of fighter planes, dared to challenge dozens of tanks, and even suppress the Jinbei Legion, but just ran away in the face of this young cultivator? Sushian frowned. It was obvious that these ferocious beasts were much better at judging danger than the wolf and tiger. But now that I'm here, can you run away? Sushian leaped up, flew onto the battlefield, locked onto a running beast, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. As soon as he let go, the arrow hit the target accurately like a meteor, making a deafening explosion, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, leaving no trace of the body. The remaining ferocious beasts fled even faster. Sushian was speechless for a while. He had not yet strengthened his limbs, nor had he had time to practice any body movement techniques. It would be difficult for him to catch up for a while, so he waved to Ahu. After the helicopter landed, Sushian turned around and left, preparing to open the cabin door. The leader suddenly woke up from his dream and asked, "May I ask?" However, Sushian ignored him completely. After getting on the helicopter, he flew directly towards the fleeing beast. The captain's scalp tingled, and more than 1,000 people were stunned. He was chasing a ferocious beast. 5 minutes later, reinforcements from the Jinbei Corps arrived, with more than 50 fighter planes, and the leader was an Air Force major. "Captain, excuse me, where is your war? Where are the beasts?" The leader glanced at him and took a deep breath. "Major, before you." A young man jumped down from a helicopter, pulled a bow, shot a ferocious beast into pieces, and the beasts retreated collectively. Now, he has already flown a helicopter to hunt down the ferocious beast. The major just stood there in a daze, his mind a mess, feeling that the amount of information far exceeded his understanding. Chapter 41, Killing Feast, He is God. So what you mean is that there is a person, a young cultivator, who killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts and forced them to retreat, and now he is even chasing them in a helicopter? The major spread his hands, a hint of anger on his face. He had fought with that group of ferocious beasts several times, losing many fighters and not gaining any advantage. He knew very well the combat power of those ferocious beasts, and it was impossible for one person to deal with them. So he questioned the scene described by the captain. The leader was stunned, and then he became furious. "Major, you can question me, but you cannot insult that godlike hero. There are more than 1,000 people present here, and they can all testify to this. And where you are standing now, if you look down, you will know." The major opened his mouth, but said nothing. Then he looked down, and his scalp went numb. There were pieces of meat all over the ground. I bent down to pick up a piece and saw the black snake scales as hard as steel. After a quick comparison, I immediately knew the answer. These snake scales belong to that extremely cunning python. The pattern, shape, color, and size all match. The major took a deep breath. His mind was under an unprecedented impact. And finally, it turned into one word. Grass. Why the hell don't you keep him? He's the hero the general wants to recruit. The major suddenly remembered what the general had said before. and even asked him to search everywhere for the hero who killed the ferocious beast with 3 punches near Tianshan Mountain. It now seems that in addition to his fists, he also has a magical bow, which can blast a ferocious beast whose defense even a fighter plane cannot break through into pieces with just 1 arrow. The leader shrugged and spread his hands. Do you think he will listen to me? The major understood instantly, and then became extremely anxious. Which direction did he go? North. Very good, Captain. You have done a great job. If we can recruit that hero, please report the news to the general truthfully. I think he will be very happy. The major put on his helmet, got on his fighter, and dialed the communication settings. Brothers, head north and search for our hero. Receive. Sushian held on to the group of ferocious beasts and headed north. The helicopter was flying very fast, and it didn't take long for him to catch up with the beasts. However, a new problem also arose. Every time he encountered a ferocious beast, he had to jump down, kill it, and then go up again. This going up and down was very time-consuming. However, even if you were standing on a helicopter and shooting, you still have to jump down to pick up the inner elixir. It would be great if I could break through to the Tianyuan realm. Then I wouldn't need a helicopter and could fly. After Sushian killed the ferocious beast with antlers with 1 punch, he took out his inner elixir and took off again. He found that the beast had run a long way away, so he sighed. Keep chasing. Ahu controlled the helicopter and continued to chase towards the north, while the group of ferocious beasts ran for their lives in a panic and did not even think of dispersing. In this case, Sushian was not worried and just kept hanging on. After catching up with one, he would kill it, get the inner elixir, and continue chasing it. Now, there are 4 inner elixirs in his cloth bag. These are all ferocious beasts in the Xinzang realm. He is confident that he can directly step into the peak of the Xinzang realm. At this moment, Ahu's radar panel suddenly detected more than 50 flying objects behind him. Sir, there are more than 50 fighter planes behind us. Judging from the radar, they seem to be Chinese military models. Don't worry about it. Let's continue hunting down the beast. Sushian didn't care about it at all. There was only the ferocious beast and the inner elixir in his mind. Not long after, the group of fighter jets approached Sushian and his team and sent out a communication request. Sir, the other party has sent a communication request. We could be on the same frequency. Do you want to answer it? Sushian pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Ahu connected the communication device, and an extremely excited voice came from it. Hello, hero. I am Lin Jiping, a major in the Air Force of the Jinbei Corps of China. I am glad that you came to the rescue and drove away the beasts when the 126th Regiment was about to be defeated. Please allow me to express my respect to you on behalf of the entire Jinbei Corps. Hang up now. Sushian frowned, wondering why the iron-blooded soldier became so nagging. Ahu cut off the communication settings, controlled the helicopter, and continued to head north to chase the beast. Through the glass, he could see that the beast on the ground was running away at all costs and did not dare to stay. Beep, beep. The communication device rang again. Ahu turned his head and glanced at Sushian, who narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded gently. After the call was connected this time, Ahu interrupted Major Lin Jiping's opening remarks. Mr. Major, please stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Okay, don't worry, I won't nag you this time. Hero, our general has heard about your heroic deeds of killing ferocious beasts. He wants to recruit you to join the Huaxia Jinbei Corps. You can choose any position. I wonder if you... Not interested. Sushian interrupted him directly. After a few seconds of silence, the man seemed a little awkward, and after coughing a few times, he continued. Hero, it looks like you're going to hunt down the beast, but to be honest, a helicopter is definitely not as fast as a fighter plane. I wonder if we can help you. Of course, it is also an honor for our Jinbei Corps to be able to help you. Ahu turned his head with a strange look on his face and glanced at Sushian. He was extremely surprised. The Jinbei Corps was the leader of the 8 major corps in China, and its overall combat power was among the best in the world. It was said that their general was also very arrogant. Why at this moment? The tone seems to have a hint of flattery. Sushian hesitated for a moment, took a look at the beast running on the ground, and felt a little overwhelmed, so he tentatively said, You should have seen the dozen or so ferocious beasts ahead. Can you force them into a certain area and prevent them from scattering, just like a sheepdog restraining a flock of sheep? Ahu's mouth twitched. Sir, your metaphor is really vivid. A dignified Air Force major is like a dog when you describe him like this. Who knew that the next moment, confidence and cheers would burst out from there? No problem. Please rest assured. I have more than 50 fighter planes equipped with China's most advanced drives and shells to ensure the completion of the mission. Lin Jiping doesn't care whether he is a dog or a pig. As long as he works for the hero, he would be willing to be a sheepdog or even a grandson. Okay, start now and get ready to catch up. Leave the rest to me. After Sushian finished saying this, he opened the cabin door, drew his bow and arrow, and remained motionless despite the howling wind. With the help of Eagle Eye, he could clearly see the specific location of the ferocious beasts and simulate their movement routes. After Lin Jiping received the news, he immediately took action. More than 50 fighter planes were divided into 3 groups and began to bombard the ferocious beast from 3 directions at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The shells poured down like a torrential rain, and the ferocious beast instantly became panicked. Sometimes it is just so strange. If the attack of these fighter jets alone is not enough to make the murderer react, they may even fight back. These shells hitting them are no different from taking a shower. However, if there is a cultivator in the Xinjiang realm following behind who can blow them into pieces at any time, these shells will immediately undergo a qualitative change. This is due to psychological effects, similar to a frightened bird. Under the repeated bombing of more than 50 fighter planes, coupled with the threat of Sushian's divine bow, this group of ferocious beasts began to move away from the 3 directions and ran wildly towards the remaining direction. Hero, we have completely blocked the east, west, and south directions with firepower. 3 kilometers to the north is a cliff that is 1,000 meters high. They can't climb over it. Seeing the beast running northward according to his plan, Lin Jiping began to explain confidently. Sushian ignored him and hung on the cabin door, following all the way. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the group of ferocious beasts finally arrived at the top of the cliff. They roared and slowed down, turned their heads, raised their heads, and looked at the figure in the air, the invincible nightmare. Sushian took a look at the group of ferocious beasts and jumped directly from a height of 100 meters. Like a cannonball, he smashed a big hole in the ground. Then he pulled out Bingpa Yunyao and slowly approached the ferocious beast step by step, like the god of death. With every step he took, his aura rose rapidly. When he was less than 50 meters away from the ferocious beast, his whole body was emitting pure golden light, and the magic sword in his hand directly caused the air in the void to begin to freeze. Quick, record it! The major woke up as if from a dream and came to his senses from his shock. He quickly asked his men to stop the plane and start filming, and his blood immediately began to boil. Sushian didn't waste any words. He moved his body, and the long sword in his hand flashed a series of afterimages. Wherever it passed, everything turned into ice. Roar! Those ferocious beasts that dared to challenge an army of 50,000 people and dared to fight with tanks and fighter planes now faced Sushian. Endless fear rose in their huge eyes. They raised their heads and roared, trying to dispel the fear in their hearts. Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and Sushian, holding the Bingpa Yunyao sword, rushed into the group of ferocious beasts in the Xinjiang realm like a god descending from heaven or the reincarnation of the god of death, and launched a one-sided massacre. In the front was a ferocious beast with a horse face and deer antlers. There was despair in its eyes. It immediately lowered its head, and a ball of white light rose from its antlers, and it charged straight over. Sushian's sword went straight in, piercing through its huge steel head and cutting off its indestructible antlers. Then he stirred it vigorously, causing the entire head to explode instantly. Blood and flesh splattered, and the 5 bodies fell down with a loud bang. After a successful attack, Sushian did not stop. He swung his sword, and a crescent-shaped sword energy, more than 10 meters long, swept across. The group of ferocious beasts didn't even have time to defend themselves before their bodies were cut in half by the milky white sword energy. As soon as their blood flowed out, it was frozen by the cold air, and white smoke rose up. Several ferocious beasts in the front row fell to the ground with a bang. Sushian did not stop, but rushed forward, jumped high, and landed on the back of a ferocious beast that was more than 10 meters long and looked like a wild boar. He grasped the hilt of the sword with his backhand, inserted it fiercely into its skull, and then stirred it hard. The whole head exploded and was covered in blood. After jumping down, he stabbed a sword into the bloody mouth of another ferocious beast. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the sword energy was like a rainbow, piercing through the throat of the ferocious beast. This was the first time Sushian used the Bingpa Yunmiao sword to engage in a large-scale battle. He was satisfied with its performance. It was indestructible and could release cold air to slow down enemies. It was indeed a magical weapon. However, he still felt it was not exciting enough, so he dropped his sword, leaped forward, raised his fists, and hammered the beast's head into a dent. Then he sat on it, held its neck tightly with his right hand, and with a little force, the head exploded, with blood and brains spurting out. In less than a moment, more than a dozen ferocious beasts were killed, and they didn't even have time to put up a decent resistance. His clothes were stained with blood, the setting sun was as red as blood, and Sushian's body was covered in the blood of ferocious beasts. He looked like an ancient killing god. The Jinbei Air Force members suspended in the air were stunned, and even forgot to shift gears. They just looked at Sushian quietly, feeling extremely horrified. A feast of slaughter, he is a god. After a long while, the major slowly trembled his lips and muttered to himself. Chapter 42. Continue to improve, 7th level of Divine Hidden Realm.